Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, everyone. I hope, inshallah, you all doing well. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep all of you in the best state of health and iman. So, we are with you with another exciting live stream. And actually, some of you know maybe already, almost for past, I think, for about 2 weeks now. Every week, like 3, 4 times, we are going live on TikTok in Urdu, and then we broadcast that one on our Urdu channel as well, in which we give people opportunity, like both to our Muslim community and to the Ahmadiyya community, to ask any of their questions. And Alhamdulillah, we don't play a fixed match, so it's really an open Q&A. Obviously, we're not claiming that we know answer for every single question. That's not the claim, but we are giving opportunity to our own community and to Ahmadiyya community to ask any of their questions. And inshallah, where we know the answer, we'll give you the straight answer. Where we don't know the answer, we'll say, look, we don't know. Inshallah, we'll find out for you. So this is the same thing, inshallah, we will be doing on our English platform as well. So you can say that, inshallah, this stream is the beginning of those sessions. We'll be going just for this particular purpose, that if you have any questions, obviously, alhamdulillah, it's this back and forth between us and Ahmadiyya is happening for like more than 1 year now. So you have watched a lot of content. Some of them may be quite clear to you, some of them may be not so clear. So inshallah, this is your opportunity to ask any of the questions and to engage in this dialogue, because it's, at the end of the day, it is a dialogue. So inshallah, we do not even have any particular topic today that, for example, the question should be on this topic. No, it's an open Q&A. It could be any topic. We know very well that the favorite topic of the Ahmadi clerics, or quote unquote hidden Ahmadis, that's the death of Isa alayhi salam. So inshallah, even if they ask questions on that line as well, we're happy to take their questions. But as you know, whenever a question is asked to us, or whenever we ask a question, we try to make it like a principle based approach, if you like. For example, I give you one simple example. It was, I think, 2 or 3 days ago, on our Urdu platform, somebody asked us this question, that what do you think, because in ahadith there are two different descriptions of Isa alayhi salam. So would that not prove that there are not one Messiah but two Messiah, right? So alhamdulillah, we discussed that question at length. Alhamdulillah, Amir Haq Bhai was there as well. We answered that question, but in particular, before answering the question, we asked them to come on a principle if they do have this question. And the principle was that, are you saying that if the description, in Urdu they call huliya, if the description of a person is like more than one in different narrations from his followers, would that prove that actually the person is more than one? If that is your principle, only then your question is valid. But if you are not holding on to this principle, then the question is not valid. Now, obviously, if they would say yes, we are saying that if there are more than one description, it proves that there are more than one person. If that is the case, if yes is the answer, then we have 4 descriptions of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, the founder of Ahmadiyya movement. Then should it not prove that we have at least 4 Mirza Sahib? Would you accept that? They would say no. Well, then what's the question? So this is what I mean, like we try to have this principle approach, inshallah, on the questions as well. So this is pretty much the intro of the topic, or the title of the stream. So inshallah, without any further ado, I would ask Brother Umar or Brother Ahmad if they want to first, if they want to add something, if they want to comment on something, most welcome. Inshallah, we can start the program. Inshallah. Ji Ahmad bhai.
Inshallah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all our Muslim brothers, and welcome to all viewers. Inshallah, so to make the whole process very smooth and to get you on the stage as soon as possible, inshallah, you all, whenever you join us, inshallah, just open your camera for a couple of seconds so we can just see that you're a real person, subhanallah, and we'll put you in the line immediately. That's one thing, inshallah, just an administrative thing. Also, any question in the chat, and I can see there's a brother who asked questions. Any question in the chat will also be taken if you cannot join, if you cannot talk. So inshallah, just post your questions in the chat and we're going to ask them for you to Imtiaz bhai. Umar bhai, do you want to add something?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. No, Ahmed, I don't have anything to add. I think you guys have given a good description, summary. It's a straightforward thing that what we are planning for the stream. So I would ask you I would ask the viewers, please post the questions in the chat. If you don't want to come on the stream, no problem. You can post the question in the chat. You can also email but it's better if you can put in the chat. You might as well email though, but let me see if the email, that's the email there, info the dialogue with Imtiaz at gmail.com. But priority will be given to the ones who join the StreamYard link and put the questions there or in the chat. But we are not looking for a long back and forth because as you can see, Brother Imtiaz, mashallah, tabarakallah, Allah give him siha wa afia. He has been doing streams like almost on a daily basis. This is in addition to his day job. He comes back after work and does all these streams for the sake of da'wah. So please remember him in your prayers. And we don't want a long back and forth today. Straightforward questions. Inshallah, he'll address them. And if questions I or Ahmed can address, we will go ahead and address them.
Okay, inshallah. Another thing is we see brothers joining us already. As soon as you join, just turn on your camera briefly. If we'll just see your face and we'll put you in line. And the person who actually verifies first is going to get on the line first, inshallah, quite naturally. Even if you join us and you're just sitting there and you don't verify, inshallah, you'll just be able to join once you verify. So I'll just put the first person in line, inshallah. Welcome to our
Hello,
stream, Johan. How are you?
I'm fine, brother. Can I speak Hindi or English?
Sorry, which language do you want to speak in?
Hindi, Urdu.
Just make an effort if you can express yourself in English because it's an English question answer. But if
I
it's
think inshallah, Ahmad bhai, give him inshallah the chance. Inshallah, we can
okay,
translate that for him.
okay, we'll translate it for you. Inshallah, go ahead in Hindi if you want to.
Ahmad bhai, I can't hear him. Is he
Yeah,
speaking?
Johan, you can go. You're mute. So just unmute yourself and ask your questions.
Hello. Yeah. So, I will ask in mix, okay, if possible. So मेरा ये एक सवाल था कि जैसे अहमदियत में मतलब वो क्या मानते हैं कि जो नॉर्मल मुस्लिम हम देखते हैं इस दुनिया में, तो उनको वो अगर ये अहमदियत का उनको कुछ आइडिया नहीं है, मतलब वो सुने ही नहीं है, तो वो मतलब क्या जन्नत में जाएंगे या जहन्नम में जाएंगे, मतलब अहमदियत के पर्सपेक्टिव से?
Brother, thank you very much for your question. So inshallah, we'll give you a straight answer. And obviously, because we have done extensive streams on these topics, so if we will be challenged, we'll give you the reference for everything we are saying. But for now, as you might have heard, the question he asked is, he said that in Ahmadiyya religion or in Ahmadiyya ideology, those people who haven't heard of their religion or of the message of their founder, are they going to hell or is there any salvation for them? So my brother, their ideology in their literature is very clear. For example, their second caliph, which is the very son of the founder, Mirza Bishuruddin Mahmud, he said that if someone, even he has not heard the name of Mirza or of, i.e., the founder, and if they do not believe in him, despite not hearing the name, they will go to hell. Why? Because they are in Urdu it's called वो पक्के काफिर हैं. They are the quote unquote true disbelievers. So the answer is, Yuhan, according to their ideology, anyone who does not believe in their founder, even if they have not heard his name, they will go to hell. And the name of the book is Ainai Sadakat, which is the name of the book this thing is mentioned.
So that also includes the Muslims also, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay. This is very illogical, means, I think. And
Actually, sorry, Johan, their founder said, he said that if you minus me from the message, it's just a dead message. Basically, his understanding was that preaching about him is actually the preaching of quote unquote true Islam. If you are not preaching about him, you are just preaching a dead message.
okay, got it. Okay. I'm moving to my second question. Like in Pakistan, generally we see that Ahmadiyyas don't get human rights, like they not allowed to practice their festivals. Uh, can you means tell about that?
My brother, let's put it this way. Basically, according to Pakistan's constitution, they have been declared as a minority. But it's been, as you can count, for example, from 1974 up till now, it's like more than 50 years. They are not willing, and they have not officially admitted, and they have not officially accepted the decision of the National Assembly of Pakistan, i.e., they are not accepting themselves as minority. So, my brother, you can understand that in a constitution, if you are given some rights, if you are not even willing to accept that part of the constitution, so what rights are you claiming? Number one. Number two, my brother, the problem of Ahmadiyya is not that simple. Why? Because it's an identity theft. Just imagine, brother, if today a new cult arise with new bunch of beliefs, and they say that we are the true Catholics, and all the people who are calling themselves as Catholics for more than couple of thousand years now, they are not actually Catholics. Now we are the true Catholics, and then they say, give us our rights. Look, it's the identity problem here, because we know who are Catholics. You are just claiming to be someone who you are not. Then what rights do you have? Is
Yeah,
it clear, Johan?
but बट ऐसा नहीं कि सारे अहमदिया ही मतलब यही मानते हैं। कुछ अहमद ऐसे होंगे ना कम्युनिटी के अंदर जो कि बोलते हैं कि हाँ हम माइनॉरिटी है और हमको हमारा जो जो भी बिलीफ है
No,
उसको प्रैक्टिस करने दो।
no, no, none, none.
मतलब ऐसा कोई वोट वगैरह हुआ है क्या, मतलब कि
Then
आपने
vote
कैसे
will
ये
not, it's not about vote, Johan. They believe, look, that's why, look at their channels. True Islam, real Islam. So basically, it's not that they have, any one of them have accepted himself or herself as a minority. No, their claim is that they are the true believers, the true Muslims, and then they are asking for the rights to practice as Muslims. That's the problem here.
ओके, दैट्स गॉट इट। बट स्टिल आई थिंक किलिंग देम इज नॉट अ राइट,
No
किलिंग और
one,
हर्टिंग।
my brother Yuhan, right from the beginning, we are
या
very clear in this message. No one has the right to harm anyone in any way, shape, or form. No matter how much you disagree with someone, no one has the right to harm someone. It's all about intellectual back and forth.
ओके ओके, थैंक्स फॉर आई हैव ओनली दीस टू क्वेश्चंस।
Uh,
थैंक्स फॉर गिविंग।
Johan,
Can
if
I
you
ask?
If you mind me asking, are you Muslim, brother?
No, no,
Are
I'm
you
Buddhist.
talking to me?
Wait a second, Naveed bhai. Inshallah, just wait your turn.
Okay.
You're a Buddhist, so inshallah, why are you just out of my curiosity? So we were asking questions to Imtiaz bhai. Let's ask you a couple of questions.
No,
What interested you in Ahmadiyyat or Qadianiyat or Islam?
actually means I've been following YouTube channels of Speakers Corner and Hindi Urdu Kesar Bhai stream. So
Okay.
I see a debater named Razi, I think. So back and forth the discussions are going. So I means the videos are coming in my recommendation. So I'm watching all these debates.
MashaAllah. So,
So I thought to
uh, what's your opinion on Islam apart from
I think
all this?
yeah, I think the real Islam. I think this is I think real Islam. Ahmadiyyat, as part I see the debates and the theology, I don't think it's right.
भाई मेरा क्वेश्चन ये आपसे ये है कि आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, वो तो किसी को भी कोई भी आउटसाइडर स्पेक्टेटर यही कहेगा कि अहमदियत
हाँ
या कादियानियत इस्लाम नहीं है क्योंकि वो एक नया फिनोमेना है जस्ट 100 years old. My question is in
हाँ
general, like in terms, because we also do dawah. So very quickly, I wanted to understand, like, do you
हम्म।
have any affinity towards Islam? Like, how do you compare Buddhism to Islam?
है मतलब इस्लाम में भी अच्छे चीजें हैं और कुछ कुछ चीजें हैं जिन पर मैं एग्री नहीं करता. तो
Okay.
ऐसे बिल्कुल मतलब.
हाँ, बहुत अच्छी बात है. आप अपना कोई
हाँ.
कॉन्टैक्ट बैक चैट में देना चाहोगे ताकि we can reach you out and we can have more discussion on this. We love to talk,
Yeah.
but inshallah, that I think is more appropriate offline. If you want to, it's up to you. Inshallah.
Yeah, means, should I give my WhatsApp number or any social media?
Just in the back chat, whatever you feel comfortable with. But just write in the private chat.
Okay, 1 second. I'm giving my Telegram ID.
Okay. Okay, inshallah. Then we'll follow up with you, and inshallah we'll have much more discussions regarding Islam. और आपका बहुत शुक्रिया आने का. We really appreciate your coming. और बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके. इंशाल्लाह ये हमारी गुफ्तगू चलती रहेगी. आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं before we take the next person?
नहीं, कोई आप नेक्स्ट वाला लीजिए. मैं अपना डालता हूँ मतलब कॉन्टैक्ट.
चलें बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ पे. Yes, Naveed bhai, inshallah you can unmute and start asking question.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I've recently come into contact at this point in my life for some reason with a lot of Ahmadis. It's the nature of the work that I do. That I've been in contact with quite a few Ahmadis. I didn't really know they were Ahmadis until I invited them to Jummah when I was there at the time. That's when it became clear. And what I wanted to find out was that the again, it's reflected in the talks that you have and the discussions that you have in Hyde Park, and I've seen Adnan Rashid a good few times now. The obfuscation of information around their leader Mirza. It's a topic that they tend not to go near when you are speaking about them. It's generally about the Quran, the Hadith, the Prophet, and that's a topic they tend to stay away from. So the first part of the question was, why is that the case when that is the most central figure within their belief system, which separates us and them? Just relating to that, my second question is, there are a lot of young people, their own children, for instance, that are growing up within Ahmadi homes. Is it the case with them as well that they tend to hide their central figure from them, and the narrative is more or less the same as it is with people outside of Ahmadiyya, people like myself, for instance? Why is it that they hide this figure? I've not understood that when it's the most central figure within their faith.
Inshallah, Imtiaz bhai, are you there? Sometimes he's listening, but he steps to get some tea or something.
It's just that I have had a lot of dealings with Ahmadis recently, and I'm coming into contact with them. I've been into their homes as well. I've sat down with them. So
did you ever have a discussion with them, or try to have a back and forth of some sort?
I've the thing is that I've tried to avoid it. And maybe that's the wrong thing. I mean,
Right.
I'll be straight with you. I mean, number one, my knowledge is nowhere near the level of what you guys have. Maybe not even close. You guys are very, very knowledgeable in your own faith and within their faith as well. So I think it's interesting to listen to them. So I allow them to talk. I will listen to them more than try to interject or counter. Some of the things I have heard are absurd, but it's very, very interesting just listening to them, because the the discussion never touches on Mirza, the Ghulam Mirza. It never comes anywhere near him. It's generally about Islam and equalness and how we should treat each other.
Sorry to
Please go ahead.
cut you. How much of our streams have you viewed? Like in the past 1 year, we've been doing continuous streams.
Not a lot. I've seen some. I haven't seen a lot. Maybe I should go through.
Yeah, because
a lot more.
that would kind of answer your question. Why don't they touch upon Mirza, or why don't even they talk about Masroor and stuff like that? Because that is their bane, right? This is what brings them down. Their kryptonite is Mirza. If they talk about Mirza, the kind of stuff, the contradictory stuff Mirza has said, there's absolutely no way of defending it. And Imtiaz Bhai can expand on that. Imtiaz Bhai, the question of our brother is that he's been, okay. Inshallah, you were listening. Inshallah, you can answer it better. Inshallah.
Yeah, Naveed Bhai, Jazakallah khair for coming and for your question. So, Naveed Bhai, with regard to this question, I would say that basically they do not have the right to quote Quran if we go by the principles. Why? I give you the reason. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, when he was conversing with the scholars of his time, and they were quoting to him Quran and its interpretations and ahadith and their interpretations, he said that how can you quote Quran and these previous scholars against me? I am claiming to be a prophet. I am the hakam. I am the final authority. You cannot even quote these sources to me. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, the founder, he was very clear in his time that look, it's me who's the authority. For example, he said that Allah has given me the knowledge that which hadith is authentic and which one is unauthentic. Now, what does that mean in reality? That now you cannot quote any hadith, because if you quote something, you have no authority to say authentic or unauthentic. Likewise, he said that Allah has now given me the knowledge of the Quran like the oceans, and now I will teach and I will dictate that what is the interpretation of any verse of the Quran. Now, what does that mean in practicality? You can't quote even Quran, because if you quote something from the Quran, you have no authority to say what does it mean. So in reality, from a principal point of view, they can only quote Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, and then we can have a discussion about him and we can prove him that he was inconsistent or he was contradicting himself, etc. But what's happening is, when they come here, they say, oh, discuss from Quran and Sunnah. Hang on a second, your guy is telling us that Quran and Sunnah is not, I'm the authority, I'm the hakam. So I agree with you. They have to discuss with us, their man, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. But that is one thing they don't want to do. Even though if you ask them this, they would say, oh, Muslims are lying. We are already, subhanallah. When have you discussed that? Because the moment which, for example, I'll give you a simple example. You know, when they talk about death of Isa alayhi salam, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani gave a very specific narrative, which is the Kashmir theory. They don't want to discuss that at all. We have done 2 live streams, almost 16 hours long, 2 live streams on this very topic. And all of them, without exception, they refuse to discuss that. What did they say? Oh, we just believe from the Quran that Isa has died, and rest of the things are just secondary. They don't even matter. What do you mean? The person you believe to be a prophet is telling us all of that. And he was claiming that the grave of Isa alayhi salam being in Kashmir is my miracle. So did you get my point, Naveed bhai?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand, but it's just very, very strange. I find it very strange that the figure that is the most central, but if you know he has flaws, but then you in order to hide them, you don't discuss him rather than question him, and you putting your own salvation at risk. So I don't understand the mental gymnastics you have to do to defend something that you might feel uncomfortable with
Yeah.
because it's questionable. But then you are, like I said, hiding it. But what is then the point of what is the gain that you're getting from following this figure if you have to hide his faults? Where are you winning? You know, you are fooling yourself into a big loss. I mean, why would you do that? I just find it really, really odd. The mindset. I just find the mindset very, very strange.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, Naveed bhai, I give you one last example so people can understand what we are saying here. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, the founder, he gave us a criterion. He said that if you want to see if I am a truthful person or I am a liar, let me give you the criteria. For example, he said that my prophecies are the best criterion to verify my truthfulness or my falsehood. And then he further added, he said that even if one of my prophecy is proven to be unfulfilled or false, then I'm a liar. Now
I
this
saw
is
your
the
stream about his age. I saw your full stream about his age.
there are many, there are many. Now
Yeah.
this is one criterion. Now you tell me, brother, if he is giving us this criterion, it necessarily means we need to discuss him, his writings, right? But on the other hand, the clerics come, they say, no, we want to give you Quranic criteria. Quran says that when the truthful messengers, when they came, people have always been against them, people are abusing them, people are disrespecting them. So because Mirza Sahib was disrespected, so he's a true prophet as well. What kind of logic is that? For example, if today a false prophet appears, which Ahmadis believe as well, he's a false prophet, what they gonna do? Aren't they going to reject him? Aren't they going to basically not give him any importance? Would they prove that he's a true prophet? What is the criteria? Because what I'm trying to say is there is one criterion coming from the founder, but guess what? They don't want to use that. And then they would give the impression and the statement, oh, no, we have always been discussing that. Hang on a second. Discussing and speaking is something else, but you are not giving us the answers. For example, very simple example, you all have seen the previous live stream in which we have presented the black and white evidence. He said that if something unprecedented, most likely earthquake, if not earthquake, something unprecedented from July 1906 up till my death in my country, in my favor, if this does not take place, I'm a liar. Now we know with 100% surety that from July 1906, from 26th of May 1908, i.e. his death, nothing happened in India. But guess what? He's still truthful. What's the answer? Now what they are telling us, oh, look at the First World War. Subhanallah, your founder said, in my lifetime, in my country, in my favor. The First World War was not in his lifetime. It was not in his favor. It was not in his country. Now, what they're gonna say? Oh, look at our own Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam when he said that the Rome will be conquered, the Persia will be conquered. Subhanallah, he did not say that the Rome will be conquered in my life.
Can I ask one more?
Yeah.
Can I ask one last thing?
Yeah.
And then I will leave this area for somebody else.
All good.
Why the other thing I saw is that the pronunciation of the Quran, the tilawat, is completely different to how we would read it. It reminds me of how when I was in Pakistan, when I was living in Pakistan, how some of the Maulwis of the time when I was quite young, they would do the tilawat. It's completely different to the Arabic. Why have they chosen to do it like this? Is there a reason for this?
But, Naveed bhai, I would say two things. Obviously, I'm sure that none of us is claiming that all the Muslims they can have a perfect recitation. We're not saying that. What we are saying is the person, i.e., their caliph, the one who is being presented as the leader of Islam, the one who is supposed to know Islam more than anybody else, if he could not even properly recite first chapter of the Quran,
Yes.
what does that mean then? It has to mean something. We are not saying that look at the ordinary people. He's not the ordinary person. He's the caliph. He's the head. Even he can't. And guess what, brother? It's on record. Their third caliph, he could not recite the proper either. Their fourth caliph, no. Fifth one now, no. Obviously, I don't know about the previous one, but at least these three are on record. They cannot recite Quran properly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think it's quite telling. It's quite telling.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate your answer. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. And brother, just take this opportunity to learn more about Islam and also Ahmadiyyat so you can do da'wah, because that is one of the responsibility, accumulated responsibility upon all of us. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala placed you in a position where you're getting in contact more with these guys. Is maybe Allah wants that you call them to Islam, inshallah. We should actually want people to come to Islam, right? This is what the premise of all this effort is at the end of the day, inshallah. So Jazakallah khairan for coming. Very nice to meet you. And inshallah,
You too, guys.
you want to see more of you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time as well. Thank you so much. You guys take care. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum.
Mubashir bhai, inshallah, unmute yourself and ask your question, brother.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, guys. I've been following you for some time now, especially on YouTube, and mashallah, you guys are doing really good. And my first question would be, do you suggest for someone who's not much aware about Ahmadiyya or Qadiani? Because I can give you an example of what these guys are doing in villages where people are not much aware of Islam, and those places, these guys, they preach Ahmadiyya and try to convince people that this is what real Islam is. So my question for you is, do you suggest some literature or some books or something like that where people can differentiate, saying that this is what this is how you debunk Ahmadiyyat, or this is how it's black and white or something like that? I know you guys are doing a lot about it, especially on YouTube, but as I said, in places where people are not much aware about internet or something like that, at those places I think written literature is what really matters. So do you guys suggest something of that sort which debunks these guys, especially the Ahmadiyyat and their prophecies, or whatever, whoever they call that? Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani had made these prophecies and all that. So any literature that debunks this with authenticity, Imtiaz bhai.
Mubashir bhai, there is heaps of literature available, for example, in the Urdu language. And actually, for the sake of ease of the reader, it has been compiled in something called, in Urdu, they call Ihtisab Qadianiyat, i.e., the accountability of Qadianiyat. So, in this compilation, they have combined all the work of Muslim scholars from all different schools of thoughts, which they have produced in order to refute this ideology. Then in English language, there's plenty of work as well. And if you're asking me, for example, because I was asked something in the past as well, something like a combat kit, as we have, for example, from Sheikh Ahmadi rahimahullah, produce something to combat with the Christian missionaries. So inshallah, we are working on that. Obviously, time is always working against us, so it's always challenging to manage everything, in this short amount of time. Inshallah, brother, make dua. We are working on two things. One is to actually, inshallah, bring on a website which can actually educate people topic wise, question wise, that how to deal with them. And inshallah, initially it will be in English. Then inshallah, people are ready to work on that to produce in other languages as well. Secondly, inshallah, to produce some sort of basic leaflets or booklets, topic wise, question wise, inshallah, we are working on that as well. I'm not saying that there's nothing before us. For example, I can't remember right now. We have told in the past there are few books in the English language as well. By the way, I can't remember right now because I don't read much English work. Why? Because I always try to read the primary thing, which is the from the Ghulam Qadiani or from his caliphs. But answer to your question is, brother, in Urdu language there is heaps. I would say that the amount of literature our scholars have produced to refute this ideology is just mind-boggling.
Well, I was asking the same in the format of Sheikh Ahmadi
Yeah,
rahimahumullah.
yeah,
Yeah, well, if you guys are working,
yeah.
really happy to hear that. And inshallah, in any way, if I could be of any use, please, I'll stay connected. I'll be joining your streams. And in any way, if I could help in any way that could contribute in the way of Hidayah, absolutely. Well, that's the
Inshallah,
only
brother.
question, Imtiaz bhai. Thanks for
There
answering.
is one thing, by
Jazakumullah khair.
before you leave, Mubashir, there is one thing you and all the people can definitely do, brother. Please make special dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that may Allah grant us sincerity, ikhlas, and may Allah accept this work.
Ameen, ameen. Inshallah, inshallah. Jazakumullah
Jazakallah
khair.
khair.
Jazakallah khairan Mubashir bhai for coming. Inshallah, for people who are interested, there's one book that came to my mind just when the brother asked the question. There's a translation done by Farid al-Bahraini about the prophecies of Mirza, a book written by Maulana Amritsari, I think. So inshallah, that book is a gem if somebody wants to look at the failed prophecies of Mirza. Inshallah. Sarwat bhai is with us. Inshallah, Sarwat bhai, you can unmute and ask your question.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Imtiaz bhai and Umar bhai and Ahmad bhai. I just want to. I have been following your debates and your online confrontations with the Murabbis for quite some time now. So I have, but I'm still having doubt about one thing. After all these things, am still not sure what is the correct belief of the.
You are dropped, brother Sarmad. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Sorry. So yeah, basically I was saying is that in the all the debates I have followed from you and the Qadiani Murabbis, I'm still not clear about one thing, and that is what is the correct belief of the Qadianis regarding the Khatme Nabuwat. Because some of them recently their caliph he said that we believe in the finality of the Prophet. Now the Murabbis are coming and they are saying that there is nothing such, there can be no thing such as finality of the Prophet, prophethood. So there is no one singular consensus that you can find amongst the Qadianis which says that what is their correct belief on the finality of the Prophet and how do they explain Mirza Ghulam Ahmad according to that belief. And also in that perspective, I would like to add that whenever you are debating these Qadiani Murabbis, they are always jumping towards Quran. And they are saying, I think in the last debate which you had with, I think his name was Ibn Majah or something. He was constantly asking you to quote Quran, and I saw that you were evading his question and going towards text of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Now I can understand this, why you were doing this, but I think it would be good if you can also give some further clarification that when, for example, you or Adnan Bhai used to debate Qadiani Murabbis, then why isn't Quran your first line of argument with them? Thank you, Imtiaz Bhai.
So, Sarmad Bhai, Jazakallah khair for your question. So, it's a very good question. And yes, I can see that sometimes it can be a bit confusing for someone that what's going on here. Let me give you few things, and if you and everyone knows them as a principle, inshallah, things will become easy for you. If you guys remember, I think few weeks ago, we did a live stream and the topic was complete belief of Ahmadiyya with regard to finality of prophethood. In that one, I can remember that I broke down their belief in 6 or 7 points. My brother Sarmad, the first point was that there is a series of prophethood that began with Adam alayhi salam. It has ended with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. This is that first point which they do not challenge. Now please think about this. In this series of prophethood, there are those prophets which brought a new law. For example, Moses, Musa alayhi salam. And also in this series, there are prophets which did not bring a new law, such as Yahya alayhi salam, Harun alayhi salam, which means the key point is this, which means that this series of prophethood, which they do not challenge, which they agree. And by the way, those of you who watched that live stream, in one of the streams I have played here Razi, Dr. Yahya and Ahmad Bhatt. These three people on their panel, they said on oath, under oath they said that when Brother Muhammad Imtiaz is saying that the series of prophethood that began with Adam alayhi salam has ended with Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, we agree with that. Now my brother Sarmad, this is what we believe as prophethood. This is what we believe as the finality. They are not challenging that, because until and unless they challenge this, what they want us to produce. Now, after this, the deception starts. Then they would say, okay, if you are admitting, if you are conceding, if they say to us, okay, that if you are conceding that we agree with you on this belief, then why your National Assembly has declared us a kafir? Hang on a second. The problem begins after that, and that is from Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, the founder, a new series of prophethood began. That's the key point. Not from Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, no. Because if it would begin from him, then we would be able to see some prophets from this new series. But they do not believe in any prophet between Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, which means that this new series is starting from Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, number one. And number two, this new series, or you can say same number two, this new series is called Ummati prophethood, or subordinate prophet, or Zilli reflective prophet, or Buruzi prophet, or non-real prophet, or metaphorical prophet. Every single word I am saying is from the founder, right? Now, Sarmad Bhai, this is something they are claiming, that this is a new series of prophethood which began with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Now they need to produce the evidence for that, because the series we believe and which is common between us, that has ended, and that is we meant by Khatmun Nabuwa. They do not challenge that. In the Urdu language, their founder has said that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is Khataman Nabiyyin, and their founder says the interpretation of Khataman Nabiyyin is, first he says the translation is Nabiyon ka khatam karne wala, the one who ended the prophets. Who is saying this? Their founder. And then he says the interpretation of Khataman Nabiyyin from the ahadith is La Nabi Abadi, no prophet after me. Okay, so brother, what I'm trying to say is this first part is the thing which is agreed upon. Now, when they are coming for a dialogue, they come across so deceptive, they don't even let people realize and feel that this first part is the only part, because after that they are claiming for a new type of prophethood, number one. And guess what? This new type of prophethood or this new series of prophethood does not even continue. Why? It ends with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Now, brother, these two claims that a new series of prophethood is starting and then ending with Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, this is something we don't believe. Muslims don't believe. So, what ayat we can quote for that? So, the first part, which we both believe, has ended. So we do not need to quote any ayah until and unless, please pay attention, until and unless they make this claim that the series of prophethood has not ended. They don't claim this. So, Habibi, the problem is they do not. And by the way, last point, I know I'm going too long. Last point, Sarmad, is this. I'm not sure. You might have seen my encounter with their champion Salim Mir just like 2-3 days ago on Twitter. I took an oath. I said that I challenge you. Just state your complete belief on finality of prophethood in my presence. Go and watch it. He did not dare. Why? Because the moment they tell their complete belief, they cannot quote anything from the Quran. Why? Because their whole religion is to believe in one extra prophet. That's the crux of the matter. To believe in one extra prophet. In other terms, they believe that prophethood has ended on Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. And we believe that prophethood has ended on Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. But you will not ever see that they are stating this belief in black and white. Is it clear, Sarmad Bhai?
Yes, Imtiaz bhai, thanks a lot for the clarification. But I just have one follow-up question. I will not take much time. But the thing is that you mentioned that they believe that there is a new series started, which they call as Zilli or Ummati or subordinate Nabuwat, and this series ended with Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. But I have multiple times heard their Murabbi saying that prophets can come after Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. So are they contradicting their own belief, or are they playing any sleight of hand with their belief that to have an argument with us Muslims?
Yeah. My brother, it's both. It's both. As you know, Sarmad Bhai, I'm not sure that if you have watched, we have done live streams on this very topic. Is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani the last prophet in Ahmadiyya? You can watch that. And by the way, inshallah, in the coming 2 or 3 days, we are going to actually upload again my discussion with Rahil, with Razi, with Ata, and who else? Dr. Yahya, everyone who came on that live stream. And this was, by the way, I think on my platform, the dialogue with Imtiaz. This was the second live stream. If you watch Sarmad Bhai, you can go back and watch. Sorry, not second, the first one. On our platform, the first live stream on the dialogue with Imtiaz was Is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani the last prophet? And in that live stream, 4 or 5 other Murabbis came. You can go and watch. None of them is giving us the clear answer. None of them. Why? Because, as you said, it's a trickery, it's a deception, and it is being done on purpose. Why? Because if they make this public claim in black and white as their fourth caliph did already, Sarmad Bhai, maybe you know, we have played this multiple times. Inshallah, I'll play it again now in few seconds, in which their fourth caliph is asked this very specific question. And he said in black and white that no prophet will come after Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. And now the problem is they don't want to acknowledge that. What do they do? Oh, Nabi aa sakta hai. It's not about sakta hai. Is a prophet going to come or not? Because sakta hai mean, in English, a prophet can come. Look, the point is it possible, Sarmad Bhai, if I ask you this question, can Allah destroy this dunya today?
Of course, yes, he can.
Sorry?
Yes, yes, he can. Great.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, you are not audible.
Hello?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay. Yes, yes, you're right. Allah can destroy this world at this very moment, at this very instant, if He wants to.
But is it going to happen?
No, probably.
No, definitely no. Why? Because Allah has already informed us about the end times and all the events, right?
Yes, yes, yes. I get your point
And we
now.
know for sure that those events have not taken place yet. Clear?
Yes, 100%.
So basically, my brother, the question is not what can happen. As we both agree in theory that yes, it can happen, that Allah can destroy this dunya right now. But will it happen? No. Clear?
Yes, yes.
So
Clear
this
now.
is people need to understand. It's not discussion about what can happen. That's not discussion. In our deen, what is going to happen.
Okay, okay, yeah. I think it's clear now.
And they will never say a prophet is going to come. What they say? A prophet can come.
Okay, yeah. This makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, Imtiaz bhai, and
Welcome, bhai. Ji, Omar bhai or Ahmad bhai, if you want to bring, inshallah, the next brother.
Jazakallah khairan, Sarmad bhai. Inshallah, I just want to make a point. We see it repeatedly, and our Muslim brothers sometimes fall for it. So on our accounts, there are a lot of Islamophobes and atheists and Qadiani supporters who come and just cause hawak in the chats. They're trying to just engage you and take you away from actually watching the stream and getting engaged with these stupid conversations. So inshallah, just leave them at a side and focus on the stream. Inshallah, if they have a question, they're welcome to come and ask us directly. And inshallah, Sayyid bhai, you're next. Inshallah, just unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Sir, I have a question. Don't you think Chishti Rasulullah and Ashraf Ali Thanvi Rasulullah stuff that is written in our book and Brailvis and Deobandis defending them are helping Mirza Dajjal to say him a prophet? What you say,
Thank
if
you
they
very
said this,
much.
they are in a
It has been
small
addressed,
time
brother.
where
Look, brother, Habibi, Sayyid, please, we have addressed that. Next, brother Ahmad, please take next person.
Inshallah, Islam, ask your question, brother.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Imtiaz bhai, jazakumullah khair. Excellent work. May Allah give you, inshallah, more tawfiq to continue this endeavor, this project. May Allah bless you, and also Adnan bhai, both of you, inshallah, and your team. I know, alhamdulillah, there are a couple of brothers also supporting you, inshallah. Some of them are present here today. I have a question, which is I didn't catch it maybe in one of the previous streams, so forgive me for that. My question is about recently I saw a video of one of the previous, I say inverted commas, caliphs of the followers of Ghulam. So he in this statement he said basically that Prophet Isa alayhi salam and even other prophets, not just Isa alayhi salam, they are non-Muslim. He explicitly said they are not Muslims, they are Jews. I was very shocked to see that. And he was making this kind of distinction very clearly, that why would the non-Muslim prophets do this or do that? I can't remember even the context, because in my mind it wasn't relevant for me to know what else he has to say. Just to hear that this man, he claimed to be a Muslim, this the leader of the Muslims. This man, I forgot the name of their leader. I think he's deceased now, and he's saying the prophets of Allah are non-Muslims. I've never seen anybody do takfir of the prophets of Allah. Could you explain what he exactly said? Number one. Number two, what did he mean? Because I want meant something and I didn't understand it. And number three, why did he say it in the first place? This is the 3 points. I have some more, but I'll leave it for another time, inshallah. Give other people opportunity.
Brother, if you can, brother, if you can repeat, just very briefly, 1, 2, 3. What were the questions?
Yeah, why did that leader of theirs? Why did he? Sorry, first, what did he say exactly? Number one.
About
Number
what?
two.
About what?
About the prophets of Allah. They are apparently non-Muslims. Like Isa alayhi salam is a non-Muslim prophet. Why do we expect him to do something when he is a non-Muslim? I can't remember what he was saying exactly.
No, I don't know. Look, about this first point, because I don't know and you don't know the exact point. So let's first skip that one. Next one.
No, this was my main question. This was my main question for now. I will bring another question later, inshallah, after brother together.
Because Islam, bhai, look, we are dealing with a cult, okay, and they always look for the sound bites, and if we will discuss something which you can't exactly remember, that's all they want.
I understand. What he said was that Isa alayhi salam is a non-Muslim prophet. That's what I remember him saying, that part. I don't recall in the video message that he gave exactly why he said it and what he was talking about, specifically what context, but I remember he saying that why do you expect the non-Muslim prophets to do something like to be, I can't remember the exact details, but he specifically said that they are not Muslims, they are non-Muslim, غير Muslim, I think he used the wording. So maybe I thought you knew about this one, so we can, but it's good, alhamdulillah, you are refrained from commenting about something that we don't know full details. Barakallahu fi. I can step down, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. You're welcome.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. जी उमर भाई, I can't hear anything, brothers. If someone is talking, I can't hear anything. Brothers, I can't hear anything if someone is talking.
Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Imtiaz.
Walaikum assalam, brother. Yes, I can listen. Yes.
Imtiaz bhai, wallahi, you are Mujahid of Islam. MashaAllah.
Alhamdulillah.
We have been watching your podcast with Mr. Adnan and other Qadianis as well. We are from Dubai, and most of the time we are just watching your videos. Wallah, it's very informative.
Alhamdulillah.
And Imtiaz bhai, can you just elaborate? Mr. Razi or other guy was raising a point about Sulh Hudaybiyah.
Yep.
You remember that he was raising.
Yeah. So what exactly you want me to address?
he was saying like Prophet said something and it didn't happen. Like, what was the context of that conversation?
Okay. Thank you. So, my brothers and sisters who are watching and will be watching, please understand this is a very important point here. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, he said that I'm going to give a quote unquote a principle to address any objection that will be raised against me. And then this principle is that whatever objection you are going to raise against me, I'll show you the same thing in the case of other true prophets of Allah which you all believe. And then you have two options: either believe in me as well despite all of that, or reject the previous prophets as well. And he called this principle methodology of prophethood, minhajun nabuwa. And he was so persistent on this one. He said that he gave instructions to his own murabbis in his time. He said that if you are going to discuss with someone, first get him agreed on this principle, get him sign on that one, and then start discussion. Now, how he was using this principle, for example, people said that Mirza Sahib, you said that you are going to marry with Muhammadi Begum, but it did not take place. And you have already told us that if one of your prophecy is proven to be wrong, you will be proved as a liar. So what about this now? In response to these things, either Muhammadi Begum prophecy, Abdullah Atham prophecy, or other prophecies, he said that, look, take example of Hudaybiyah. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and by the way, I am quoting what he said. He said that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he went through unnecessary pain to take that journey of Hudaybiyah, but he did not perform the Hajj or Umrah. So look, he said, the Prophet said something, but it did not happen. My dear brothers and sisters, look at this one. Let me just point, even though I would recommend to you that please watch those complete live stream, but let me give you 3 points. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was shown in a dream that he and his companions, Ashab Muhammad, they are performing Hajj or Umrah. Guess what? Did it happen? Alhamdulillah, it did happen. The event which he was shown did take place. Number 1. Question number 2. Did it take place the same year? The answer is no. But the question will be, did he say ever that it will take place this year? No. Actually, when he was asked this question, he said in black and white that I did not say that it will take place this year. Then a question comes in mind, but then why did he go that year? Subhanallah, read the Quran. Journey of the first year of Hudaybiyah. My dear viewers, I beg to you, please pay attention. This journey of first year of Hudaybiyah, it was done under the hukam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because dreams of the Prophet, they are a category of revelation, wahi. So Prophet was shown something, he implemented that. Now, it was Allah's plan that this Umrah or Hajj must not take place that year. Why? Because Allah says in the Quran something called Fath Mubin, open victory. This open victory was only possible in this scenario if this Hajj or Umrah would not take place that year. Let me give you why. The reason. If Muslims were not stopped that year in the place of Hudaybiyah and they were able to perform the Umrah, you tell me that how rest of the events would trigger. For example, the impact of Hudaybiyah that was only possible. I am not saying that possible with Allah. I'm saying that possible on this ground. With Allah, Allah's power has no limits. Okay? We are talking about this world, in this world, how event took place. Everything else which took place afterwards, it was triggered by one event. And that event was Muslims were stopped in Hudaybiyah and they were not allowed to enter into Mecca to perform their Hajj. This one event has to happen as that first domino that will cause rest of the dominoes to fall. So in a nutshell, Prophet not performing the Umrah or Hajj that first year, Allah calls it Fath Mubin. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani not able to marry Muhammadi Begum. What was that? How was that victory? Tell us. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani telling us that there will be an earthquake and no earthquake happened. Nothing happened at all. How was that victory? So, brother, together with tech, is it clear now?
Yeah, Imtiaz bhai, mashallah, you explained very well. And you have done a great research on this one. I just came through one video where Mirza Ahmad was communicating with his first Khalifa. So by watching that video, it's looked like before saying he's a prophet, he was planning, like they were considering the Mishk Hadith,
Yeah.
okay, and the white minar,
Yeah.
and the two yellow zard chadar.
Yeah.
So they were communicating with each other, and it's looked like they were before doing something, they were planning.
Yes, that's clear. That's clear.
Yeah. I just request to Ahmadi brothers, we have sympathy for you. This is your chance. Come and ask any question on this platform. If you have anything, just ask. May Allah guide them and us as well. Thank
Ameen.
you, Imtiaz bhai. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. Thank you very much.
Brother Imtiaz.
Assalamualaikum.
Ji Umar bhai.
Brother Imtiaz, I think we should take some of the questions that are in the chat because otherwise the people will think we are only focusing on the live. So maybe quick questions. Okay, this is one.
Okay, how do you manage deal with hate comments? Look, brothers, just go and look at their comments, for example, on my Twitter post or on underneath the videos. And I would say that, we have to understand this, that everyone or anyone who will ever try to be in this path, they have to go through all of that. Because we are ordinary people. We are ordinary people. We have no comparison, no nothing with the best of mankind, the prophets of Allah. We know their life from the Quran and from the Sunnah. That, for example, look at Nuh alayhi salam. More than 900 years he was preaching. And we know from the Quran, people used to put their finger to block their ears. It has not happened to us. People used to cover themselves with their sheets. This was the level of disrespect. And then the best of creation, the best of the prophets, our beloved teacher, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what happened in the Taif. So these are the best human beings, and we are not even, the dust of their feet. So the answer, Umar Bhai, is whenever somebody will be in this path of conveying Allah's message, they have to go through that. This is inevitable.
Jazakallah khair. I hope the person who sent me the question on Twitter is listening. To the brothers and sisters who are viewing and asking questions, please keep it serious. There are some people asking how did he die and all that. Please, this is not the approach in dawah. Avoid these questions. How he died, whether he died magically or he died horribly or he died naturally. This has no effect on what we're addressing. Our issue is his claims of prophethood and other claims, his lies and all that. Can you, if you can focus on the questions that actually are useful for the viewers, please do that, and please keep it respectful in the chat. There is so many messages where we are trying to filter the questions, and if you guys are fighting in the chat, nobody's benefiting.
Naveed Bhai, Assalamu Alaikum.
Wa Alaikum Asalam wa Rahmatullah. How are you, Imtiaz Bhai?
Alhamdulillah Bhai, how are you?
I'm fine. I have one question for you. The words promised Messiah, Zilli Nabi and Ummati Nabi, are these three words present in any ayah of Quran or Hadith?
Naveed Bhai, I'm sure that most of us know the answer to this question. So first of all, the actual thing is Isa ibn Maryam, second coming or descent of Isa ibn Maryam. In order to avoid that awkwardness, because at the end of the day, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, son of Chiragh Bibi, not Ibn Maryam. So obviously, if he will be using this term too much, it would create an awkwardness for him. So he coined a new term, a promised Messiah. On this planet Earth, only Yahud are waiting for a Messiah. Christians and Muslims, even though we have disagreement on the nature of Christ, we believe he was a human being, a prophet of Allah. They believe he was a divine being and a prophet of Allah. So we disagree with them. But despite the disagreement, we both believe that the Messiah which was promised has come as Isa ibn Maryam. There is no more awaited Messiah. However, Jews have not accepted Isa alayhi salam. Yes, they are waiting for their Messiah, but guess what? They are waiting for the Messiah, not a Messiah. So even in the case of Jews, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani does not fit even in that picture. So yes, the first question Naveed Bhai asked is, the promised Messiah, this term was coined by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani just to avoid that problem of Ibn Maryam, number one. Number two, Naveed Bhai, if beliefs are rooted in Quran and Sunnah, there is no such thing as metaphorical prophet, as Zilli prophet, as Ummati prophet. However, what they do is they go to the books of the Sufi saints and they try to bring things from there. But once again, our question is, on the one hand, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was criticizing the Sufi saints. For example, there are many of the beliefs of the Sufi saints he was criticizing. But when he wanted to use them, he would quote their teachings. So if your claim is, dear Ahmadis, if your claim is that your religion is based on Quran and Sunnah, then in Quran and Sunnah there is no such thing as metaphorical prophet or Zilli prophet or Ummati prophet. Ji Naveed Bhai.
Yes, thank you very much, Imtiaz Bhai. My second question is there any hadith which supports that Isa ibn Maryam and Imam Mahdi is same? And what are the hadiths of Imam Mahdi and Isa ibn Maryam? Please briefly, if you can Tell us.
Yeah. So basically, there are two things here. Number one, with regard to second coming or descent of Isa ibn Maryam alayhi salam. This ahadith on this subject, they are mutawatir. Mutawatir mean mass transmission, i.e., they have been transmitted at such a level, in such an extent, that it's impossible to say that they are just all fabrication. Impossible. So they are mutawatir. And that's the reason our ulama, they say that if someone says or someone denies this belief, the belief of descent of Isa ibn Maryam, this person has committed kufr. Right? Now, when it comes to Hazrat Mahdi alayhi ridwan, in the hadith of Mahdi, they are authentic and they are unauthentic as well. But it does not mean that all of them are unauthentic. They are authentic ahadith as well, which are very clear with regard to the appearance of Mahdi and the events around the Mahdi. Now, are they one? Impossible. Impossible. Why? Because we have the detailed events and accounts about Isa ibn Maryam and about Mahdi, and they are in black and white, that they are two different individuals. Lastly, I am saying this repeatedly, and no Qadiani cleric is having the courage to challenge me. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani knew that Hazrat Mahdi and Isa ibn Maryam are two personalities in the hadith. So when he was saying that these are one, he was lying to his own people as well. Inshallah, come and challenge me. The Murabbis, I am addressing to the Murabbis. They can challenge me. A common Ahmadi, come and ask questions. That's it. So Naveed Bhai, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani knew this very well, that these are two separate individuals.
And lastly, thank you very much, Imtiaz Bhai. Lastly, the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani has also claimed that my name Isa as a Isa written in the Quran. So how do you tackle this?
Yes, he said that if Quran has not named me Ibn Maryam, son of Mary, then I am a liar. And guess what? We are asking the Qadiani Murabbis. We want to see that verse of the Quran which says that name of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is Ibn Maryam. It's not in the Quran. Everyone knows this. So, end of story. Because Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani has given us a criterion. He said, if Quran has not named me Ibn Maryam, I'm a liar. And guess what? Quran has definitely not named him Ibn Maryam, so he's a liar. Case closed.
Brother Imtiaz, I wanted to add a quick point to the guy who asked earlier about that the Qadianis saying that claiming that we Muslims do not want to discuss from the Quran. This is false. This is 100% false, because what they actually mean, Brother Imtiaz, can you tell us please what they actually mean when they say this, and about the Quran being taken away and being reinterpreted? And I think the second Khalifa also said something about, yeah.
I got it. Let me just end with Naveed Bhai. You have any other question? Naveed Bhai, we can't hear you. You are muted.
He has left. This is a different Naveed, I think. The other Naveed left.
Alaikum.
Okay. Walaikum Assalam, Naveed Bhai.
Alaikum.
Walaikum Assalam.
Can you hear me okay, Imtiaz Bhai?
Yeah.
Right, so this is third Naveed, so I think special stream for Naveeds. Mashallah, you're doing a very good job about the Qadianis, spreading the knowledge and defending Islam. Mashallah. You are challenging Murabbis, but Murabbis have become Murabba, so they can't answer you. That's the issue. Number two is my problem with sometimes when you call Mirza Qadiani and you add Sahib on this, I feel like vomiting. I don't know why, but can you just please call him Mirza from Qadian, or when you're talking in Urdu, you can say Aapke Mamdu. So we don't have to disrespect him, but I think calling him Sahib is a bit too much. What's your opinion on this? Jazakallah khair.
Inshallah, we both have right to opinions. There's no question here.
Okay, thank you. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Vaya. Walaikum assalam. Ji Ahmed Bhai, inshallah, if there's anybody else.
So,
Brother,
Umar,
yeah, Brother Imtiaz, the point about the Quran, that the trick that the deception that they're using, that we are running from Quran. Should I address that quickly, or you will address it?
Go ahead, inshallah. Go ahead.
Okay, brother, if you're listening, when they say this, they don't actually mean the Quran. They actually mean the interpretation of the Quran according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and their own new updated interpretations. Because you have to understand, when you're dealing with Ahmadi, they always come up with new interpretations. Because in order to fit in with their naturalistic and all their atheistic views, they don't understand the Quran the same way that we have understood it according to the Salaf. So be careful when an Ahmadi says, let's discuss the Quran, tell him, of course we're ready, but according to who? Most of them cannot even speak Arabic, and the Quran says, Inna anzalna Qur'ana Arabiyan. So they're relying on translation, which could be wrong. We always say that the Quran is not the translation. The translation is not the Quran. The Quran is the Arabic. So at the end of the day, we have to go back and compare with the Arabic. That's one. Another thing is, they believe that the Quran actually was like taken away and re-revealed to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. So they're actually having the interpretation of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and this was confirmed by their own second Khalifa, who said the only acceptable understanding of the Quran is his father. Is that correct, Brother Imtiaz? So be careful when they say this. It's not that we don't want, because since that is the guy that they are following the interpretation, then we have to evaluate: is he qualified? Is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani qualified to discuss the Quran, to reinterpret the Quran? But they don't want, like you guys know, they don't want. They will run from Mirza Ghulam Qadiani as if it's touching fire, We have Brother Junaid. He is verified. You can go ahead, Brother Junaid.
Assalamu alaikum, Imtiaz bhai. How are you?
Walaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. Junaid bhai, how are you?
Fine, Alhamdulillah. This is my first time in any stream. I just wanted to say a comment and just a suggestion. Imtiaz bhai, your Alhamdulillah, you, Adnan bhai, Umar bhai, Ahmad bhai, all are doing a very good job. Just suggestion that the TikTok broads, I think, messaged you before. In the Urdu broads, they are going on from a long for a lot of time, but the English streams which you are doing are hurting them a lot. And my suggestion, whenever we search Ahmadiyya on Google in English content, I will match the Ahmadiyya cult with the Scientology, because the cults, they came and went. The Ahmadiyya cult, it is surviving like the Scientology cult in America. So if we search the Scientology, the thing that hurt them most is the articles on their financial corruption. Alhamdulillah, you have done a very good stream with on Zaitoon FM to expose their financial corruption, but it should be in some article form. So whenever anybody Googles Ahmadiyya, their financial corruption is highlighted on the first page of the Google.
Yeah.
So if you can collaborate with any of the accountant, and Brother Bashir has already done some work in this regard, and some article may be written with any journalist.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion, inshallah. Inshallah, Ahmad Bhai and Umar Bhai should note, inshallah, and yes, it's a good suggestion.
That's all from my side. Imtiaz Bhai, keep on doing the good work.
Jazakallah, Junaid Bhai. Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah khairan, Junaid bhai. Just wanted to update all our viewers. Like Imtiaz bhai said, we are in process of, and it's a very time-consuming process. But inshallah, we are in process of coming up with a website with proper theological topics and as well as non-theological issues with the cult as well, just as their financial misdoings and stuff like that. Inshallah. So anybody who wants to have some information on that or wants to help us with that, inshallah, you can send us out an email on info the dialogue with Imtiaz at gmail.com. And inshallah, you're going to see all this very soon. Just bear with us. And most importantly, pray for us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us istiqamah to follow through with all the projects that we're trying to bring for you, inshallah. So all this is in the pipeline. And Jazakallah khairan for your suggestion, Junaid bhai. Really appreciate all the suggestions coming from Muslims. Inshallah.
And Ahmad Bhai, let me inshallah share that, and maybe you can make the screen bigger. Junaid Bhai, you want to say something before you leave?
Thank you, Imtiaz Bhai. That's all from my side.
Jazakallah khair. So let me just share, even though we have shared in the past as well, one more time.
हजूर वालेकुम क्या हाल है आपका? हाँ जी, शुक्र अल्लाह का हजूर। जी फरमाइए। हजूर, मेरा सवाल ये है कि हम इस बात पे पुख्ता यकीन रखते हैं कि कोई भी नया नबी आ सकता है।
Now this is a gathering, as you know already. The current caliph does the same sort of sessions as well with the female and with the other children. So in this session, their fourth caliph is being asked by this sister, which is from their community. She said that हुजूर, हम इस बात पे पुख्ता यकीन रखते हैं कि कोई भी नया नबी आ सकता है. The question is, she said that, O Caliph, we believe firmly with certainty that a new prophet can come. कोई भी नया नबी आ सकता है, right? This was the question. Now let's watch.
क्या कोई भी नया नबी आ सकता है बशर्ते कि वो हज़रत मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की उम्मत में से हो.
She said that a new prophet can come, but the condition is he has to be from the ummah of Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which means that she is clearly asking about a ummati prophet or a subordinate prophet, right? Clear now?
कोई नई शरीयत लेके ना आए तो.
She said that as long as this prophet does not bring a new law. So once again, everything is clear. So the question is about a subordinate prophet, about a prophet from this ummah who will not bring a new law. Everything clear? Now watch.
क्या हज़रत मसीह मौऊद अलैहिस्सलाम ने किसी नए नबी के आने की पेशगोई फरमाई थी?
She said that has Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani prophesied the coming of another prophet after him?
हज़रत मसीह ने किसी और नबी की पेशगोई नहीं फरमाई.
He said that Mr. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani has not prophesied any prophet after him.
तो क्या वो नबी जो है जमात अहमदियत में से होंगे या?
She said that it means that this new prophet who will come after Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, is he going to come from Jamaat Ahmadiyya?
किसी भी नहीं, पेशगोई नहीं है तो कहाँ से होगा वो?
He said that how can there be a prophet when there is no prophecy? So my dear viewers, look, this is the reason we did the last live stream. Do words have any meanings? If words have any meanings, what is it that is not clear to you in this very brief and short video? One thing I want to mention, like in every other case, a deception. And the deception is, there's another video of same Mirza Tahir, the fourth caliph, another video in which he is asked the same question and he said the opposite. He said that, yes, according to the ayah, that whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger, he will be with the Nabiyeen, with Shuhada, Siddiqeen and Salihin. He quoted that ayah. He said that, yes, we cannot deny a Nabi can come, etc. There are two things here. Even in that video, he's saying a Nabi can come. This can has nothing to do with Islam. The question is a prophet going to come? I explained already in the previous question that this can has no value here. Why? I gave you a simple example. Can Allah destroy the world right now? The answer has to be yes, He can. But is He going to destroy? No. Why? Because He has already informed us about the events of the end time, and when Allah says something, that has to take place. So this can has no value here. So basically, that old video, and by the way, the last point is, if you watch that video in which Mirza Tahir is saying a prophet can come after Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, you can clearly see that that video is from his early age, and this video is from his later part of his age, which means that the previous one is mansukh. If you want to challenge us, you can challenge us. Bring the date of publishing and recording of both videos so we can see that which one was his last position. Then inshallah we can comment on that. Ji Ahmad bhai.
Ji, inshallah. And is this the reason, Imtiaz bhai, that they have actually engineered this, that a possibility of a prophethood? Because Mirza initially wanted to say that except me, because you already presented this argument that initially when he was trying to make any claim, you
Ahmad
should
bhai,
just let it go.
Ahmad bhai, we're losing you some time.
Inshallah, do you hear me now?
I can hear you now, right now, yes.
Yes. So inshallah, I was just trying to ask you the question. Do you think the reason that they actually introduced this continuum of possibility of prophethood was because Mirza initially introduced it, like because he wanted his claim to slide, and you actually presented this before, that before actually claiming something, he would say there can come many prophets, there can come many messiahs, there can come many Masile Isas. So accept me, it's not a big deal. And then once he would basically enter that door, then he'll shut those doors behind him. So subhanallah, I think so this possibility that the prophethood is open, and the actuation that it is not open is due to that particular play of words that Mirza used to play. And even today, there's a friction within the Jamaat. This guy Abu Dakka is always cut short in their streams, because he very openly comes and says that Mirza is the last prophet, and he's always pulled down. Any stream you hear where this guy is sitting and he starts saying something about this finality of prophethood of Mirza, he's actually cut short. I don't know if you noticed that or not. Inshallah, what are your comments on that?
Yeah. I did notice that. Actually, I would request to Brother Umar, if you have that clip, if you can please find the clip, in which Brother Ahmad is mentioning. Do you have that one, Umar?
Yes, I have it. It's one of my favorite clips. I love watching Tamim Abu Dakka. He's always fun to watch. He's the only true follower of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, because he always wants to tell them that whoever is coming is not a real prophet. It's just like a prophet. Let me send it to you. I'll just get it quickly and send it to you.
Yeah. Umar bhai, inshallah, sorry, Ahmad bhai, please, Umar, send it to Ahmad. Ahmad, please play that, inshallah, so we can comment on that.
Okay,
yes,
okay. In the meantime,
Umar, yeah, just send me WhatsApp.
Okay, I'll send it to you now. And we have. You want to address something, or can we put a question? I think an easy question for Ahmad.
Okay, inshallah, go ahead.
No, this. Let's go with this. This is for you, Imtiaz.
Did Mirza memorize the Quran? Oh no, he only knew the short surahs. And by the way, it's not my opinion. It's written in his biographies. If you want to, inshallah, we can give you the reference as well. He only knew the short surahs of the Quran, not even the long surahs, let alone, memorize the whole Quran. Okay, why are Qadianis finding it difficult to believe that Prophet Isa alayhi salam will descend in the end times? Look, for a very simple reason, because the moment somebody is going to investigate that is there any possibility that Isa ibn Maryam may descend in the end time, that will close the case of Mirza Ghulam Muhammad Qadiani, number one. And number two, they are naturalists. Unfortunately, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a naturalist as well. They do not believe in the miracles as Muslims believe. Okay, if something is explained naturalistically, it's not a miracle. Okay, miracles by necessity, by definition, are the events which cannot be explained naturalistically. Okay, so in this case, or in this sense, they are denier or rejecter of the miracles. That's one of the reasons they don't believe. Okay, how do they believe in rising again on the day of judgment? You remember I mentioned last time as well, their ideology on the concept of resurrection on the day of judgment is not as Muslims believe. For example, we believe that it's basically me. Me mean this Muhammad Imtiaz or Umar or Ahmad. I am a combination of two things, each one of us, our ruh, our soul, and our bodies. Our soul and our bodies, they are involved in actions. Okay, and when it comes to consequences, they will be faced both by our ruh and by our body. Okay, so it will be the same Muhammad Imtiaz, same Umar, same Ahmad. Okay, but obviously it's a big topic, but I can tell you that they do not believe in literally, for example, in a physical place called Jannah, or in a physical place called Jahannam. Jannah is a place of reward and Jahannam as a place of punishment. They don't believe in these things in this sense. And if you want to confront, please come in the future.
I think if Bashir was here, would have given us a good answer as well. He says that hell is like a hospital where you just go temporary for treatment.
In one of the program is called Ask the Imam. Ask the Imam. He said exactly the same thing. He said that hell is like a hospital to treat the sick people, and eventually when you get cured, then you will leave the hospital in the same way. When you are done with your sins, no matter if you are a kafir, even if you are a shaitan, by the way, even if you are a shaitan, even shaitan will eventually enter into Jannah. This is the Ahmadi belief. I think the question, okay. Umar bhai, this is the recent one, the previous one first.
Okay. Yeah, even the previous one is even better, when they were fighting among themselves.
Yes. The Tahir one.
Yeah, okay, I'll get that as well. Brother Imtiaz, there's a question that this about the title of Nabi, and I think this for our Muslim audience, this question needs to be addressed, because I think some of them are also confused. You explained it before, but maybe quickly give us this about whether when coming back, when they say that he's a prophet, he's a new prophet, the deception that they use.
Who?
What they always say that, if you guys, when Isa, some people say he will come as a prophet and not as a prophet. Just quickly, the concept that, do they believe that his prophethood was taken away, that Nabi Isa was taken away?
No, Brother Umar, we have clarified, I think, more than 100 times.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, I think a brother, I will.
A prophet, once a prophet, always a prophet.
Exactly. That's the answer. That's the answer. That anyway.
Yeah. So Umar, just because our Muslim brothers and sisters are listening, they actually want to play this game, and you've seen this on the social media repeatedly, is that they say because Isa is going to be the last prophet walking on earth, so that makes him last. Subhanallah. And this is the game that they try to.
No. they are defining Khatam al-Nabiyyin as the last prophet walking on earth. Not the last prophet walking on earth
Yes, this
become
is
Khatam al-Nabiyyin. This is their own invention.
Yes, this is exactly the point, and you have to understand that, and we always say this, that if Mirza's older brother lived more than him, would not mean that, subhanallah, Mirza is not the last child. He would still be Khatamul Awlad as he claimed. Subhanallah, it's a kind of weird logic the way they misinterpret all this. Subhanallah,
Ahmad,
Imtiaz found
Ahmad
something
Bhai,
funny.
Ahmad Bhai, sorry to interrupt you. You don't need to go that far. Who was the last prophet walk on earth according to Ahmadiyya? Nabi Muhammad Sallam or Mirza Ghulam Qadiani?
Subhanallah. Subhanallah. Yeah,
Obviously Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Okay.
exactly.
If somebody walking as last on earth makes him Khatam al-Nabiyyin, then who was Khatam al-Nabiyyin?
Mirza, obviously, according to his standard.
Yeah. So this is called Ilzami Jawab.
Yeah, subhanallah, subhanallah. So it's very clear for our Muslim brothers and sisters who are listening. It's very clear that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the last person, human being, given revelation from Allah subhanahu wa taala and chosen as a prophet. All the prophets from Adam up to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam were given prophethood before the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he received the revelation at 40 years. Before that, none of the human being can get this title of a prophethood after Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this is just a deception where they add this small short bit of last prophet walking on earth. There's no such thing as such, inshallah. So just to clarify this point, just driving, because they're gonna try to deceive you on these points. Imtiaz Bhai, while Umar is actually looking for the video, I also have a question. Inshallah, subhanallah, multiple brothers have asked questions, and one of them was because just like they twist and turn Hudaybiyah, they have another twist on Musalama Kazab. So they say because Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not find Musalama, so you should also just let us be and not engage with us. Subhanallah. Now in today's world, we're talking about discussion. So they're like, why don't you guys leave us alone? Like Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam left Musalama. So what is the correct understanding of that, inshallah?
It can be addressed in multiple ways, Ahmad Bhai. One simple way is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that Alaikum bi sunnati wa sunnatil khulafa ar-rashidin al-mahdiyyin, that upon you it is obligatory to hold on to my sunnah and the way of my khulafa ar-rashidin al-mahdiyyin. Now, did Abu Bakr Siddiq Raziyallahu ta'ala anhu, did he confront Musaylama? The answer is yes. Is his sunnah binding on us? Answer is yes. Is it ijma of the Sahaba that you have to that the Islamic government has to confront these people? The answer is yes.
Subhanallah, and there's also Sahih reports where Prophet ﷺ had actually, the reports of the Qasids of Musalama, right? And
Ambassador.
ambassadors. And Prophet Muhammad ﷺ very clearly said that, the only reason I'm not killing you guys is because we don't kill ambassadors and they're protected like diplomats. Otherwise, you are murtadeen for us. And subhanallah, we're open. And there's also reports where Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was arranging an army to go out and fight with these deviants and murtadeen. So inshallah, subhanallah, like Imtiaz Bhai made it very clear that you don't have Musalama, you don't have Sulh Hudaybiyah, and this is also an example for our Muslim brothers that they will twist and turn every single thing because of that thing called Minhajun Nabuwa. They're going to twist all of the Islamic theology trying to fit to their narrative, but they fail miserably if you have Islamic knowledge. So inshallah, seek out knowledge, and if you don't understand something, go and ask the ulama, and basically you're going to find how simple the answers are. Don't fall for their traps, inshallah. So
with regard to this question on the screen about Ahmadis, Qadianis are turning atheists, Bashir Bhai, Assalamu Alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
So with regard to this question, Shala Bashir Bhai maybe can add afterwards if he wants. Basically, my dear viewers, look at this one. In their entire lives, they have been told by their Jamaat that they are the true Islam. They are the only right interpretation of Islam. Now, once one of their members has realized that they are not Islam even, let alone true. So after he or she leaves them and he or she takes them as the only version of Islam, so they have no other option but atheism. So it's but natural until and unless Allah has mercy on someone, and like Dr. Izhar Bhai, like Bashir Bhai, like many other people, who once they become suspicious about their ideology and they conducted a sincere research, and that's how they came to the conclusion that look, Islam is the true religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but not the Ahmadiyya version actually. So the problem is with the Ahmadiyya ideology or the Ahmadiyya interpretation of the Islam, not the Islam itself. So the answer to the question is, in many cases, people are brainwashed that Ahmadiyya is the only Islam or the true Islam. So once they leave that, they have only other option left is atheism, unfortunately.
Yes, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair. Brother Bashir, you want to add something regarding this atheist? As somebody who left Ahmadiyya, when you left, did you consider atheism first?
Oh, totally. Absolutely. That's the very first option is you that's what you come to. That's the natural, there's no Jahannam, there's no Jannah. There's no rivers where milk flows. There's none of that, bro. There's none of that. So who cares if you go to Jahannam? It's a hospital. You won't even feel a thing. When you go to a hospital, normally they give you medicine, you don't feel anything. So it's easy. So it's the next natural step, unfortunately.
Inshallah, we have the video
Brother
ready.
Ahmad, yeah, okay.
Yes, inshallah, we have the video ready. Imtiaz bhai, if you guys want to play that.
Yeah, Bismillah.
You made another point that's very much linked to this about when the last prophet comes in that line, he has to tell his people that he's the last prophet. The point that we make, we believe Holy Prophet ﷺ to be the last prophet, as the scholars understood it to be someone who is the last law-bearing prophet. And there are numerous references that we can present. So we never say that the promised Messiah ﷺ is the last prophet. We never say that. What we do say is, after telling us, Rasulullah ﷺ saying to us that I am Khatamun Nabiyyin, I'm the last prophet, he also informed us of a Messiah, Laysa bayni wa baynahu nabi. There's no prophet between me and him, right? And you await in a different understanding. He did not tell us about any other prophet that's going to come. So
wait here. Okay. I want people to pay attention to two things. He said that we believe that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last prophet as understood by the scholars. And then he said that what they meant by last prophet, last law-bearing prophet. Take a pause here and please pay attention. Ask and challenge any murabbi. And please note my words. Ask them in these words. That the series of prophethood that started with Adam alayhi salam and ended with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this series has both type of prophet, both law-bearing such as Musa alayhi salam, non-law-bearing such as Yahya and Harun alayhi salam. Has this series ended or not? Razi has said under oath that this series has ended. and this series include both law-bearing and non-law-bearing. What Mr. Rahil Ahmad is knowingly, deliberately, he was deceiving people in one thing, which is clearly mentioned in their books, that after the real law-bearing prophethood ended, real non-law-bearing prophethood and real law-bearing, both of them have ended. After that, a metaphorical non-law-bearing started. Metaphorical, zilli, subordinate, buruzi, non-law-bearing. A new category started. And in this new category, there's only one option, non-law-bearing. This is the one he's referring to, but he's not telling the complete truth. And one last point. We have shown multiple times, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani said what? मैं आखिरी mursal. And Bashir Bhai has told me they translated आखिरी mursal as last messenger. So again, Mr. Rahil Ahmad, if words have meanings and Mirza Sahib calling himself as the last messenger, what does that mean? Either you did not know that reference, in that case, you are ignorant. Don't speak on your religion. And if you do know, then you are a deceiver. Which one is it? You have to choose. Okay? Bashir Bhai, you want to add something before we move on?
No, and yeah, and if you read Arba'in, you know, I was reading Arba'in. It's in English for the first time ever. They mistranslated it just recently, and Mirza Ghulam Ahmad says that his followers, and this is 1900. This is a year before Iqbalti Kaizala, maybe a year and a half. He says his followers have been calling him Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, not Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Brother Umar, what was the phraseology? Aslatu Islam, I think. Aslatu Islam.
Alayhi salatu wassalam.
So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and he was lying. Mirza Ghulam was lying. He says, "My followers are calling me salatu whatever the phrase was. I don't remember it, but he says there should be no objection. Then he says his revelation has commandments in it, like 10 pages later. Amr is the word. I think the word is Amr. He starts. So in my opinion, no, these Ahmadis, they follow what the Khalifa says. They don't follow Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was calling himself a law-bearing prophet discreetly, quietly, and then obviously in Haqiqat, the way he says he was a prophet since he was in his mom's stomach. So yes, he was slowly transitioning to a new claim, and one of his followers, after Maulvi Nuruddin fell off his pony and had his leg amputated, he had a follower say the same thing. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's a law-bearing prophet. And we all know Nuruddin had even said, so what? Even if he is. Everything he says is true, just believe it. He said, whatever he says is true, just believe it. So that's the story. Ahmadis were embarrassed by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, so they brought him down a little bit. Lahoris were just lost, and they did whatever they did. But yeah, we have a reference here. Oh, yeah. From Lecture Lahore.
Yes. So basically, everybody can see that Mr. Rahil Ahmad was either ignorant, in that case, he must not represent his cult, or he was trying to hide this information and actually lying to his own people. I let you decide. We don't know which one is it, but you can clearly see the reference, volume 20, page 185. Akhri Mursal, last messenger. Mirza Sahib referring himself as last messenger. And one last thing is, inshallah, I bring that one in a minute as well. He said, Sabse akhir mein Masih ma'ood hai. Sabse akhir mein. He said, at the very end of all of them is the promised Messiah. Again, if words have meanings, it's very clear. Ji Ahmad Bhai.
Just give me half a second.
Sounds good, brother. And I posted I made a TikTok on those comments by Abu Dhaka, so we can go that way. We can go this other way, brother. It's up to you.
Inshallah. Ji Bhai.
Ahmad, can you play the video? There's no audio. Ahmad, we cannot hear the video.
There's no audio?
Yeah, play it now. Play it. No, there's no audio.
It was fine before.
Because he removed it and added it again. So maybe your tab is muted.
Of Messiah.
It's up
the
to the
promised
person.
Messiah. The Holy Prophet ﷺ has only prophesied about the coming of Messiah.
It's up
the
to the
promised
person
Messiah.
who comes to
It is up, but the fundamental principle of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam
I
Ahmad
make it on the screen so we can be connected with this one, please. Make it reverse a bit. Just reverse a bit.
important regarding
We are
that
not
to Allah.
Yes. He has only prophesied. The Holy Prophet ﷺ has only prophesied about the coming of Messiah.
It's up
the
to the
promised
person
Messiah.
who comes to
it is up, but the fundamental principle of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam
Yes.
is that when there is a need for prophethood, then
Yes.
Allah will appoint a prophet
Yes.
as is needed, and He has made mention that there may be messengers in the
And it's up
future,
to the
but it is
person
up
to
to
prove.
them to
Actually,
demonstrate
this is a very
the
important
Quran.
point. This is a very important
And now comes the actual part when the conflict started. Okay, let's watch.
point I should mention regarding the prophets after Masih Maud alayhi salatu wassalam. Actually, the Holy Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam only prophesied Masih Maud alayhi salatu wassalam, and also prophesied the coming of the second Khilafah, which means
My wait here. So I really want people to please pay attention right now. Please listen very carefully. It is the official platform of the Jamaat, number one, True Islam UK. And number two, Ibrahim Ikhlaf, the one who is sitting there, he's not in charge of the outreach something. He's like the big guy of their team. Okay. So all the officials are sitting there. So this discussion is very crucial. And Abu Daka is also one of the officials of the Jamaat, not just a common guy in the street. Okay. So Abu Daka so far said two things. Number one, he said that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has only prophesied Messiah, which Mirza Ghulam Ahmad claimed to be. And then he said, and then Prophet has prophesied Khilafah. Even though, take a pause here, Abu Daka from Islamic point of view, Abu Daka is just completely ignorant. He was referring to the hadith in which different phases of the history are mentioned. In those phases, the last one is Khilafatu Minhajun Nabuwa, Khilafah on the methodology of the prophethood. And before that, there's no such thing as Messiah. There's no such thing as Messiah. Because right now, Abu Daka tried to give this impression that first Messiah and then Khilafah. Show us where is it. Please pay attention. Abu Daka is giving an impression, which is the official stance of the Jamaat, by the way, that first we have, towards the end time, okay, we have Messiah, his period, and after Messiah, Khilafah. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. He was lying. Abu Daka, you are listening. Okay, please send this sound bite to Abu Daka. Just having this round thing on the head does not make you a scholar. Okay, number one. And number two is this. Now, according to us, Abu Daka and all of them are liars. But now we are going to tell you what's happening between them now. Okay, now, Abu Daka is telling us that after Messiah, there is Khilafah. And now please watch carefully. Abu Daka will make it very clear. Now this Khilafah is going to be forever. And obviously, Abu Daka will make you very clear right now. You can please keep watching this one. he will say that it cannot be both in one time, Khilafah and the Prophet. And he will make you very clear the Khilafah is going to remain. Basically, because he is an employee of the Khalifa. Don't forget this one. He wants to make sure that his employer is going to be for the rest of the period. Okay, now please watch. Ji Ahmad Bhai.
Theoretically, the prophets actually cannot, or the prophethood must be continued, but practically actually cannot be continued because there is another thing, another prophecy which is linked to this, which means the continuity.
Tahir just immediately is startled. just watch their reaction.
Another prophecy which is linked to this, which means the continuity of Khilafah. The Khilafah, as the Khilafah had established, there will be no prophet with the Khalifa. And we
Wait
have
a second. Wait. Now, I want people to know two things. As Ahmad Bhai pointed already, as soon as Abu Bakr went on this track, that there are two things. One is that this after the Messiah, there will be Khilafah. And second thing he mentioned, he said that theoretically, a prophet can come. But practically, there will be no prophet. Why? Because there will be Khilafah. And then he explained, we cannot have Khilafah and the prophet at the same time. And when this was happening, because the mic in the studio where Tahir, Ibrahim Ikhlaf and Rahil are sitting, the mic was open. And I want Ahmad Bhai to please maybe rewind a little bit so people can see that as soon as Abu Bakr went on this track, that there can be no
and
prophet.
Also prophesized.
Yes, please. Yes.
Masih Maud alayhi salatu wassalam. And also prophesized the coming of the second Khilafah, which means, let's say, theoretically, the prophets actually cannot, or the prophethood must be continued, but practically actually cannot be continued because there is another thing, another prophecy which is linked to this, which means the continuity of Khilafah. The Khilafah.
So what I'm saying is, watch at the face of Tahir. Tahir is looking at Ibrahim Ikhlaf, and there is a lot of panic going on, because in Urdu they say, "Bhari bazm mein raaz ki baat keh di." Bhari bazm mein raaz ki baat keh di. That I have revealed the secret in the open gathering. Okay. Now let's inshallah watch again.
You can see.
Had established there will be no prophet with the Khalifa, and we have a prophecy of the Holy Prophet.
Yes, so we understand fully, but the issue I think is that these, in a way, the Sahaba who were unsure as to how the prophecy of Isa alayhi salam was going to be fulfilled in Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam,
wait. Just look at the face of Tahir. Just look at his face. He is super angry at, obviously, sitting in a live stream. He cannot punch at the face of Abu Bakr, okay? But you can look at his face. Just look at his face, okay? He is very angry. He is trying to control the damage by saying that, as you know, we don't know, this and that. But Abu Bakr has said something in principle, which is the official position of the Jamaat. And what is that? You cannot have Khalifa and a prophet. And Khilafah, according to them, is going to be forever. Okay, now watch.
They themselves knew that Isa alayhi salam was dead. They did not have full understanding of how Isa alayhi salam is also a future Masih. We should also recognize that these are matters for the future. These are not matters for our present. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam has made the mention of a Nazir, of a warner who is to come in the future. His role, his status,
actually,
his relationship.
Why I'm saying this, because this is very well elaborated, and even
wait here. Ahmad Bhai, please, my request is for the next few bit, just keep looking at me. That when I say stop, please stop that one. because now, right now, we have entered into the actual, the actual meat, Basically, my dear viewers, even though Tahir tried to control the damage, but you can see as soon as Tahir finished, Abu Daka was so convinced. Now he's gonna refute Tahir. Okay, please watch now.
Let's say you can say I have it authenticated.
That's,
so because of that,
that's absolutely fine. But this is not the place. But this is not the place to discuss these matters.
Okay,
they are
not the place, but because some people
Wait,
they
wait,
might think.
wait. Abu Daka is saying that it has been elaborated in the books of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, number one. And number two, Abu Daka is saying that what he is going to say has been authenticated. And when Abu Daka is speaking, look at the face of Tahir. He's looking at Ibrahim Ikhlaf and Rahil Ahmad. And after this, keep watching. There's going to be hands under the table. Hands under the table. Allahu Akbar. Allah, my goodness. Oh, Ahmadis, wake up. Wake up. And Ahmad, and look at this one. Tahir is saying, this is not the platform to discuss. Why? Why not? It is a discussion about your belief system. Why do you want to discuss in the closed doors? Why behind the closed doors? Why not in the public? And don't miss the face of Razi. Ah, my goodness. Look at his face. Look at his face. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Subhanallah. Ahmadis, may Allah give you hidayah. I want people to keep watching on the table. And now the hands are going to be shaking and going back and forth underneath the table on to basically to stop the conversation. And eventually they did stop the conversation and they immediately disappeared from at this point. Yes, Bhai, please go on.
We open the prophethood, which means at any point of time, anybody can come and say, "I'm a prophet of God."
No.
Actually, we believe
no. This is absolutely clear. We have already said that it is, as the Ahmadi understanding is, that whenever there is a need for prophethood, it is up to Allah to send and establish prophethood as He
theoretically,
pleases.
exactly.
And it is up to that individual to draw that, bring his proof from the Quran. It is up to him to bring his proof from the Quran and from the Hadith. I think we were not going to make the same mistake that was made by some of the Muslims before us. That they primarily closed the door of prophethood.
Okay. Basically, again, when Tahir tried to control the damage, Abu Daka again said the same thing. He said that theoretically, and don't forget, Abu Daka is saying that theoretically it can happen, but practically there will be no profit. There will be no profit. This is the point when Tahir was trying to control the damage. Abu Daka again made the same point. And secondly, don't forget, Tahir does not even know that what words to use. Because he knows that whatever he's gonna say, it will be problematic. Okay? So please, the body language is very important. Don't forget, most of our conversation, our message is conveyed through body language. I want you to please don't miss the body language of these guys. Yes, Ahmed Bhai.
In all forms, for all future time.
We have to discuss that before.
Let us. I think.
So, फिर उसके बाद चरागों में रोशनी ना रही. And after that, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Subhanallah. I don't know, people, look at this one. Why Tahir was saying that this is not the platform to discuss this? Why? This is part of your belief. Either you say a prophet can come or you say a prophet cannot come. In either case, it has to be a public knowledge. It has to be discussed public, because this was the question. Basically, all of this discussion happened. A sister came and she asked a beautiful question. I have not seen anybody asking the question in these words. She said that if something has a beginning In this case, the prophethood. So everything that has a beginning, it has an end. So in the case of prophethood, if we all agree there's a beginning, why not there's an end? So this was the question, and it's a very good question. And in response to that question, all of this trouble was happening. And now I can see, I believe that our beloved Izhar Bhai is with us. Izhar Bhai, are you with us, inshallah?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, Izhar Bhai, we can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for letting me in. I'm sorry I was busy. Please pray for my son who's going, inshallah, for Umrah tomorrow. For that Allah accepts it.
Ameen. Izhar Bhai, inshallah, before we discuss something else, if you were watching the previous 10-15 minutes, what was going on in this thing?
Well, regarding the Khatm Nabuwat.
Regarding the discussion between these four people.
Yeah, I think it's a confused, I use the term a collection of confused mass of protoplasm. That's the best way to describe it, because they are so contradictory. I was speaking to a brother today, mashallah, he's a Hafiz from England, and he was asking me about Qadianiyat and what made you leave and the whole, so I recited the whole story of my background. And the main problem that exists within the Ahmadiyya religious doctrine is the multitude of contradictions. And I explained to him how I was indoctrinated to believe that further prophets are likely to come to justify Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's claim, and I would say more strongly his son Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad's claim that he was a Nabi and even a Rasul and a prophet. And I explained to him that the ayat that were used to justify that were a distortion of the word akhirah in the very beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah, which they mistranslated into what is yet to come, which is wrong. Even Maulvi Muhammad Ali said that there is no interpretation of that except akhirah, the life after. And the second was Surah Juma, in which the verse says that others will join them. And those others, they claim, are going to be other prophets. But anybody with a very, even a child can understand that these don't mean prophets.
Izhar Bhai, sorry, just to correct, because they want a sound bite. When they say akharina minhum, they believe that they will be other people like Sahaba. So then they have to be another prophet like Sallam. Okay, so
Exactly.
This is their claim. Yeah,
exactly. So that is a distortion. And then I told this brother I was speaking to, then I told him that, however, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad goes on, and even this is I believe the Aqidah of the Jamaat, that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was the last of the messengers. And then he immediately was shocked. He said, but that is very straightforward. It's turned the whole argument on its head. On the one hand, they take great pains to distort the meanings of the Quran to try to prove that further prophethood is possible. And then, on the other hand, in one stroke, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad declares himself to be the Khatamul Rusul or Khatamul Khulafa. I was the last 7,000 years. I'm the last of the line. And so the argument is turned over his head. So my brother, this brother who doesn't know much about Qadianiyat or Ahmadiyyat, who I was trying to explain. The other thing I noted, and it's very relevant, is Bashir Bhai is here. Assalamu alaikum, Bashir Bhai. That he, one of the things that, and one of the brothers who, alhamdulillah, has left Ahmadiyyat after speaking with me following these live streams, asked me this question, and it's an important question for all my Ahmadi brothers and sisters who are considering whether Ahmadiyyat should be left or not, is where do I go after that? And the answer is very straightforward and simple. The answer I gave this brother was that I simply looked at the four madhabs, and I bought a book. Actually, it was a gift from my son, which was Fiqh Akbar, which describes the Hanafi fiqh, or how to practice Islam. It's a simple guidebook. And so you don't have to, some people do veer towards atheism, and I think the Qadianis sadly regard that as a big victory. You know, astaghfirullah. They really want Ahmadis who leave the Jamaat to become atheists rather than to join the fold of Islam. And then a very interesting thing happened. You remember the misguided ulama from Pakistan saying this and that, and somebody came and said this Rasulullah and so on. He said that in the Khatm Nabuwat conference that is held in England, this is my brother who was I was explaining. He said a very interesting thing. He said that all the various Muslims come together. Deobandis, Brailwis,
schools of thought,
But yeah, all schools of thought come together, but they are united on the belief of Khatm Nabuwat. And immediately to my mind came the hadith of Azur sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and I don't know the literal hadith words, but he says that my ummah will never agree on an error.
That's correct.
And if there is an error, then follow the majority, follow the masses. So it's very simple. The Aqidah of Khatm Nabuwat unites all the Muslims. And
actually, he says
Ahmadis want us to leave the Jamaat and then become agnostic or atheist.
Yeah, he says, Alaikum bil Jama'ah, that be with the great community of Muslims, the big gathering of Muslims.
The big gathering of Muslims. And of course, there are different variations and different madahibs and different mawqifs on various issues. But we have the essential creed, the 6 points of the creed, and the 5 pillars. And Khatm Nabuwat is something that is beyond question. And even the Ahmadi, if you read all the books of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, you can conclude one thing. Throughout his life, he was a fervent believer, even after the Barahin Ahmadiyya, which he says was largely revelatory, i.e. the Barahin was almost like a revelation. And yet in the Barahin Ahmadiyya, he proposes 2 aqaid, which we believe in, which is the Hayat-e-Masih and which is the Khatm Nabuwat as we believe it, as the majority of the Jamaat of Islam believes in. And then he goes on in various places, and I have quoted this many times, at least 5 references I have where he is so vociferous about this belief. He says that some people mistakenly think that I have a claim to prophethood. Do they want me to become a kafir by making a claim to prophethood? And the Barahin was already written. So that means either he had erred again. And he also then goes on to contradict himself that Allah has never put me on any error.
And you know, Izhar Bhai, you might have seen Khalifa Masroor recently or even in the past as well. And Tahir was saying in the video as well, एक नज़ीर आ सकता है, and Mirza Masroor said एक जलाली नबी आ सकता है, you know, जलाली नबी जब तुम बिगड़ जाओगे. I just want to show people they are actually playing a technique here. Let me just show something on the screen, by the way. Ahmed Bhai, if you can just make it bigger. Okay, can we see it now on the screen, Ahmed Bhai?
Yes, inshallah, it's big.
Yes.
Okay. Now look at this one. You know, Izhar Bhai, I want people to understand this deception of Jalali Nabi aa sakta hai. In the early times, please everyone, please pay attention. In the early times, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani used to say something like this. For example, look at this one. Ruhani Khazain, volume 3, page 251. Look at the last thing. इस आजिज की तरफ से ये दावा नहीं कि मसीहत का मेरे वजूद पे खात्मा है और आइंदा कोई मसीह नहीं आएगा. It says that likewise this humble one, i.e. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, has not claimed that I am the last Messiah and that no Messiah will come after me. Rather, I acknowledge and profess repeatedly, not just one, but 10,000 Messiahs may come after me. And it is quite possible that one such Messiah may come with apparent grandeur and majesty, and he may first appear in Damascus. Now, these are the kind of quotes which they will be using to justify that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani did say that somebody can come after me as a Jalali. But please, please, please listen very carefully. This was the early part of his life. In the end, in the later part, he said the following. Look at this one. This is volume number 20, page number 215. ऐसा ही आखिरी मसीह आप सल्लम से 14वीं सदी में जाहिर हुआ. He said likewise Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, the last Messiah who have appeared in the 14th century. Rawani Khazain, volume 20, page 251. Akhri Masih. Okay. Look at this one. Khutbah Ilhamiyya. Look at thing. Khutbah Ilhamiyya. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani claimed that this khutbah was revealed to him in the real time and he dictated that. This is what he claimed, by the way. Okay. We don't believe that. Now, look at this one. मेरे सिवा दूसरे मसीह के लिए मेरे जमाना के बाद कदम रखने की जगह नहीं. It says that after me there can be no Messiah step on this earth. But even more clear one, volume number 18, page number 73. Fala Masiha ba'dana ila yawmil qiyamah. There is no Messiah after me till the day of judgment. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this. Please pay attention, everybody. The point I am making is, when they are trying to justify their deception that their founder has said that a Jalali Messiah can come, what they are hiding from you is, this was what he used to say in the early days. Okay? Now, in the later part, I've shown you very clearly right now, he said, I am the last Messiah. There were two Messiahs. One came, Isa ibn Maryam, and now I'm the last Messiah, and no Messiah is going to come after me till Yawmul Qiyamah. So the reason I explained to you this one, because currently the Khalifa is using the same tactic. They are using those old quotes which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani retracted. Because later on he said, that's it, no more. For example, he used to say, in Ahadith, there are many Mahdi, right? And then he said, I am the last Mahdi. He used to say in 1901, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam can come 1,000 times in bruzi form. And then he said what? There's only two advents. One as Ibn Abdullah and one as me. What I'm trying to say is, these quotations he has already retracted. These are why.
Yes, and that proves two things. There are two possibilities. One is a possibility, and this is speculation, that maybe other people were writing for Mirza Sahib.
Yeah.
And in those days, there were no word processors or computers, so you couldn't cross-reference. You know, when I write a thesis or a paper, a medical paper, you check that you have not contradicted something by simply doing a word search or a phrase search. Mm-hmm. So sadly, that wasn't available. The second possibility is that he himself wrote this and then he changed his Aqidah and he just basically made it up as he went along. I think the third possibility, there is a third possibility, is that he probably thought that people, because again, there was no cross-referencing, no online stuff. So he said, who's going to bother reading all the books? So if I write here something which 20 years ago I wrote the opposite of, nobody's going to find out. But thankfully, alhamdulillah, we have the internet. And as I said before, most of my education about Ahmadiyyat, I swear to Allah, I did not read before I converted any non-Ahmadi sources, apart from one book, which was about Mirza Bashiruddin Ahmad. And that's a separate topic about his character and what he was up to. And the reason I looked at that book was because of the Bashir Misri scandal. And our brother Bashir will know exactly what I'm talking about. And I said, it is impossible that Khalifa, so-called Khalifa, even though his Aqidah may be wrong, this is separate from doctrinal issues, can behave in that way. And then I researched all that business about Miss Rufo and the earlier, the 4-member committee to investigate his wrongdoings on the roof of a mosque. I'm not going to go into those details. But apart from that, as far as Aqidah is concerned, all my research, I told this brother today that I started reading namaz and fasting and observing and following Islam, thinking that Ahmadiyya was, and I hate that phrase, the true Islam. They kept hammering it into our heads that Ahmadiyya is the true Islam, as if all the rest of the Islam is, na'uzubillah, false. So I said, I'll start studying the books. And 2 or 3 days I studied, and I immediately said, first thing I studied was Khatm Nabuwat. It didn't make any sense. And I've already quoted Surah Jummah and the first Surah Al-Baqarah. And then I studied Hayat Masih, and thankfully Imtiaz Bhai has helped me understand that concept as well. And so it became apparent very quickly. So may Allah give me the life and the health and the resources to write only a 100-page book for the guidance in English for my Ahmadi brothers and sisters. And the title will be something like Why I Left Ahmadiyya and Became a Muslim, or something like that. And then I, of course, researched the prophecies, looked at the Majmu'a Ishtiharat, and the third, so one was the Aqidah, then was the prophecies, and the third, very important, because I'm very heavily involved in politics and history, was the connection with colonial British Raj. And in fact, I was talking to my brother today, and we were talking about the Algerians and how they were persecuted by the French colonialists. Very similar to what the British did in Australia. They committed a genocide. In North America, they committed a genocide. It's so obvious nowadays. We're not fools. And so I said, how can anyone say that they should be loyalty? Not just loyalty, but claim to be a servant of the British Raj. So these 4 things came together. And then, of course, as I was doing my research, the Bibi Nida case came. And when I heard that audio, it still makes my hair stand on end. When I listen to Mirza Masroor, when he is an ordinary human person, not as a Khalifa, he talks like someone in a village in the Punjab. Was that?
It's the book by Nida al-Nasr, a poetry book she recently published.
Oh, may Allah bless her and may Allah keep her safe. And of course, the rest, as they say, is history. And alhamdulillah, many members of my family have now become Muslim, all of my family and so on. And so to those who question that atheism, yes, it's an option. But Ahmadis, when an Ahmadi is about to leave the Jamaat, I swear they feel very encouraged, thinking that, oh, he'll or she'll become an atheist. Yes, some do. It's free will. And if they do, that's their problem. But I believed in Islam, and I sincerely believed that Ahmadiyyat was the true Islam. But as soon as I started reading about it, which is my habit, I go into detail about any topic. It's the way I was formed. I read about it. And then I started discussing with Murabbis. You showed these Murabbis, and they couldn't answer me. And then I spoke to some devout Ahmadi members of my family, and they said, okay, if you want Itmam-e-Hujjat, why don't you write to Huzur? And as I have said many times, I've written to Huzur. It's been 2.5 years now, still no reply. And that was the point at which I formally left the Jamaat. And it was a simple email and a text to the local president of the Jamaat. And alhamdulillah, after that, I have nothing to do with the Jamaat, but I do implore and plead with my Ahmadi brothers and sisters. Also, can I just say one other thing, Imtiaz Bhai? In these very informative videos in the chat, I plead with my Muslim brothers and sisters to avoid using foul language about Mirza Sahib or any Ahmadis, because it doesn't serve any purpose whatsoever. If we stoop to that level, then I'm afraid what we are going to do is we're going to make the Ahmadis even more reluctant to engage with us. Our job is to give dawah. And if we give dawah, we might bring these people back into the fold of Islam. And so therefore, the other thing I was wondering about this stream, it's a question and answer stream. Where are the Ahmadis today? Are they all sleeping? And why don't those Murabbis come to defend their religion? Because they are very proudly saying that, they claim that Mirza Sahib used to always debate the Christians, debate the Falana, and, all the rest of the world, any opponents of Islam. So if you guys think that we are opposing Islam as you see it, come along, please join us tonight. And I'm sure many Murabbis are watching it, and I'm addressing them directly and other Ahmadis. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask.
Is
And
that
if
right?
there's anything we can clarify, I'm happy to do that with the knowledge that I have. We have Imtiaz Bhai, who has a great knowledge of Ahmadiyyat, and we have Bashir Bhai, who has an encyclopedic knowledge and collection and a repository of things about Ahmadiyyat. Whether it's ideological, whether it's theological questions, administrative questions about the character and personality of the big figureheads of the Jamaat. Who are the big figures head of the Jamaat? Almost every devout Ahmadi family has these photographs. We used to have it in our house. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, Maulvi Nuruddin, Mirza Bashiruddin Ahmad, Mirza Nasir Ahmad, Mirza Tahir Ahmad, Mirza Masroor Ahmad. Nobody else. Where's Jalaluddin Shams, for example, who was also a contender for the Khilafat and was essentially, that's another story how he was dealt with. Where is Mirza Rafi Ahmad? What about all those characters? Where is Mia Hanif Ahmad? What about the rest of them? What about Maulvi Sher Ali? We don't see his photograph. We don't see the photograph of, we occasionally pop Zafrullah Khan. On that note, Imtiaz Bhai, can I make a comment?
Gigi.
Recently, Mr. Asif Basit, who loves to talk about history, and may Allah increase his knowledge, gave a whole video about how Chaudhry Zafrullah Khan helped the Palestinian cause, helped the Moroccan independence cause. Of course he did. But who employed him? Who was he working for? He wasn't working for the Jamaat at that time. It was the Pakistani government. And at that time, alhamdulillah, the Pakistani government stood up for Muslims all over the world. And he was representing the Pakistani government. Pakistan even had a Hindu chief justice at that time. This was the early days of Pakistan. And when I made a comment that Chaudhry Sahib was actually an employee of the Pakistan government, he was an intelligent intellectual who did make very good speeches. There's no doubt about that, for Moroccan and Palestinian independence. But it was Pakistan that takes the credit because he was acting for Pakistan. He even was a passive supporter of the Objectives Resolution, which the Ahmadi stays object to now, but they always never mentioned that. The Qaraardad-e Maqasid, it was called. And so therefore, Chaudhry Zafrullah Khan, what he did for the Pakistani government. After that, he actually did open takfir in Karachi in a big jalsa, and that was the end of him. Of course, if you do takfir and say if you don't believe in Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as a prophet, then you're a kafir. What remains then? He could have just stayed silent on that matter and carried on serving the government that employed him, that gave him his salary. So when I wrote that comment that he was employed, some Ahmadi responded. He said, no, he was working under the guidance of Khalifatul Masih Sani. I mean, come on. It's a bit like the Nobel Prize that Professor Salam won. Actually, the credit goes to Mirza Nasir Ahmad. And on that account, when I was an Ahmadi, at 16-year-old Ahmadi, Imtiaz Bhai, you'll know in Pakistan we have an inter exam, which is before you go to medical school. And alhamdulillah, I came second in the whole of the Karachi board.
MashaAllah.
And when that happens, the interviews are published in newspapers. At that time, I was a naive bacha. And I said in one of the interviews, it's all thanks to the prayers of Mirza Nasir Ahmad, our third Khalifa. And all the Ahmadis became very pleased with that. And they said, we'll give him a scholarship. Izhar should get a scholarship from the Jamaat. It would have been about 20, 30, 50 pounds, rupees a month. You know what? I never saw a single penny of that scholarship. And my dad was very upset. So this is just a trivial aside. So to take credit for the Nobel Prize, the credit for the Nobel Prize goes to a physicist who did physics. It doesn't go to Mirza Tahir Ahmad or Mirza Nasir Ahmad or Hazrat Masih Maud, Nauzubillah. So don't make a big fuss about these kind of successes. And they don't talk much about M.M. Ahmad, who was president of the World Bank. And you know what the World Bank does to the third world? I don't need to tell you guys that. They give them loans, but on conditions to reduce public services. But you seldom hear about M.M. Ahmad. Bashir might know more about M.M. Ahmad. Thank you. That's what I've taken it off my chest, that bit about the scholarship. If Ahmadis are listening, please give me the scholarship with interest.
I think Izar Bhai, we announced in the beginning that today, inshallah, I need to travel somewhere as well. So we still have about 17 to 20 minutes. And because we have one of the guests from Ahmadiyya community of Fateh Islam, and we want to give him the opportunity. And
do you want me to leave or
no? If you want,
okay.
if you have, please stay here. Stay,
Thank
inshallah. So, Fateh, Ahmed Bhai, take inshallah Fateh Islam. Let's inshallah try to engage with him for a few minutes.
And but Imtiaz, I had some notes. Just take me 2 minutes at the very
Yeah,
end.
please go ahead.
I also want 30 seconds later.
Okay, Bashir Bhai, you go first.
Oh well, did Abu Dhaka say a Khalifa and a prophet can't coexist?
Yes.
There's a video by another Ahmadi Maulvi who says that maybe in the future a Khalifa will be appointed a prophet. and I have the link. I have it all. But you know, since Fateh is here, we just take him, and then another brother came earlier. He was talking about chapter 3, verse 50. Is it 50? No, chapter 3, verse 49. And Mirza Ghulam Ahmad argued, and other Ahmadis have argued, Farhan Iqbal. In this verse, it says that Isa alayhi salam is a Nabi only for Bani Israel. Well, the word is not Nabi in the verse, it's Rasul. He was a Nabi who was sent to the Bani Israel, but that's what the brother was asking. And I had mentioned, you know, why did they call him a Yehudi prophet? He's an Islamic prophet. He's a Muslim. They were all Muslim. But Ahmadis will emphasize, no, he's not a Muslim. And it just makes no sense. It makes no sense. But they've been doing it for years. There's a video by Farhan Iqbal. And then the second Qadiani Khalifa, didn't he call himself the Zilli Masih also? Didn't he also? There was something in there where he was calling himself Zilli. I can't remember if it was Zilli Masih or Zilli Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. So that's interesting. And then, of course, the book by Nida, and that's it. That's all I got. Let's see what Fateh has to say.
Jazakallah, Bashir Bhai. Umar Bhai, your time.
Not the place.
That was Abu Dhaka. That was Abu Dhaka. That wasn't Umar.
Yeah, the viewers, you can see what he was doing here. Look at the hands.
Some people, they might think we open.
You see, play it again. Play it under the table thing. Play it again.
Not the place, but because some people, they might think we open.
Pasige. Sorry, Pasige.
Not the place, but because some people.
Yeah, Izar Bhai, you know, back home they say, "Camera ki aankh aapko dekh rahi hai."
They could have had a better, more subtle way of cutting.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Panic mode.
Okay, inshallah, we have about 13-14 minutes. Inshallah, we'll take Fateh Islam. Fateh Islam, before, instead of saying again what you used to say, आप लोग 2 घंटे से बोल रहे हैं, भाई आप भी बोल लेना. Today we have short time. So we'll give you 2 options and you can take your pick. We are interested to engage with you on the hadith which you love to quote, that in the end times there will be Khilafa ala minhajun nabuwa. I have some questions to ask about that one if you want to engage. Option 1. And option 2 is that when Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani said There will be a third coming of Messiah, third coming of Messiah, and there will be Jalali with grandeur. Okay? And later on he said, after me till Yomul Qiyamah, there will be no Messiah. How do you reconcile between these two things? Once again, you are not under any obligation. We'll take you on the stage. We have about 12 minutes left. If you want to engage on either one of these two topics, choose the topic, let's engage. If you don't want to, just say, I don't want to. There's no argument other than that. Yes, Ahmad, take him, please.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाह.
जी welcome Fateh.
Okay, thank you so much. Before responding here,
not before responding here, no, I will give you last opportunity. I have respectfully requested you. These are two things. If you are interested to engage on either one of them, tell us that which one you want to engage. The hadith of Khilafa ala minhajin Nabuwa or third coming of Messiah. Or if you don't want to engage, just say I don't want to engage. Okay?
He may have a question, Imtiaz bhai, or if he has a question.
Or
come
a
straight
question
to the
about
question.
Okay, no problem. Yes, no problem.
Because in the chat he said he has a question.
Okay, that's
Just
fine.
No tamheed, no tamheed.
No tamheed, yes. Either ask us a question or tell us which one you want to engage, because we don't have time, brother. Yes.
I can engage on both of the topics.
Okay, which one? When you come on the stage, tell us which one you want to engage first, because we have very short time today. Yes.
By if you're taking me up and down, we cannot.
Brother, it's not up and down. Look, brother.
Let him give him 20 seconds and we will see if he makes a point. Then we can continue.
Okay.
Please start. You're mute, I think.
We did not mute him, by the way. Right now,
Mr.
he's on the
Fateh,
stage.
you're mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
As I told, I can engage on both topics. And Izhar Saab said he is very confident about Khatm Nubuwat and of Hayat Masih. So I dare him to accept my challenge. We can discuss these topics under. Now the second part. Yeah. Now the second part.
Let him carry on for
You
20
said,
more seconds.
and the second part, which you said, the promised Messiah ﷺ said, the Masiyat ka mere wajood par khatma hai. Promised Messiah ﷺ clearly mentioned कि जिस जमाने में मैं हूं उस जमाने में और कोई मसीह नहीं. And आइंदा के मुतालिक हजरत मसीह मऊद अलैहिस्सलाम clearly mentioned for the future. Promised Messiah ﷺ clearly mentioned a Jalali Masih can come. So if you want, I can give you the references.
Okay, Zarbhai, out of respect, I did not want to interrupt him, but you can clearly see he's not asking a question. He just wants to give the impression that he challenged Izhar Khan. That's it.
Yeah. No, listen, I don't accept or offer challenges to anyone. I engage in discussion, constructive discussion. Happy to have a discussion. And I have already quoted the misinterpretation. In fact, they changed the translation of Akhirah in 2 editions of the same Quran. By first accepting that Akhirah means the Akhirah, the day of judgment and thereafter, and then going on and changing the wording in the next edition and making it that which is yet to come, which has no translatory meaning. I spoke to a Hafiz al-Quran today, and he was surprised at that. And the second was the Surah Jummah. These are the 2 main things that Ahmadis always used to tell me prove that there is more prophethood possible. We are actually doing Surah Ahzab at the moment in the halqa that I attend on Sundays from New Jersey. And we will tomorrow, inshallah, discuss Surah ayat number 40 as well. And so I will only say this to Mr. Fateh. I don't like this back and forth challenging. It's ad nauseum, it gets nowhere. And it ends up in acrimony. All I would say is one thing. You believe in ayat number 40, surah number 33, or you don't believe in it. And you believe or do not believe in more than 20 ahadith. And I will give you just one hadith where Azur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam gives the example of prophets as bricks in a house. And he said there was one brick left and I am that last brick. And that seals the topic. That's the khatam of the topic. As for the Hayat Masih, وَمَا سَلَبَهُ وَمَا قَتَلَهُ وَمَا سَلَبَ
وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ.
Thank you for correcting me, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. But he was not killed, they did not kill him, neither was he put on the cross. Instead, we raised him to us. That's the finish of that. And then there is the hadith, you either believe it or you don't believe it, that Isa ibn Maryam, not Mirza Ghulam Ahmad ibn Chirag Bibi, he could have said that. He could have said someone from Hind will come as the Messiah. Then we would believe him. But all the ahadith about the Messiah, none of the criteria have been fulfilled. Even the minaret hadith, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad got stuck on that one. Firstly, he asked Maulvi Nuruddin, and this is correspondence that's published in your literature, Khutut. And he wrote to Maulvi Nuruddin, said that, well, the Messiah was supposed to come in Damascus, to the east, on the east side of Damascus. And Maulvi Nuruddin said that, or he assumed, I don't know if Maulvi Nuruddin said that, but I'll tell you what Maulvi Nuruddin did say. He said, well, Qadiani is, due east of Damascus. But so is Tokyo. So is Bombay. So is where my grandfather was born. Anyway, the second bit was the minaret. He said, well, what about the minaret? The Messiah was supposed to descend near the minaret, the white minaret in Damascus. And he said, no problem. We'll make a minaret. And actually, they started collecting funds to make a minaret. I mean, we are not fools. In those days, and one of my, the friend, sorry to prolong this.
Just one second. Ahmed bhai, I can't see him backstage. Is he gone or?
Oh, that's a shame.
Yes, he's gone. He's gone. He's not here.
Okay, Izhar bhai, because the time is short, just give me a few minutes, bhai, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so first of all, Mr. Fateh Islam, if you are listening, just for the sake of record, nobody has removed you. You were there backstage and you have left with your own will. Number one. Number two, the only reason we have to bring you backstage when somebody is talking, because you can't control yourself, you stop interrupting. And people have seen this in the past as well. So our intention was, let Izhar bhai make his point and to give you the opportunity afterwards to make your point. Okay? With regard to debate, Izhar bhai has clearly said this is not his nature. He does not want to debate you. But why are you worried? Muhammad Imtiaz, inshallah, as long as I am alive, inshallah, you come and debate me, inshallah, no problem. Now, so with regard to your debate challenge, Izhar bhai is more than happy to engage in a good discussion. So you are more than welcome. I would assume maybe you had something to do, so that's why you left, no problem. You are more than welcome to come in the future, inshallah. We'll bring Izhar bhai as well, and we'll let you engage with him in a discussion, not a debate. That is one thing. Secondly, if you are still listening, even though we do not have time, I literally have to go somewhere, but out of courtesy, I'll give you 2-3 minutes, whatever point you want to. If you want to come back, more than welcome, come back and make your point. And lastly, with regard to my question, you said that Mirza Sahib said that there's no Messiah in my time. That's what he said. Mr. I don't know if you are not really following the argument. This is what he said. Let me put on the screen. This is what he said. Fala Masiha ba'dana ila yawmil qiyamah. There's no Messiah after me till the Yawmul Qiyamah. That's what he said. You are just quoting one thing. When he said that no Messiah in my time, he said that there will be no Messiah even after I leave this world up till Yawmul Qiyamah. So that's what you said. We have addressed that one. Now, still, inshallah, when Zarba is talking, I'm waiting for you. If you want to come back to make your point, you are more than welcome. Ji Zarba.
So yes, and that is crystal clear. What Mr. Fateh did, and I'm sorry that he had to leave, and we will give him the benefit of doubt that he must have some work to do. But I made just two very simple points. I quoted the Quran. You know, Ahmadis always say talk about Quran. I quoted the Quran about the Khatm Nabuwat. Then I gave hadith to explain the Khatm Nabuwat. I quoted the Quran about Hayat Masih. Then I explained a hadith about the Hayat Masih, Ibn Maryam alayhi salam. And the last point I would like to make is what Imtiaz Bhai has just said is a great example of how Qadianis mislead people. Fateh Saab gave a quote from Mirza Sahib's work which said, as long as I am the Masih alive, there will be no other Masih. But then Imtiaz Bhai has already told us it's as clear as crystal water that comes down a mountain, that after me until the Akhirah, Yawm Qiyamah, there will be no other Masih. Now, how clear can it be? You can't even metaphorically speculate on this statement. There are some statements that are clear cut, where there is no shubha. So, Mr. Fateh, I'm happy to have a discussion, but I don't like Imtiaz Bhai. I salute you for your patience, because you have the patience of Job. And the patience is that you can deal with that, with this 2-minute back and forth. I like having an intellectual discussion. And when I spoke to my brother, again, I will end by quoting the brother I was speaking to today. He asked me one very interesting question, which all Ahmadis should understand. He said, okay, if it was so obvious that he had these contradictions, the prophecies, and so why did people flock to him? I said there were two types of people who flocked to him. The very intelligent, intellectual people like Maulvi Muhammad Ali and Khwaja Kamaluddin, and the blind followers, and like his son, for example, Mirza Bashiruddin. But he probably has other intentions. And the atmosphere of the Punjab, particularly, and of India during the Raj was such that Muslims were looking for some salvation, how to get rid of the colonial system. And so he took the opportunity to make these tall claims, and some people fell for it. But after he died and the first so-called caliph died, people like Maulvi Muhammad Ali and Khwaja Kamaluddin saw some of the light, but unfortunately didn't see all of the light, because they didn't have time to examine Mirza Sahib's literature and probably couldn't critically analyze his failed prophecies. So they suggested that they'll form another sect which doesn't believe him, which is the Lahori Jamaat. And that was my understanding of why people flock. That is why my maternal grandfather became an Ahmadi. He was only 16, the only member of his family.
Izhar Bhai, I have a suggestion. Because my door was being knocked by my family already. They are waiting for me in the car already. But I would say, Izhar Bhai, because I can see there are more than 300 people watching right now, I would leave with Brother Ahmad and between you brothers, inshallah. If you want to engage with any of our Muslim callers, or if you want to, inshallah, engage with them, I will leave, but you can continue as long as you want. As long as you want. Obviously, as you said, we don't need to debate with them, but just to engage with, inshallah, with the viewers, I would leave it with between you and Ahmad Bhai, inshallah.
Thank you, and I'll spend only 5-10 minutes. What I would like is for some ordinary Ahmadi to come and ask us any questions if they want to. You're more than welcome. And Ahmad Bhai, if you would allow any Ahmadis to come if they have any burning questions about anything. And so have a safe journey, Imtiaz Bhai.
Jazakallah Bhai. Inshallah Bhai, I will talk to you something very important, inshallah, afterwards on WhatsApp. So Ahmad Bhai, before I leave, because Izhar Bhai mentioned the reference of Suratul Ahzab, And I want to again show people that how clear that is. Look at this reference. Ruhani Khazain, volume 3, page 431. Same ayah. ما كان محمد أبا أحد من رجالكم ولكن رسول الله وخاتم النبيين. Same ayah. Now, next is the translation or understanding of their own founder. यानी मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम तुम में से किसी मर्द का बाप नहीं है मगर वो रसूलुल्लाह है और ख़त्म करने वाला नबियों का। ये आयत भी साफ दलालत करती है कि हमारे नबी के बाद कोई रसूल दुनिया में नहीं आएगा। It says that Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not the father of a male amongst you, but he is the one who ended the prophet, khatam karne wala nabiyon ka. And then he says, this ayah is clearly indication that after Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, no messenger will come in this world. Now, how can be any clearer than this one? And inshallah, before I leave, I would say that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide this community, and may Allah forgive us for our shortcomings.
Ameen.
And again, I would say, even though we have to go into this back and forth, but there's no other option, because some of them only wants this back and forth. Okay, we are forced. Otherwise, we would love to have a good, fruitful discussion if somebody wants to come as a common Ahmadi. Inshallah, having said this one, I will leave with my brothers, inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it. And Bashir Bhai, Izhar Bhai, inshallah, you continue as long as you want. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum. Imtiaz Bhai is indefatigable. I don't have that stamina.
Subhanallah. Inshallah, I'll pass the torch briefly to Umar because I have to go pray Maghrib. I'm just in front of the masjid, inshallah. So Umar, inshallah, you take it from here till I'm back.
Assalamu alaikum, Umar. If there's any Ahmadi who has a question for us, Bashir Bhai or
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Razi is tweeting at me on Twitter. He wants to debate me on 3 topics. I have no idea what he's talking about. I have sent him the link. I have told him, come now. If you're not scared or forbidden, come. He wants to take an oath. So I'll tell you, Razi, wallahi, billahi, wa tallahi, you are scared of joining our stream. Wallahi, billahi, wa tallahi, you are scared of joining our streams. I have said it live.
Well, I think it may have been told not to join this series.
And we have I cannot take an oath on that because but we have been informed. We have our sources who have told us that indirectly they're forbidden. Indirectly they've been forbidden. But wallahi, billahi, wa tallahi, he is scared of joining Imtiaz stream, and he is scared of inviting Imtiaz stream. And we know about you, Razi. We watch your streams. Just the last stream, what did you do? What did you do? Your exact words, have some shame. A layman, a boy of 17 years old came and asked you. He wants to ask you questions. You said, Razi, and I think I'm trying to be as close as possible to what you said. You told him that if you say Imtiaz is a kafir, then you can ask me any questions. Have some shame, bro. Have some shame. Why your religion can only be questioned if somebody declares Imtiaz a kafir? Wallahi, you said this to the guy. If you say Imtiaz is a kafir, then you can ask me any questions. Then he went on to try and say, oh, because of his belief about Khatm al-Nubuwah. But the fact of the matter is, you ask somebody, if you say Imtiaz is a kafir, then you can ask me any questions. And I repeat, wallahi, billahi, wa tallahi, you are scared of joining Imtiaz streams. Maybe you can join now because Imtiaz is not here. You're welcome. Anyway, we have some questions like, I think I promised we promised some of the viewers that we'll take the questions. So, brother Imtiaz, Bashir, can you address this? Any of you?
Inshallah.
We will try. We will try. Yeah.
Oh, all right. This one.
Yeah, and leave it up. Leave it up. So there was no turning point. He planned everything. You know, when he first alleged to have written Refuting Ahmadiyya, he had planned it all from that point. Because in that book, he fakes a dream and says his head was on the lap of Fatima radhiyallahu anha, astaghfirullah, na'uzubillah. So he was prefacing his claim to be a Mahdi by putting things in Refuting Ahmadiyya that he was going to use later, right? So that's one of them. There's other things he put in there that he used later, so it was all a fraud. It was all a lie. He didn't change his beliefs. He was an atheist from day one, and he was an atheist when he died. So he calculated and moved it forward is what it is. So first he'd lie and say, no, I'm not claiming to be the Messiah. He even said anyone who claims that I claim to be the Messiah is ignorant, is jahil. I think the word he used in Asalam part 1. And then he claims to be the Messiah in part 2. Or in the later part of Asalam part 1. So he scammed the whole thing. He knew what needed to be, what the British wanted, and he just went and did. But I think he went off the wheels. The British appreciated what he did, but the Kashmir, the Yusuf theory, I don't think the British wanted him to go that far. He just went too far. Like with Andrew Tate, he's an influencer, but he went too far in many different ways, so they got to pull the plug on him. There's many influencers who they use like that. Noriega, if you're into like global politics, they used Noriega until he was useful, and then they got rid of him. Just look at Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi. I mean, the list is endless. The list is endless. So that's the story. But he definitely advanced his claims. And remember, he claimed to be a law-bearing prophet. Dr. Azhar, have you read Arba'in yet?
Yes, I read the English translation. Subhanallah. This business about Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Alayhi Salam was just ridiculous. But could I just add to that? There's a very good book called From Sufism to Ahmadiyya by, I think he's an ex-Ahmadi, Adil Hussain Khan.
No, he's not an ex-Ahmadi. He's just a professor. I even spoke to him on the phone about 4 or 5 years ago.
This book actually references some of my relatives who helped him gather the references, but it gives you a good account of what was the turning point if you want to identify a turning point. Mirza Sahib's early life is a bit mysterious. He went on a long sojourn to Sialkot after he had taken the pension of his father, along with his cousin Nizam Din. And that is a period where Imam Din. Nizam Din was his brother. I always confuse the two. So Imam Din is thought to have led him astray. And we don't know what happened to that pension. It was lost. And for that time, it was quite a substantial amount. I think it was 700 rupees. And so he was quite embarrassed to return home, is the theory. This is all the theory. And then he ended up in Sialkot, where he became a small clerk in the court. And there he started debating with some priests who were trying to convert people to Christianity. He had some education about Islam from a Shia Maulvi as well as a Sunni Maulvi. And he was also studying Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan. A lot of the influence of Ahmadiyya religion is from Sir Sayyid. Remember, Sir Sayyid was the founder of the Aligarh University. And Sir Sayyid was one of the first to claim that Hazrat Isa salam had died, okay? Although he didn't say he died in Kashmir or whatever. He also did not believe in angels. He did not believe in miracles. And Mirza Sahib at that time countered Sir Sayyid. And very interestingly, the documents that Sir Sayyid published was called Khutbat-e Ahmadiyya. You know why? Because his name was Sayyid Ahmad, Sir Sayyid Ahmad. And there is a theory that Ahmadiyya is taken from that Sir Sayyid. But never mind, even if it is not and it's a coincidence, he countered Sir Sayyid at the time, but then he took this, he actually once planned to go to Aligarh, but he never went there. He was actually quite afraid of person-to-person debates. He never engaged in a debate person-to-person. He used to debate people by writing letters or sending proxies. Even his lectures, so-called, were read by other people, like Maulvi Muhammad Ali or Mufti Muhammad Sadiq, and these people used to read his lectures. So he then eventually returned, and for some reason he started making these, as you say, the Refuting Ahmadiyya. If you read volume 1, basically it is a appeal for money. And he was also very impressed by rich people. Once upon a time, in the census, i.e., when they count people belonging to different religions, somebody made a mistake. The censor made a mistake and said that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's followers are the lower caste people called the Churas, and the scheduled caste it was called. And he took great umbrage at that, because it was actually Imam Din who founded another sect called the Bagli. What was the name of that sect? It was another sect. It was a syncretic.
Balkis or something here.
Balgi, yeah. It was a syncretic sect, and he actually used to have an annual mela, and some people think that the Jalsa Salana was copied by that. But he was actually the leader who these people followed, the Chura caste. And instead of saying that my followers belong to the whole spectrum of society, he started claiming that no, my followers are not these Churas, but they are Nawabs and they are MAs and BAs and very literate people. So he was very keen on ensuring that Nawabs and rich people, and he even once, I think, offered to pray for someone to have a son, but asked for money for that. And so he was impressed by rich people. He married his two daughters to the same family in Malir Kotla, who were from a Nawab family. The first daughter was married to Nawab. She was his second wife. And then his daughter, a second daughter, was married to Malir Kotla, the first daughter's husband's stepson. And the interesting thing about the first marriage was he negotiated the meher, which is fine, which is Islamic, but he had a deal for 56,000 rupees, which at that time was a huge amount for haq meher. So Mirza Sahab then established a coterie of people around him, and Maulvi Nuruddin then joined him. And they, I think, together devised this idea of being a messiah and a prophet. And he basically was very obsessed also about male progeny. He was very keen that people should have sons. And he kept then, the promise of the Muslim Maud, which first failed and the second time failed. And very strange behavior as well. For example, one of his sons, Mirza Mubarak Ahmad, he was 8 years old, and he sadly became afflicted by a severe illness. And what he did was, he says that there was a Punjabi custom that if you have a very ill son or child, you should marry them off. So he was married to a 2.5-year-old girl, and they did a nikah with him. Ahmadis currently on the Reddit are accusing non-Ahmadis of being, abusing children and so on. But anyway, sadly, Mirza Mubarak died. So that 2.5-year-old girl became a widow. And guess what? That widow was about 15 years old. And Mirza Bashiruddin Ahmad, who was the second Khalifa, he saw her and he said, I'm going to marry her. That woman was actually the mother of the fourth Khalifa in the end, Mirza Tahir Ahmad. So this was very odd behavior. And then he became obsessed with these claims and then wrote, or some people helped him write. He couldn't perform any miracles. That's why he lost the debate to Abdullah Atham when they challenged him to perform a miracle. And so his prophecies all failed as well. The only prophecy that Ahmadis are very proud of is the Lake Ram prophecy, but that has been also analyzed in a very good book about blasphemy laws. That man, it was like the Texas sharpshooter. If you make 100 prophecies and 10 come true, 10 happen, then you start claiming that look what I said happened. So his prophecies all failed, particularly the Muhammadi Begum prophecy, which was another odd one. So the transformation was, I think, in Sialkot when he returned and engaged with Maulvi Nuruddin, started writing Barahin Ahmadiyya, collected money, and then that whole saga about, he said that there will be 300 proofs of Islam that nobody can counter. He then said that there will be 50 volumes, but he ended up with 4, and the 5th volume was published posthumously after he had passed away. And then he said that there's no difference between 5 and 50, just a 0. And these very strange permutations. And then there was a very sad bit about, which I find personally very sad, is that he refused to attend the janazah prayers of his own son, Fazal Ahmad, who didn't support him in his marriage or proposal of marriage to Muhammadi Begum. So I think there was no, as Bashir Bhai has said, there was no one cutoff point. But if anyone is interested, this book again by, I'm not getting any commission from him, Adil Hussain Khan, it was, I think, his PhD thesis, Ahmadiyya, it's called From Sufism to Ahmadiyya, is worth a read. Any other questions, Umar Bhai?
Yeah, and let me just give one clarification. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad did go to Aligarh in 1889 after his bat ceremony, but he didn't come out of his house. He was supposed.
And he didn't meet Sir Sayyid.
Yeah, he was supposed to give a speech at the Aligarh University, scheduled, ready to go. He shows up, and then Muslims even said he didn't even come out for congregational prayers. You know, and those are the days where there's no distraction. There's no TV, there's no radio. You're literally sitting at home looking at the wall or reading a book. There's nothing, no entertainment.
Thanks for the correction, Bashir Bhai. Thank you for the correction. So he went to Aligarh, but he didn't appear.
He didn't appear, and he stayed in his house. And then this was about 2 months after the famous bat ceremony. So he hadn't made his claims yet, but he goes there and then he backs out. And then I think
in Hoshiarpur, the Bait in Hoshiarpur.
Yeah. So from there, it's not that far. Well,
that's an important point you've made, because I think it was 1889. He went to Hoshiarpur and spent 40 days in someone's house. And
no, that was 1886, and the bat wasn't in Hoshiarpur; it was in Ludhiana.
Ludhiana, you're right. Sorry, I confused the two.
And I guess from Ludhiana to Aligarh, it's pretty close. So he was nearby. Actually, it's kind of far. It's south.
You know, one of my fantasies is I wish I was in those days, because it makes a very good read, his life, and it can be made into a movie almost. You know. And,
totally. So okay then. Okay, we with Sir Sayyid was the first one to say Isa alayhi salam died and will never come back. Some scholars say that he died the death of sleep. Ahmadis try to use that and manipulate it. You know, no. Sir Sayyid was the first one to say Isa alayhi salam died and will never come back, and that's a major issue.
Which puts a lie to the fact that this was revealed to me.
Yes,
you know, secret.
Yes, Dr. Zar, if I was to add to this, this actually, Razi had the same issue, saying when the same 17-year-old I mentioned earlier asked him about this, that if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani needed revelation, basically asked him that he was not the first one. Then Razi lied. I mean, he said, no, it's not true that they believe that. They do not say that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was the first person to say that Jesus is dead.
That's wrong. So it was Sir Sayyid, actually.
Yes. Yeah. He said that. He said that we do not say that. He actually said that we do not say that. It is not true that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said that who was the first to say that Isa is dead. This was his claim. And then later, he said Allah told Mirza Ghulam Ahmad that Jesus has died. So our question is, why does a prophet, who is supposed to be the best in understanding the Quran, miss out all that clear evidence and needs Allah to reveal to him? See, if the Quran was clear, the way they say it, we have 30 verses and they keep increasing them every day, that we have this number of verses that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, that the Quran is clear. Why did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad need revelation to tell him that? Why did he, according to him, say he was told that even before that the revelation was telling him that he's dead, despite the Quran being clear, he was getting revelation that Isa is dead, and he was doing ta'wil to reinterpret so that he can fit in with the people that are misguided, that he is supposed to be guiding them. Can you see the irony there? I mean, guys, think about that.
But Umar Bhai,
Dr. Zar, can you add?
Yeah, Umar Bhai, I would add to that. Forget about Sir Sayyid. Ahmadis, on the one hand, are saying that only Mirza Sahab found out that Hazrat Isa alayhi salam was dead. And then at the same time, they say that at the time of the death of Huzur sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there was the first ijma that all the prophets have died. So that's a contradiction in itself as well. So Ahmadis then lose on that count, because according to Ahmadi interpretation of the events at the death of our Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam with Hazrat Umar and Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, they claim that all the Sahaba believed that Hazrat Isa had died, as they say that all other prophets had died. So then why was there the need for Mirza Ghulam Ahmad? And why didn't all the ulama from the Tabi'in and the Tabi'in and all the rest of them also believe that Hazrat Isa had died? So, you know, again, this whole contradiction is utterly confusing. So Razi needs to explain why they claim on the one hand that it was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad who Allah Ta'ala revealed that Hazrat Isa had died upon. And on the other hand, they say that no, even the Sahaba had the first so-called ijma that Hazrat Isa had died, just as the Holy Prophet ﷺ had died. So again, another contradiction. And thanks for that. It was the Balmiki mazhab that Imam Din had created, the syncretic mazhab, who was a cousin of Mirza Ghulam. Any other questions, Umar Bhai? Because I will also need to go soon.
Oh yeah, one more update. So I looked it up. He was Mirza Imamuddin was a member of the Balmikism.
Balmiki.
And strangely enough, I looked it up. There's over 5 million followers.
They still are Balmikis, yeah. It's a syncretic religion of Hindus, Christians, and Muslims. A bit like Akbar's Deen-e-Ilahi.
Wow. I had no so
It's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Mirza Ahmad isn't too far away.
Well, the problem is that there was a competition between Imam Din and Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. They even fought over property, like building a wall in their house. That was another thing about Mirza Sahib, is he was very keen on increasing his property. And it's mentioned in Siratul Mahdi as well about how, you know, the property was distributed. And Imam Din and Nizam Din are very interesting. Bashir and I did a whole 45 minutes video on the Muhammadi Begum prophecy, the answer to which has still not been provided by the Ahmadis, even on Ahmadi answers, because we have detailed the connection between Imam Din, Nizam Din, Muhammadi Begum, Ahmad Beg, and all the other characters in the Muhammadi Begum scandal.
Yes, that was a good video, Dr. Izar. I saw the video, mashallah, very, very well researched, very straight to the point. On Brother Bashir's channel, viewers, you can go and watch that, so you can familiarize yourself with their arguments as well, with the response to the Muhammadi Begum prophecy. I don't know. It's amazing, you know, Dr. Izar, that a prophecy is fulfilled by not happening as it was supposed to be. Like he's supposed.
Well, I was joking before the American presidential election. I said, well, Kamala Harris will win. This is my prophecy. Even if she doesn't win, metaphorically, she would have won. So I can prove anything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so our simple question is: if Mirza Ghulam Ahmad did marry Muhammadi Begum, would you say the prophecy failed? Very easy. He didn't marry her, and the prophecy is fulfilled. So if he married her, if everything happened as it was, I mean, everything did not happen. Everything failed. But he married her.
You know, that was an open and shut case. And one of the big fails of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was this almost a stalking. You know, in modern day, it comes under stalking, and he could have been arrested for that. You know, publishing publicly dreams about her being naked. I mean, and you know, that is just so sordid. And anyway, we won't go there, but there's another question. Somebody has asked, can the ex-Ahmadis comment on where the funds collected go, i.e. Jamaat, Chanda, Tehreek? Well, the answer to that is it's a bit of a mystery, because there are many registered charities, and they have an AMJ in America. They have an organization in Canada. They have also a registered charity in Britain. I live in Britain. And in that charity, the accounts are presented every year. The charity, anyone can go and look up the accounts. And I have looked up at some of the accounts. One of the unanswered questions, i.e. unanswered officially by the Jamaat, although apparatchiks of the Jamaat have made a counter to that, is when Mirza Masroor became a Khalifa. After that, there was a revelation with the of the Panama Papers, where we suddenly discovered that many members of the Mirza family were directors of companies that varied from construction companies to other registered companies offshore. And very quickly, and Mirza Masroor featured very highly as directors in multiple companies. And I think one of the ex-Ahmadis who's close to the Jamaat, I've forgotten his name, Akbar Saab, he made a video about it and put out some stuff about it. But the Ahmadis have officially never addressed the topic of where that money goes. All I can say is that in Surrey, which is a very affluent part of London, in the suburbs of London, it's a county, they have a huge acreage where they have made almost like a little city. I don't know what its name is, but they have made a mosque or a worship place there where Mirza Sahib now resides. And there are some offices there and houses where many Ahmadi officials work and live. And they have a farm there. They have racing horses. They breed horses there as well. They even started a horse riding school, but unfortunately there was a sex scandal associated with one of the teachers there, so that was shut. It's all on the internet. And then they also have farms. They rear animals, you know, sheep. And I often joke that my letter has been eaten by one of his sheep or his goats. And the problem is that we don't know where the funds actually go. We do know that they live very comfortably, and Bashir might know more about it. But who am I to speculate? I don't want to speculate on where the money goes. All I can say is that the money there's a lot of money. Baitul Futuh recently it is a big structure, big building in London, in Morden, a very prime place in London. But what I've always said, and you know, my family members who are Ahmadis also lament the fact that Ahmadis build so many big mosques. They call them mosques, worship places, whatever you want to call them. But they have never made, in Britain at least, a place where a dead Ahmadi can be given a ghusl. We have a small mosque where I live, and we have a beautiful ghusl area. So for Ahmadis, when somebody dies, they have to go to either a Christian undertaker, or even my own parents, may Allah forgive them and bless them, when they passed away, their ghusl was carried out in a non-Ahmadi mosque. So it is very interesting that we are told as Ahmadis not to pray behind other Ahmadis, non-Ahmadis, Muslims, but we can have the ghusl of our deceased Ahmadis in non-Ahmadi mosques. So I always say that a dead Ahmadi can't pay any more chanda. Maybe that's the reason why, but wallahu alam. So a lot of money, but I don't know where it all goes. I have no idea. All I do know is what we see is that there is a lot of construction, a lot of investment into properties. They buy huge amounts of land in Canada, in America. I once went to the Spanish mosque of the Ahmadis. It's near Cordoba. At that time, I was an Ahmadi. And when that mosque was made in 1982, I think, my own uncle and one of my close relatives went to it, and it was all hailed as all of Spain will suddenly become Ahmadi in a few years. I went to the mosque. It's a good building, but at the time of namaz, they were just us and the local murabbi, who actually, to be fair, and I'm very grateful, he entertained us with very good tea and refreshments, because at that time we were Ahmadis. And I had assumed that at the time of prayer, lots of Spanish new Ahmadis and other Ahmadis will come, but there were hardly anybody. So they built huge mosques and worship places, but the attendance at these mosques is usually not very good.
Yeah, it's mostly like a revenue center. Like I tried to explain it through the lens of accounting, and for them, a place of worship is a revenue center. And what's interesting is I was in Spain in 2001, and I visited that place of worship. I met the people; they were all working at the time. It's right off the freeway. I just used the map book and I found it. Very interesting. But the way it works is they have another organization, almost like an umbrella organization called the AMJI, which the Ahmadiyya, the AMA UK, which is the organization in the UK, sends 33% of its money to the AMJI. So international. And then, so what's funny is their own cost is 66%. Their operational cost is roughly 66% of what they bring in. And then a third of it, roughly, it can vary, goes to the AMJI. Same thing in America. It's roughly a third. 2/3 is operational. It's simply to pay the Maulvis, benefits, etc., flights, and Brother Umar, can you post those stats from Tariq Jadid that just came out today? Dr. Han, you got to see these stats, but they're in the Telegram group if you need that scan. But so the way it works is Tariq Jadid and Waqf Jadid, I haven't found their feeders into any of these scenarios. So they might be telling us it's Waqf Jadid, Tariq Jadid, but when the money comes in, it's consolidated. Or I haven't found evidence that it's not consolidated.
Just to explain to people, Tehreek Jadid literally means the new movement. Tehreek means a movement, Jadid means new. It was actually, I think, in 1936 when it was launched, when the Ahraris were opposing the Ahmadis. And it's not Jadid anymore. But one very interesting thing is when they finish the Tehreek Jadid, Mirza Masroor always gives a khutbah in which he gives you stories largely from Africa. And these stories are so petty. For example, he will give you examples that Mirza Masroor received a report from a Murabbi somewhere in Kenya or Ghana or Nigeria that this poor woman, she only had one chicken and she gave that chicken to the Jamaat as Tariq Jadid, and Allah then gave her so many other chickens. Or somebody had a pay cut, and despite that, he gave the money to the Jamaat, and suddenly next day he got a phone call that he got a pay rise. All these stories mostly emanate from Africa. And then in the end, he reads a list of which Jamaat gave the most money. And it's almost like a league table. So the story, the message that is given out to the poor Ahmadis is that the more you give, the more richer you will become. And the other interesting thing is that these monies are, so the Tariq Jadid in particular, is all these chandas are also obligatory on asylum seekers who have very small amount of benefit. An asylum seeker, for example, in Britain, I think, I may be wrong, but gets about £40 credit a week. And £40 goes nowhere, to feed a family and so on. So even the chanda is obligatory on on Ahmadis who are claiming benefits. Benefits is what, the social security. So I think that is a bit of a shame. And lastly, the thing that really annoyed me recently was an ad that anybody who pays £1,000, his name will be sent, or so much pounds, his name will be sent to Huzur for special prayers. Well, for a millionaire, £1,000 is loose change. But for a poor man, a tenner or £10 is worth more than £1,000. So why wouldn't his or her name go to Huzur for prayers? So it all seems very dubious to me. And, these prayers for money, I don't think there is any such tradition in Islam. We have recently raised money when Bangladesh floods came, or for Gaza. In our mosque, we have raised huge amounts of money, and we do it. And Alhamdulillah, every Jummah in our mosque, for example, it runs on money that is given voluntarily. We don't pressurize people that if you don't pay, or we don't keep sending them texts to keep paying money. So it is a membership, like a club. But the other interesting thing is, if someone doesn't want to pay or cannot pay, he has to take special permission for exemption. It's a bit like someone who wants their son to marry a non-Ahmadi has to write to Huzur for permission, which usually is granted anyway. So all this is a bit of nonsense to me, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, and Brother Umar, can you post it? And Dr. Han, in 1982, Ahmadis do pay for dead people. Because in 1982, Mirza Tahir Ahmad reinstated 3,400 accounts, and he urged families to start paying. And I remember my dad was paying like chanda for his mom or something like that.
No way.
I couldn't, like, at the time I was barely like maybe 15 years old, and I was like, what? Like, well, why would you pay? And I think he said, well, that'll help her in the afterlife, maybe, or something. And I just at the time I couldn't understand it. So and so what they did with a Tariqa Jadid was they started Ahmadi companies like Shazan. You see?
I don't know about that, Bashir. I don't know about that.
Yeah. They started a bunch of it's all on the blog. And Brother Umar, did you have that scan? So the list finally came out.
Yes, just give me 5 seconds. I'll get it. I don't know how to
Yeah,
share
and
it.
you'll see the top paying Jamaats, and there's some interesting information in there because they're alleging that some Middle Eastern country gave like the 5th most amount of money for Tariqa Jadid.
But they don't name them.
They don't name them. But there's two
This is very
sites.
interesting as well. The Khalifa who claims to be the Khalifa of Islam cannot visit any Muslim country.
Right. He would immediately be arrested. Oh no, he wouldn't get a visa.
He's never been to Turkey. He's never been to Medina or Mecca. They can't go. But Ahmadis do go to Mecca and Medina.
Yeah. So here's the list, Uncle. Can you make that bigger? Germany paid the most into Tariqa Jadid, followed by the UK. Indonesia and Ghana is on there. That is a lie, Brother Umar. That's a lie. Ain't no one in Ghana paying money, bro. Come on, bro. What are they talking about? Ridiculous. Oh,
Do they take into account exchange rates and inflationary factors in this league table?
I don't know.
Or the average income of a person in that particular country. For some poor country where the minimum wage or the median salary is, let's say, $500 a year, compared with Britain where it's about $25,000 a year. Do they do relative comparisons, or do they just use absolute numbers?
That's a good question. And they just admitted in Canada that their JELSA stats are cumulative. First time they ever admitted to it. So who knows how they came up with this list? We seriously doubt that these Middle Eastern countries did pay anything.
Well, Canada is interesting because recently I think they were refused permission to do a Jalsa, and the justification the Ahmadis made, oh well, we contributed to the economy, we spent so many thousands of dollars on Tim Hortons, whatever that is. I think it's a fast food company.
Right, and they were back. Yeah, Brother Umar, where are we going from here?
Yeah, we have a guest. I believe he's an Ahmadi. His name is Rizwan. So Rizwan, welcome to the stream. Can you introduce yourself if you want to, or just go ahead and ask your question or make your comment?
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a question, and I'm also happy to address some of these points that are being made because they're a bit outlandish. But my question here is that we've been going back and forth here for about a year. Y'all have been doing these streams. You have your perspective. We have our perspective regarding the beliefs and things like that. But my question, though, is that more so from a practicality perspective here. So one indicator for the truthfulness of a community is the community itself, right? And the reason for that is because the beliefs translate to how we as individuals and a community have as our actions, our behaviors, or how we treat each other, etc. So my question here is that, and to me, that's another, not to me, it's in the Quran, it's a sign of the truthfulness there. So my question here is, when we look at the Muslim Ummah, we look at Pakistan, we look at Afghanistan, we look at Yemen, we look at Syria, we look at Libya, we look at Saudi, we're seeing just a horrendous moral state of Muslims across these countries.
No, that's not
you're shaking
true.
You're shaking your head.
What do you base that on? What's the evidence for
Yeah,
that?
I'm gonna give it right now. Pakistan has one of the highest rates of terrorism and corruption in the world.
Is that right? Let me intercede. Just a second. Just because you're going on a rant, this is not to make a just. It was just to make a question.
See,
Yes.
the reason you all don't want to touch on this
wait a
topic
second.
yet,
Wait
right?
a
And I know
second.
why you don't want to touch on it.
No,
Go ahead.
I'll answer it.
Ahmed
I'll
Bhai,
answer it
Ahmed
very
Bhai,
simply.
sorry to interrupt you. Let him finish. Let him finish. He will answer.
This is the thing. It is not a speech, right? It is not a prologue. It was
No,
just a question.
I know
Yeah,
where
exactly.
he's
But
going.
we'll give you 1 minute. We'll give you 1 minute. We'll
Okay,
give you 1
yeah,
minute.
inshallah.
Yeah.
You have.
Let's give you
Just
1 minute.
make it precise.
He's come
Just
on,
make it
and
precise.
we must appreciate that.
Yes, and
Yeah.
inshallah, don't make judgment calls because we are here not just presenting subjective opinions.
No,
Inshallah,
this
just
isn't subjective
give the
though.
stats. Yeah.
Okay, please, you have 1 minute,
You can
Rizwan.
go ahead and Google it. Pakistan has one of the highest terrorism rates in the world. We have Libya, who are Muslims. We have open slave markets there.
You know what?
We
Hang
have
on one
Syria,
second.
who's been in a civil war for decades. That's another Muslim country. We have Yemen, who is being bombed by Saudi Arabia, right? And there's a genocide going on over there. Huge humanitarian aid. So, but here's my question for y'all. Y'all have been focusing on, these beliefs, but what are your beliefs doing from a practical perspective when you all are in such a horrible state? And here's my claim. This is the claim that I want an answer to. Okay, this is what my claim here is. This is what I'm proposing to y'all. If you compare Ahmadi groups across all these countries to the rest of the Muslim population, you're going to see that we are in every single metric doing better than the Muslims are, than the non-Muslims are. And this is just fact. We're not here.
Objectively false. False. 100% false.
Wait, Umar, wait for a second. Izhar bhai, I'll take you in. I'll just ask a question to you, Izhar bhai. You being a Muslim, and Bashir, you being a Muslim, and Umar, you being a Muslim, who do you take your morals and ethics from? Because the brother talked about social moral opinions. Who is your role model in your social moral ethics?
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Listen.
Okay. Wait a second. Izhar bhai, I'll give you a chance. So, according to you, Muslims are bad, but look.
No, I didn't say that.
Wait a second.
That's not my claim. Just saying that right there.
Wait a second. Now we'll go back and we'll hear what Mirza said and how did Mirza Sahab. I'm going to be very respectful here. What Mirza Sahab said about his opponents and what his social dealings were, because we're going to talk not subjective, we're going to talk objective, right?
This is my
जो हमारी फतह का कायल नहीं होगा, जो हमारी फतह का कायल नहीं होगा, तो साफ समझा जाएगा कि वो वल्दुर हराम है और वो हलाल ज़्यादा नहीं. Whoever would oppose us, it would be clear that he's a bastard and he's not a legitimate child. So I'm really sorry that you cannot come and you cannot say that we are morally superior than Muslims. I'll let Izhar bhai come in here, but inshallah, just bring your evidence. Don't say subjective things because you're gonna have a pushback. Just want to say that. Izhar bhai,
Thank you very much.
Inshallah, jump in.
Just give me a few minutes, please, because I know this rant about the moral state of Muslims, terrorism, and all that. Rizwan, do you know who started preaching the Crusades and in which century? Can I ask you a simple question? And then I'll tell you a bit of lesson in history.
Sorry, what was your question?
Who started preaching the Crusades and in which year? Who was the Pope who preached the crusade? I can give you a clue. It was in in France.
I don't know. Go ahead.
You don't know? So that means that you don't know the history of the Islam of Muslims through the period of the Crusades. Here is a 3-volume book that I have studied. It's by a British historian, Stephen Runciman. I would suggest you invest some money and get it from Barnes and Noble. You talked about Libya. Let me tell you about Libya. And you talked about Iraq. Libya, before the West invaded it, before NATO destroyed it, was one of the most prosperous countries in the North African countries.
I agree with you. I agree.
Let me finish now. You've had your say. Libya, and I have Libyan brothers who are here in Britain as refugees. In Libya, every child that was born was looked after. There were no bills to pay for electricity. The hospitals in Libya were staffed. We used to go, I was Royal College of Physicians, used to send visiting professors there. Libya had the best irrigation system. Before they destroyed Libya, there was no influx of sub-Saharan refugees. You talk about slave markets. Why were they created? Who created the slave markets? What was the raison d'etre of the invasion and destruction of Libya? You want to talk about Iraq? Let's talk about Iraq. You sound like you have a North American accent. We remember Colin Powell showing these fake tubes full of sugar, saying that these are the weapons of mass destruction. What is happening in the Muslim world right now is we're seeing one of the bravest and most amazing people in Gaza who are bearing the brunt of the oppression, which is carried out by those who have installed satrapies throughout the Middle East and throughout the Muslim countries. If take about Pakistan, you know what started the terrorism in Pakistan? Do you know the background of the history of Pakistan? Have you ever lived in Pakistan? I was brought up in Pakistan. In Pakistan, the Americans have installed governments right since the assassination of Liaquat Ali Khan. Do you know who Liaquat Ali Khan was? You talked about Pakistan. Now you have to tell me who was Liaquat Ali Khan.
Completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
No. It is
the bottom line is who is doing this at the hands of who? It's not.
Are you blaming
the world? It's the capitalist.
Izhar bhai,
capitalist.
Izhar bhai.
Can I respond? Can I respond to this?
Let's put another
Let
factor.
me just finish. I will finish 1 second. I would clearly suggest you sincerely, please read some history. Go and listen to the Empire podcast. What did America do in Vietnam? They killed 3 million people. How many innocent children and men and women?
You're preaching to the choir.
President
You're
Obama.
preaching to the choir here.
We can talk about politics. It's got nothing to do with
you're preaching to the choir. Let me respond.
Hang on, let me finish. You're interrupting me.
Go ahead.
What you guys did was you sucked up. I'll tell you one brief example. Tomorrow is Remembrance Saturday. Do you know what Remembrance Saturday is and what it commemorates? You don't know that. Ahmadis, until last year, were collecting poppies and selling them to raise funds for the British Foreign Legion. Do you know the history of the poppy? These people this year have stopped collecting poppies because I pointed out that they were selling poppies with a cross. This was what Ahmadis were doing. When the king was coronated, all their mosques, so-called mosques, were lit up. Ahmadis throughout history have sucked up to the West. And you say that we have done this and we
so
have
this
done
is this is what I want to respond to here.
Throughout, let me finish. They take the Balfour Declaration. What year was the Balfour Declaration and who was it addressed to? Do you know that? Do you know about the Sykes-Picot Agreement? I'm simply asking you simple historical questions.
I do, and I'll answer them. Do you want me to answer, or do you want to keep talking?
Yes. When was the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and what was it?
I don't know the exact date, but let me give you my response.
You don't know the date? What was the Sykes-Picot?
It's irrelevant. I'm sorry, but it's
if you think it's irrelevant, then
Izhar, I'll just stop you. Just to add one more point there, and then we'll ask Rizwan to actually address the evidence here.
Yes, let me please address the points.
Do you know Dr. Patnaik? She actually published a paper from Columbus Press, and she actually calculated the amount of money that the colonial British plundered from India is $45 trillion in today's worth. And who was that colonial power? It is the same colonial power the Mirza Sahib was like sucking up to, right?
Yeah, we know about that, but Ahmed Bhai,
he was at the same time. Look at the Bengal famine. Millions of people were dying.
3 million died.
3 million people died because they plundered the wheat out of the land that the wheat was grown in. And now you're coming and you're the follower of the person who enabled all this, who was an active part in this genocide.
Ahmed Bhai, they used to lighten up and distribute sweet. When Iraq was invaded by the British, there was a charaga in Qadiani.
They actually sent
their soldiers
to kill Muslims.
Okay, so can I respond?
Yeah.
May I respond here?
Give him a minute. Give him a minute.
Can I respond? Great.
Yeah.
So
first tell me
you
the
can
side
respond,
speaker
but
agreement, what that
yeah.
was. If you don't know it, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
There's
Okay,
no
so let me.
embarrassment.
I don't know.
Respond,
So
but
let
with
me
evidence.
respond.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Great.
I
So
knew
great.
that.
I don't know anything. Okay. So let me respond.
No,
here.
no. You know a
So-
lot of things, but you don't know everything.
No.
What
Okay.
you
Yeah.
do
So
is
great.
you are a victim of Qadiani propaganda that used to say that the colonial empire was a blessing. Do you know what the colonialists did in Algiers?
My goodness. Okay. So can I respond?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Because
Thank
these
you.
things animate me because I'm
you're-
a strong supporter of the Palestinian cause.
Okay. So you're preaching to the choir here. Do you know what it means? Just to make clear, do you know what it means when they say you're preaching to the choir?
I know. Don't teach me English.
Okay, great.
We call it preaching to the converted.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're aligned there. So
Yeah. No. I understand English. I spoke.
Okay, so you're preaching to the choir here. At no point am I justifying Western imperialism. That's never has come through my mouth.
Then you should leave the Jamaat.
No. Can I respond here, please?
Yes.
Without interruption. So,
okay, sorry.
So in no way am I justifying Western imperialism. What I'm saying here is that you've brought up this very interesting point here, is that your claim here is that the West, Israel, etc., are pulling the strings, which they are. They're meddling. Completely agree with it. Who is executing on their behalf? It is the Muslims. So that is a clear, direct line, and you're just admitting here is that they're executing on their behalf. Who are the people that are actually doing the terrorism? You're not seeing white people going in Pakistan and blowing themselves up, are you? You're seeing Muslims do it.
Is that right? Just point by point.
Okay.
Do you accept?
Now, let me respond.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
So you still have not answered the question yet. Which is again, I'm going to just re-emphasize what my question is.
I'll tell you.
Why are Muslims? Why does Pakistan have the greatest rates of terrorism at the hands of themselves? I don't care where the funding is coming from. We know where it's coming from. What I'm explaining to you, and what I want to answer is why are Muslims themselves doing it?
Okay, just
tell me Ahmad, give me 10 seconds. Ahmad, give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
What's your contention here is one that these Muslims are doing this because of the Quran and following the Sunnah?
No, thank you. What I'm saying is that they're not following it, and the reason why they're not following it is because they haven't accepted Khilafah. So that's why you don't see Ahmadis in the deplorable moral state that the Muslims are in Pakistan, India, Afghanistan.
Umar, wait.
And it's absolutely silly. You guys cannot recognize this.
We got your point. We got
it's
your
embarrassing, quite honestly.
We got your point, Rizwan.
You all should be embarrassed.
Rizwan, we got your point.
Rizwan, wait a second. When Mirza Sahab was supporting the colonial British, was he doing the correct thing or the wrong thing? Just answer that.
I'm talking to you right now about now. We've had these discussions. You all have had these discussions for months.
Okay,
and you guys
just forget about Mirza Sahab.
I'm asking you a very simple question about today. Now.
I'll answer it. I'll tell you. Wait a second. Izhar bhai, there's a context to this question. The context is because we need to first define what morality is, because that is the point that Umar bhai actually brought, that we don't care what people do. We have to come back to the Quran and Sunnah, right? And according to this guy, Mirza Sahib was his prophet. So whatever his prophet does is morality. Because for us to accept that anything that is wrong done by Muslims, he has to show that Prophet Muhammad said it or the Quran says it, right? Because at the end of the day, it is about morality. So can you answer the question that when the British was conducting all those atrocities in India, right? And he was in full support and saying that we're going to go and fight for you. He wrote a letter. He said, I am ready to fight for the British government empire, right? Was he doing the moral thing or not? That is the question.
Can you repeat the question? Just summarize it real quick.
I'll rephrase the question. Was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he volunteered to spy for the British. He even made a spreadsheet. It's published in your own books. It's called Majmua Ishtiharat. He said that on Fridays, he informed the British government that we will be willing to spy for you on people. We will grass on you. You understand that term? We will grass on people who are planning an independence movement in
Look,
India.
guys, you guys
It's
are
not a
deflecting
laughing
my
matter.
question. Like, this is complete relevant. I don't
Okay,
care.
you
I'm not
asked
here to
about
discuss
no, no,
it.
no.
Wait a second.
You don't have a
Izhar
question.
This has been discussed and beaten to death.
Izhar bhai. To answer your
I've asked you a
question, we
simple
need to
question.
wait a second. No, Rizwan.
Why does
To answer your
Pakistan have
question,
the highest rates of terrorism if it's a
Rizwan,
Muslim country?
We don't know.
The
We don't
highest
know.
rate
We
of
don't know.
terrorism
wait a
comes
second.
from the
Wait a
United
second.
No, no.
Wait
And
a
you
second.
should have some
Israel.
self-reflection.
Wait a second.
As Muslims, because
Wait a
you
No,
second.
I have
Izhar bhai.
reflection. I have
Izhar bhai,
reflection
wait a second.
because
Umar,
you consider them
Umar,
Muslims. You
wait.
don't consider
Umar,
us
wait.
Muslims,
Umar,
but
wait.
you should
Umar,
have
wait.
some self-reflection.
Umar,
You should have some
Umar, wait.
self-reflection
Umar, wait.
why
Umar, wait.
Saudi
Umar,
is
wait.
bombing
Umar,
Yemen on the behalf of the West.
Well, Saudi
you
people
should
or
have
the
Umar,
Saudi
Umar,
government?
wait. Izhar bhai,
These are your
he's
leaders, right?
just riling you up.
Not my leader.
Izhar bhai, wait a second. Izhar bhai,
exactly.
wait a second. He's just riling you up until you don't know what morality is, whether bombing is moral or not. Until we reach that consensus that we know what is moral and not, we cannot comment on anything. He has to answer
This
to
is your
us
morality.
whether they're doing.
Okay, well, guys, thanks.
Whether
I just wanted to
whether
explore this conversation. I'm not here to be all day. Peace.
No. Whether you have to answer this now.
Okay, go ahead.
Because
Go
you
ahead.
brought up morality.
Yes.
Whether the doings of Mirza Sahab supporting the British Empire while it was killing and plundering the Indians, was it a moral thing to do? Was it an immoral thing to do?
My guy, you can't answer my question currently, what we're seeing in our own eyes.
Is because
okay.
all that.
Summarize the question, guys. Let's give him 30 seconds.
Can I answer my question about morality, about killing people right now? What's happening today?
Izhar bhai, no. We're not going to answer. We first will define morality.
This is your own moral state.
Ahmad, let
you all want to sit here about what happened, this and that, and hundreds of years ago, try to twist words.
Wait a second.
You can't answer what's happening right now.
See, this is the problem. Because if it was fine for Mirza Sahib to support a genocide of the Bengals, you don't have a moral ground to come today and criticize anyone. So you have to first tell us whether the British killing the Bengal.
Give me one example of Ahmadis committing a genocide, and I'll give you. Or
I'm just telling
Go
you,
ahead.
your prophet
by that logic.
Wait a second.
Ahmad,
I'm telling
by that
you.
logic,
Wait a second.
by that logic, Ahmad.
Umar, wait. We have to clarify this. We're not gonna.
Guys, what's happening in Sudan and Somalia?
We are not gonna answer you anything until you tell us whether your prophet was moral when he was supporting a genocide in India or not.
You get the point here, Rizwan. Okay,
no, wait, Umar, we're not going anywhere.
Now, again, what's happening now?
Until forget about, because
if he was not, right. So
I'll tell you. No. This is what I'll tell you. If Mirza was justified,
I'm sorry, but this is embarrassing.
If Mirza was justified supporting a genocide, then we don't have a problem because it's the morally correct thing to do. So for us to know whether a thing is right to do or wrong to do, on the first place we have to see whether Mirza Sahib, what he was supporting, was it moral or not? Just answer that. What
my response is again very simple.
Please,
you're making this claim,
but I will answer his question about what's happening in current. And you also slipped in another statement that Ahmadis have never committed a genocide. You know why? Because Ahmadis have never been in power. In fact, your second Khalifa has written in a khutbah praising Hitler and Mussolini, saying that if we had the power, I would have enforced people to come to the mosque. Otherwise, I would have jailed them. I can give you the reference privately.
Another question. Was that a morally correct statement, what they said, praising Mussolini and Hitler? Was that morally correct? That is the thing. Until you don't tell us, what are the scales of your morality?
Again, guys, you can make these claims, but it's a very simple thing here. It's a very simple thing here.
No. Until you don't tell us the criteria
that
of
they
morality.
said this, they said that, taking things out of context. Look at the practicality.
No.
What are the actions? So obviously there's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect.
This is the most practical thing to think about.
First of all,
the actual practical thing is what our actions are.
Ahmad bhai, let me address. We can come back to that, Ahmad bhai.
Izhar bhai, the issue is, I'll tell you what the issue is. I'll tell you, Izhar bhai, what the issue is. I'll tell you what the issue is.
Please let me have a few words.
I'll let you talk, but understand the issue. The issue
Guys,
is...
I just want to point out here, you still haven't answered my question. Just
So you guys
deflect.
you haven't clarified.
You guys deflect. This is so insulting here.
You haven't.
You know this thing
answer
that this.
You haven't.
You have not answered my question.
Wait a second. No, wait a second. No. The thing is, as long as he does not clarify his criteria of morality, there's no point of any answer, because how
I'll ask you a very
things that
specific
he's
question.
claiming.
Is suicide bombings?
I've asked you a more specific question. I'll ask you.
Are suicide bombings moral?
Was what Mirza was doing? What was Mirza doing?
They're not
supporting a genocide.
I'm asking Ahmad. He's talking about morality.
It's not
suicide bombings moral.
Wait a second. It is immoral.
Okay, then why does Pakistan have such a high rate?
Wait. No. I've made it clear what's morality to us. Now make it clear what's morality to you. Is what Mirza did, supporting the British Empire and killing all those people and plundering all that wealth and taking it back to Britain, was it a moral thing or not?
So is your claim that the Prophet Messiah, Asalam, along with Ahmadis, killed people? Is that what your claim is?
No, they helped those who killed
the same
people.
accusation you're making against us. If you're accusing us of killing,
the accusation I'm making right now is right now. We're seeing it. What you guys,
we are also seeing it. What's the relevance?
Wait a second.
What's the relevance?
You're just lying. That's all you're doing. I'm asking you right now.
Do we support? Are you accusing us?
What you're saying is true.
Ahmad,
we would be like you. We would be like you.
Umar.
We would be committing these acts. If you're saying that Prophet Messiah Islam was committing terrorism or funding terrorism or supporting terrorism back then, we would be doing it right now. We aren't.
So we are supporting terrorism. Is that what you're saying? You are saying we are supporting terrorism. Is that your accusation?
I'm not saying you. What I'm saying here is that the Muslim Ummah right now is in a deplorable state.
No. You cannot generalize. You cannot generalize. I'm sorry.
Let me tie this to the return of Isa al-Islam for you all.
Tell us, is there a specific group that you are accusing, or are you generalizing against the all Ummah? Because we can generalize as well. We can do generalizations. Do you want us to do that?
Please generalize. Please do it.
Okay. No. I'm telling you, we can do it. Will you accept it? If anything that an Ahmadi does, no. I'm asking you as a matter of principle. If an Ahmadi has done something today, can I judge the entire Ahmadiyya community based on him?
See, again, that's not what I said.
Answer my question.
I'll make it very clear here. My claim is not.
I'm sorry. I'm going to mute you if you don't answer my question. I'm going to mute you.
I was answering it, but go ahead.
No. It's a yes or no question. Can I, Umar, judge the entire Ahmadi community based on a few individuals' actions?
No, but that's not my claim. I didn't.
You did say that Pakistan.
You did say that you want to judge the entire Muslim Ummah based on Pakistan's actions. Did you claim that or not?
Umar, wait a second.
Do you want me to answer? Do you want me to answer or no?
That's a lie.
I didn't mention one country. I gave you dozens.
Just a second, Rizwan. Just a second.
Rizwan.
So your question was, right? I as a Pakistani do not support whoever does suicide bombing in Pakistan. Now, can you make the same claim for Mirza? That Mirza did not. No. You will come back to it, because you ask about particular individuals. You ask about me. I answered. I say I do not support. I do not think it's right, Islamically, ethically, morally, for anybody to blow himself up. It is absolutely wrong. Now, I want an unequivocal statement from you saying that Mirza Sahib supporting the killing of the Bengal in the Bengal region, the killing done by the British, and all their plundering is morally wrong, because we have made our position very clear. Everybody sitting on this panel has made his position really clear that it is.
You've answered your question.
You're deflecting.
Why does Pakistan have such a high rate?
You're deflecting.
Why does India have such a high rate? Why does Afghanistan have such a high rate? Why does Yemen have such a high rate? Why does Somalia, Sudan?
You're deflecting.
You're deflecting. Now let me say something. You keep saying Pakistan has the highest rate of terrorism. That's
one of the highest.
Hang on. What? Now one of the highest. First you said it was.
I said one. I've always said it.
Well, who is the highest rate of terrorism? Where is the highest?
Do you want me to give you the list? Do you want me to give you the list? Because the top 10 are all Muslim countries. Again, embarrassing. Y'all should be ashamed. This is your ummah. This is what y'all represent.
You're interrupting me now. At this moment in time, where is the highest rate of terrorism going on? You answer me that question. We're talking about present now. Forget about Mirza. Where is the highest rate of terrorism going on now? Tell me.
Well, one of the biggest genocides.
Hang on, let me finish. And who is funding and who is supplying the bombs for that terrorism, and where is it happening? Can you answer? Let him answer, please. Everybody quiet. This is a question. You said Pakistan has one of the highest rates of terrorism. I'm asking you, where is the highest rate of terrorism per square kilometer at this
I've
moment,
already told
and
you.
who's funding it?
You have. Do you want me to give you the answer? Who's
Yes,
funding
please.
it?
Yes, please.
Yes. You have the West. You have Israel, and yes, you also have
No,
Gulf states as
happening?
Saudi as well involved in this.
No, no, forget about Saudi for the moment.
Why are we
Where is
going to
the
forget about
highest
Saudi?
rate?
It's a Muslim country, is it not?
I'll come to Saudi in a minute. But where is the highest rate of terrorism going on, and who is funding it? Who is giving the bombs for that? And which Jamaat is supporting those governments?
Brother Dr. Izhar, I'm going to ask, because this is an Islamic stream,
Keep
I'm
going,
going to give an
keep going.
Islamic answer.
Finish your statement.
Rizwan,
Finish your statement.
Dr.
Say what
Izhar,
you're about to say. Go ahead.
let's test the Rizwan.
Pakistan for the ills of the world.
Dr. Izhar, because Dr. Izhar, let me give bring it back to Islam. Ahmad, give me 30 seconds, Ahmad. First of all, when you talk about terrorism, what terrorism are you talking about? Are you talking according to Islam or according to Western view? According to Islam, rape is terrorism, scaring others is terrorism. There is many ways. The definition of terrorism in Islam, there is no way. There is no way you can put the Muslim countries in the top 10 if you follow the Islamic definition of terrorism. I challenge you.
The problem
Come
with
now.
this man is he is the mouthpiece of the Jamaat. He spoke. You know, one of the reasons that I really don't like this Jamaat is because they invited the Israeli ambassador to Baitul Futuh when they were killing, raping, destroying mosques in Gaza. And this man didn't have the courage to say that the highest rate of terrorism at this moment in time is happening in Gaza, funded by British and American bombs, which are supported by the Jamaat, who used to sell poppies for the people who committed genocide in Iraq and in Libya and are committing genocide in Palestine. Astaghfirullah Rabbi wa min kulli zambin. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Bring that man back. I will give him a lesson in history. And the reason I asked him about the Crusades is because he hasn't read history. He doesn't know about Pope Urban II, who preached in Claremont. And since the days of the Crusades, the war against Muslims is continuing. And in this war, many Muslims, Ahmadis and non-Ahmadis, have acted as traitors. We have, during the time of Tipu Sultan, we had Mir Jafar. During the time of Siraj-ud-Dawla, we had Mir Sadiq. During the time of the British Raj, we had Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, who offered to spy for the British. When it comes to politics, when it comes to terrorism and bloodshed, let me tell this man that in Vietnam, the Americans killed 3 million people. In Hiroshima and in Tokyo, they killed hundreds and thousands of people. We still see the consequences of Agent Orange in Vietnam. We still see the consequences of radioactive ammunition in Iraq, where deformed babies are being born. We still see the slave markets in Libya, which were caused by the illegal invasion and destruction of that country, which was one of the richest countries in the world. If he wants to talk politics, we can talk politics. He then said that why didn't Ahmadis commit genocide? I gave him evidence that Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad said that he liked Mussolini and Hitler because they had armies, because they were able to force their people to do things. And they were the big genocide committers. Ahmadis thankfully don't have a government. Mirza Bashiruddin Ahmad even incited the murder of a man. His name was Fakhruddin Multani. Bring him back and I will talk to him, give him a few lessons in history. The man, I feel sorry for him because he's simply spouting the propaganda that we get in the Daily Telegraph, in CNN, in MSNBC, whatever Western media we have. So come and answer these questions. If you are listening to me, I'm asking you, in recent times, Ahmadis have been selling poppies for the British Legion. If you don't know what the poppy appeal is, let me tell you what it is. General Hayes.
Yes, just one real quick. If this is going to be a lecture, like you said, that I don't have time for this nonsense.
I'm asking
if this is going to be a conversation and a dialogue, then I'll stay.
Do you agree the support that the Ahmadi community gives to governments like the British government, which fund and support Israel, that have been part of genocide in Iraq? Do you support that? Do you think that's a good thing? And that's happening now.
There is no support.
Oh, there is no support.
Yeah.
Which world are
If
you
you're
living
claiming
in?
we're supporting the government, you live in Britain, right? Your taxes
do.
are going to that. You support it as well.
No, I don't.
You
I
don't pay
make
taxes?
speeches publicly. Tomorrow I'm going to speak outside Barclays Bank.
Do you pay taxes?
Sorry?
Do you pay taxes?
I have to pay taxes. They are
Okay,
taking
so
from my
then
wages.
you do realize then your money is directly going to those bonds as
Yes,
well.
but we are doing BDS.
Yeah, and so then
You
why
guys
don't you
are
move
selling
to the
coke.
Middle
Hang
East
on,
then?
hang on. You guys are feeding your guests when mosque inaugurations. There was recently the centenary of Fazal Mosque, and on the table there was Coca-Cola. We say boycott Coke. You say your Mirza Masroor said boycott doesn't work. Boycott works. Barclays have disinvested from L-Beat Company. Do you know what L-Beat Company is? Do you practice BDS?
So
let
me get this
Give me
straight.
this answer.
Because you
One
boycott
question.
Coke, the
One
terrorism
question.
that happens in your countries is all forgiven. MashaAllah,
No,
very
this is
good.
your Jamaat.
Great job. You've boycotted Coke.
This is your Jamaat, man.
So Izhar bhai,
Coke, funding genocide. Your Jamaat is inviting Israeli
we're funding genocide.
to Baitul Futuh.
Hold on,
Bring it back.
by the same token,
Izhar bhai, inshallah,
by the same token, by the same token, sorry, Ahmad bhai, just very quickly, by the same
just a
token,
second.
I feel sorry for the Jamaat.
Ahmad.
Brothers, wait a second. Inshallah, this stream is not about this. He's basically just throwing
he has no religious
statements.
question. He
Yes,
came and he accused
Izhar
Pakistan
bhai,
of being
Izhar bhai,
a terrorist country.
just a second,
Dr.
Izhar bhai.
Izhar, yeah.
He's just throwing facts. He's just throwing statements without any backing of any sort of evidence, right? Subhanallah, we are giving him evidence after evidence after evidence. One, his question is not principally correct because he cannot define what morality is, so he cannot make a moral question to begin with. But second, like you gave him a really good reasons to look into history and see how this Jamaat is basically involved directly in killing people, directly supporting genocide. And if he wants to talk about today, you see him running away from Palestine, right? The biggest terrorist activity going on this place,
he
face
couldn't
of this
even
planet.
name it. He couldn't bring himself to.
And they're sitting in Haifa. So they're the only so-called Muslim. They're the only so-called Muslim. They call themselves Muslim. How come they're the only so-called Muslim sitting in the lap of Israel, and when Israel is bloodthirsty for any Muslim on the face of this planet? Just think.
I'll give you one example, Ahmad bhai. When I was an Ahmadi, I asked a direct question. I asked the Murabbi, they have a man called Lord Ahmad. Lord Ahmad was the foreign minister. He's a Tory, Ahmadi Jamaat from Wimbledon. He used to be on MTA in a religious program. And he went to Israel. And when he went to Israel, there is a photograph, you can Google it, of him with a woman called Eilid Sheket. And Eilid Sheket was an extremist right-wing Israeli who is on record as saying that all the mothers of Palestinian children who are not even born should also be killed because all unborn Palestinian children are criminals. And he's standing there smiling with her with the Israeli flag. Their Amir in Kababir, I've forgotten his name, Ode, their Amir is shaking hands with Netanyahu, is shaking hands with Narendra Modi and cracking jokes with them. They entertain them. The reason I mentioned Coca-Cola was because the BDS, which is the boycott, divestment, and boycott of Israeli goods that we practice, is hurting Israel where it hurts most, i.e. in the economy. And he didn't have the courage to say that he supports BDS because they don't. Mirza Masroor Ahmad was asked a question about BDS and he said it doesn't work. It did work. I mentioned Barclays Bank. He didn't even know that. One more thing. I feel sorry for him. He needs to buy a book of history. He didn't even know when the Crusades started and what it means to modern day persecution of Muslims throughout the world. He conflated governments of Muslim countries with the Muslim Ummah. And on the same token, I would say that he generalized. Ahmadis are a small fraction, a drop in the ocean in terms of comparative numbers. We are 2 billion.
Ahmadis are probably 2 million at most. And in 2 million, if you have 3 murabbis who are pedophiles, if you have a man, Mirza Luqman, who has been accused, allegedly, I should say, of raping a 3-year-old daughter, then we don't generalize. We don't say that all Ahmadis do that. But these guys are suggesting that the rest of the Muslim Ummah are all terrorists and suicide bombers.
Yes, his main purpose to come
I
here
don't
was
get
to
angry. I do
yeah,
apologize. Normally, I
yes.
don't get angry, but this really has riled me.
Yeah, that is what I was saying. His only purpose was coming here to rile us up, and basically because that's the thing, he wasn't stating any
Well, bring
facts
him
with
back.
evidence.
Bring him back.
No, but the issue is Harvey, that he's not here to talk sense, and you actually want to talk in an evidential manner, but he is not here for that. Because if that was so, when he asked us a question, we were answering it directly, right? But he did not answer a single question. He did not answer a single question
because
so
he's scared of the Jamaat.
So this is the thing. You see, that is why I asked the question, and inshallah we're going to bring the discussion
only on condition that he will answer the questions.
No, we're not going to bring him back.
No, I said bring him back only on the condition that he
I
should
would bring
answer
him
the
back
questions.
because we need to give him dawah.
Not open-ended. It has to be conditional.
This is the thing. So the thing is, subhanallah, again, this I think is not the platform for the kind of discussion he wants to conduct. Subhanallah, I'm just making the judgment call as a moderator. Umar can have a second on that, because the issue is, you see, what did I begin with is what he raised the question about morality, right? For us, the morality is, and all of us agreed, is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then he defines, like Umar said, if we start defining terrorism based on Islam, right? Muslims basically will have the lowest level of terrorism in the world, right? In the countries he's criticizing, the Middle East, you can leave your car with the keys in and walk away, and nobody's going to basically look at your car, right? And I live in Canada, and I know I have to lock my car up, and I have to put the bar as well, the steering wheel bar as well, because the stealing and all these things. So subhanallah, he is the narrative he's building, unless he's trying to say that Ahmadis, because of their falling, because what he's saying, Muslim, because of their religion, are committing all this, then we'll say, okay, fine, then Mirza did all this because of his morality. So unless he's not ready to talk about the morality of his source, right, there's no point of talking to him, if you understand, Azhar, by what I mean. Because you're moral, because you follow Allah and his Prophet. So if he's saying that Ahmadis are moral, then we have to show what that morality is. What is the source of that morality? And we have seen the source of the morality. This guy thinks a person who supported a genocide, supported all that plundering. Okay, forget about that. Now, if you look at his life, subhanallah, a guy who's giving out advertisement after advertisement, right? Regarding who? A married Muslim woman, Ahmadi Begum. Just think about him.
Morality goes out of the window. But another example of how they contributed to terrorism, how the Ahmadis supported it, they collected money, chanda, for the Boer War in support of the British. And guess what? The British created the first concentration camp in which they imprisoned the Boers. And they were praying for the victory of the British over the Boers, which was a war fought in South Africa. The Ahmadis have no leg to stand on, and people like Rizwan, I'm not taking any lessons in morality from those people who have collected poppies for the British Legion, and even poppies with crosses on them. I've got photographs. I won't take any lessons in morality from people whose Amir in Israel entertains and cracks jokes and laughs with Narendra Modi and shakes hands and is subservient to Netanyahu. I won't take any lessons in morality who blames Libya for being for slave markets without even considering what the West did to Libya. I won't take any lessons in morality from someone whose Jamaat sells Coca-Cola, who serves Coca-Cola, which is one of the top BDS targets that has along with McDonald's and others. I'm not taking any lessons in morality from a Jamaat whose big leader, Lord Ahmad, actually stands and poses with a woman who encourages the genocide of Muslims in Palestine. Shame on these people, and bring him back. I will give him dawah. He has not read a single book of history. He couldn't even tell me what the Sykes-Picot Agreement was or who the Balfour Declaration was addressed to. So he's basically a typical, with apologies, again, I'm prolonging with apologies from Bashir, a typical American who knows nothing except what is going on in his own little village. Step outside,
it's just
read a bit.
Islamophobic
Before we bring them on, I would like
basically.
Islam. I would like Islam is bulletproof to say something.
Yes,
Let Islam say something.
inshallah. Yes, inshallah, I'll let him say something, but I would advise my sincere advice would be, because you see, when somebody is ready and open to discussion, then you basically discuss with him. But the thing is, unless I would say, if you want to bring him on, just ask him about Mirza's morality. After he answers it, then you can discuss everything downstream.
Okay,
because,
let me have a chat with him then.
Yes,
No
but
problem. No problem.
this is the thing. This is the thing. Unless the principle isn't there, there's no discussion without a principle, right? So the principle needs to be that we as Muslims, we don't always, when we give dawah izhar bhai on the street, what do we say? And people say, Muslims do this and Muslims do that. We say Muslims are not Islam, right? Muslims are due to Islam. It is not that Muslims are Islam, because what Islam is, what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and how he preached it and how Sahaba practice it. That's Islam. Everybody downstream from there has flaws, right? So because in your understanding, Mirza was your prophet, and he's at the epitome of that moral character. So unless you don't define what morality is according to Mirza, you have no leg to stand upon, right? So inshallah, as long as we clear our principles, we can have a discussion. Otherwise, no. And Islam, inshallah, you can say something, and then I'll give the authority to Umar whether to bring him back or not. Islam bhai, go ahead.
Fiqh, Ahmad bhai, Jazakallah khair to everybody in the panel. I just wanted to say that as I'm agreeing with you 100%, and I was saying that in the comments actually, that I really prefer this approach, that first when we engage with someone, we should be agreeing certain terms of reference, such as morality, and who are the standards. What is the standard of the morality? Is it Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Is it Ghulam Ahmad? We have to decide and compare the theology. Okay, the theology, as you said, or I would maybe adjust it to match my my avatar name. Islam is bulletproof, but Muslims, maybe they're not bulletproof. You see, Islam is flawless, it's perfect, it's from God. You see, but Allah made us that we are not perfect, so there will be Muslims. But why should we even make such a explanation and clarification when, as you said, and Dr. Bashir and Izhar Bhai and others are all saying that we don't originally even accept his starting premise that Pakistan is this and Pakistan is... I'm not Pakistani, by the way. Okay, but my point is, anyway, it's a lie. It's a lie to begin with. Yeah. So there are two issues that should have first been agreed. If he's happy to actually engage on those issues, which is what Ahmad Bhai is talking about, what is morality? Define this criteria, define this model. Who is your standard of morality? And let's compare these standards. Our standard, your standard. Okay, this is the first thing. And secondly, let's see the evidences and the proofs that Pakistan is the biggest terrorist nation and 10 of the top 10 terrorist nations are Muslim. This is all Islamophobic, racist, propaganda by the Islamophobes.
This is Zionist propaganda.
Yes, exactly. Jazakallah khair. That's a quick comment. If you don't mind, I would like to hang around a little bit longer, if that's okay with you moderators. Jazakallah khair.
Yes, okay. I'll bring him back on. What's the condition that you guys put?
Omar, the only condition is that the first thing he needs to address is whether Mirza is his standard of morality or not. If Mirza is not his standard of morality, then Ahmadis are out of the question. Then what is he preaching, right?
Can we proceed with him if he says no? Most likely he'll say yes.
No, because that's the thing. If he says Mirza is not his criterion of morality, then he cannot make any point as Ahmadi. Then he has to say, okay, fine, I'm going to make a point as an atheist, right? And then we're going to give him dawah as an atheist. Do you have to understand? You see, If somebody comes and criticizes Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? If I say I wash my hands and I'm not going to defend the honor of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, then I don't have a right to go beyond that point as a Muslim in that discussion. If you understand what I mean.
100%.
To go beyond that point as a Muslim, I need to accept Muhammad as my Nabi, because that is the foundation of being a Muslim. So unless he, okay, fine, if he says that Mirza is not the foundation of Ahmadiyya, we're going to leave Mirza. If he says he's not our role model for morality, okay, fine, you're not Ahmadi, we're going to talk with you as an atheist. Do you understand? Let's make the principle clear, because otherwise it's just a shouting match. He's just throwing out statements without any facts, without any truth. Like Azarbhai said, no truth in the Pakistan top terrorism thing, right? I'm from Pakistan.
What Omar Bhai is
There's no
asking,
fact.
Ahmad Bhai, what Omar Bhai is asking is, after this first question, we need to have follow-up questions. Sorry, Dr. Izhar, you were having your hand up.
No, I was just going to suggest that let's be fair to him as well, because I think, let me give him the benefit of doubt. Maybe he's not aware of facts, because he obviously has lived in North America. I was brought up in Pakistan. I have been through Pakistani dictatorship. I was actually put in a cell by the Pakistani police when I demonstrated against Ziaul Haq when he banned student unions. So I know a little bit about Pakistan more than he does. And the origins of terrorism, I simply want to ask him one question. Waterboarding, for example, which was used in Guantanamo Bay, was first used when the Americans had a colony in the Far East. I want to ask Rizwan, do you know which colony the Americans had in the Far East? If he's able to answer that question, I'm able to have a discussion about terrorism. But you guys are right. You guys are right. I was going to follow that up. We won't talk about terrorism. What we would like to talk about is the support that Ahmadis have provided to the biggest backers of terrorism, which were the colonialists who occupied India, the colonialists who occupied Algiers and molested Sharif Muslim women in front of their fathers, brothers, and sons when they occupied Algiers in 1835. Mirza was alive during the Algerian occupation of France. He never said a single thing against France.
You're
Ask
absolutely
Mr.
right.
Rizwan back, and I will discuss with him about Mirza Sahib.
Izhar bhai, I would, as a mod, inshallah, you have the floor to discuss with him, but I would not let you guys proceed until you get me an answer. Until you don't get me an answer that whether whatever Mirza did, was it moral or not, and secondly, does he agree that Mirza is his moral authority?
Give him the chance. Give him the chance.
No, I think he said. I may be wrong, but I think when you asked that was it moral, he said no. Am I correct?
So he agrees with us. Yeah.
No, so when you said that supporting the genocidal, was it moral? I don't know. Maybe he misunderstood the question, but there was a no there.
Yeah, that's the question.
Just, you can ask him. You can ask him again, inshallah. You can ask him again.
I'll bring him back and I'll give him 30 seconds.
Just do 10-15 seconds. Yeah, go on, Ahmad. Finish your.
Inshallah, just one last my point. Izhar bhai, you are leading us in the discussion, but inshallah, I'm just saying that as a mod, I'm not going to allow the conversation to continue until he makes his opinion about Mirza, whether he's a moral authority or not. Because we need to know what morality is before any condition. Do you understand what I mean?
I agree.
Because
I agree.
He needs to give us his opinion on that.
Yes, because if Mirza agrees that genocide is not a problem, right? Then there's no discussion about a genocide, because there's no point of discussing about a genocide if he thinks Mirza supporting a genocide was fine. If you understand what I mean, there's no discussion telling him anything, because that's the thing. According to him, in his religion, genocide is fine. In ours, it's not, right? So inshallah, we're going to bring it up after Islam makes his point. And then Izhar bhai, you just get that answer first. And after that, you are free to talk whatever you want.
And Ahmad bhai, what I would say is that with that question, some examples should follow. Some of your brothers already mentioned some of the examples from the theological point of view, because Ghulam Ahmad is, of course, their ideological, founder, and their spiritual leader, of course, and prophet they claim. So the examples from his life, some of them you have already given. I don't need to repeat all of them, okay? Whether that be the language he used against his opponents, whether he cursed people to death, okay, for refusing to marry him. All of the examples are there, okay, telling people I will produce 50 copies, 50 books, sorry, with your money, and then not doing so. All of you have done these, covered these many times. Just ask these as examples. Are these moral things? If so, then we can know what is your morality, and we can now compare and contrast with Islamic morality. This is the first point. Secondly, it's a small side point, is that when he tried to say, oh, you live in this country, you're paying taxes, the gentleman also lives in the Western countries, who are the first, perpetrators, the biggest and worst perpetrators of genocide and terrorism. And his taxes, I assume he's paying taxes. I assume he's a working man and not just a, maybe he's exempt from work for some reason, but otherwise he's still paying taxes. Even people who don't work pay taxes. Okay. So his attack, by the same token, he was trying to condemn Muslims, even our panelists, of this absurdity. Okay. Something that people have to do outside of their choice, really. He is guilty, just as guilty. And this is something very absurd. I found he's accusing others of the very thing that he is himself guilty of. Okay, that's the second point. Third point, and it's a fine distinction, and we should also always be careful about this third point. And that's my last comment before Dr. Izhar take it. It's in Islam, we don't make distinction between politics and religion. This is actually a heresy. According to all the Islamic textbooks on Islamic Aqidah, anybody who makes a separation between politics and religion is falling into area of blasphemy. Okay, now I know what you guys mean, discussing some modern day current affairs issues. This is what you mean by this. I fully accept and I respect that, actually. Just wanted to make a theological point here, that in Islamic creed, we don't have a distinction between politics, okay, and theology and creed. And especially if we have actually covered some of these quote unquote political issues, like the British Raj and their role in India and Ghulam supporting all of this in our previous streams, alhamdulillah, here, and you've done it excellently. So it can be done, and it has been done. It's just what you mean is, don't let him come with something. What's the English expression? Putting the cart before the horse. As Ahmad Bhai is saying, and all of you are saying, alhamdulillah, the horse have to come first. What is your morality? Do we agree? Are we on the same page on this morality? If we are, now we can talk about the examples and manifestations of the people who led your religion, okay, that be Ghulam for you and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam for us, okay, and let's compare these from a theological point of view. Then we can compare and see if it's true what you're saying about Muslims today and Ghulam, people who follow Ghulam today, and like Masroor and Nida Nasir and similar things, whether it be the ICC court gentleman who was found guilty of sexual misconduct, and
not
his brother
not
guilty, accused, alleged that he was conducting, having misconduct of a sexual nature. So, and his brother, I think, was it Lord, or I forgot his name, for
no, he was
certain,
an MP. That was a different.
He was an MP in the British thing. So there are examples of immorality we can also take from today, because he kept saying, this is I'm talking about today, not before. Ghulam did many immoral things before. Today, I'm talking about Muslims today. So that we can focus on some immoralities even today, if you want, inshallah. So
maybe also, Bashir, could you put that reference from the 1915 about the British advice to Mirza Bashiruddin, so that when Rizwan comes, he can read that as well, and then tell us if that is a correct thing or not. That very clear-cut support of the British Raj and advice that the British Raj is our shield. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said that the British are our shield.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but Dr. Izhar, but for if I'm not mistaken, the question that he needs to ask is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani his moral authority or not, before we proceed?
Yes,
right.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I'll be frank with you, because whatever question you give us, we will show you the same thing if needs be. If he has done the same thing, you have no moral ground to ask us the same question. That's the thing. That's the point. When we are being frank, the reason we're asking you that is because you will have no right to accuse us, people who are sitting here trying to do da'wah, of stuff that is not even in control of our hands, about the same thing that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was approving of and supporting, endorsing.
But I think
so. That's our point.
From the Ahmadi perspective, he was saying that we have a Khalifa, you don't. But what I would also like to ask him is, what has your Khalifa done for Muslims?
All right, Rizwan, you're back. So I'll give you 30 seconds to please address the most important question first.
Welcome back.
Is he a moral authority for you, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad? Is he your moral authority? Yes or no?
Yes, he is.
You can explain.
He's a moral authority. Of course, he's a prophet of Allah. Of course, he would be. Next.
So that's your belief.
So he's your moral authority. So all right, you guys.
It's one of my moral authorities, right? There's a hierarchy here, right? The Quran, Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Promised Messiah al-Islam. Promised Messiah al-Islam from a moral perspective.
And nowadays, Mirza Masroor, you should add that.
Yes, and now we're under Khilafat, 100%.
Okay, we got that.
So what is Khilafat done for Islam? How has it changed the condition of the Muslims? According to Hadith, when the Messiah will come, the Dajjal will be defeated. What's happened?
So can I answer that question? I'm happy to do that without interruption. So your question is, what has Khilafat done for the Muslims? That's your question.
How has it changed the condition of Muslims?
Yeah.
No. How has it changed the condition?
How has it changed the condition? In the Quran, it very clearly states that prophets are messengers. It's up to the people to adopt the message and follow the belief.
So
if
he hasn't
the people do not do listen to what I'm saying. Okay. If the people do not do self-reformation themselves, then there's no saving them. So they are here to bring the message. It is up to us to self-reform. This is what the problem is with y'all, is that you all are waiting Isa al-Salam to destroy everything, but you're not thinking about, okay, are we in a moral condition to even accept Isa al-Salam? And the answer is no. So you guys keep saying that there's a disconnect between beliefs and actions. And just, I want to put this last thing I'll just very clearly say here is that the reason why I'm bringing up terrorism is because it is your beliefs that directly contribute to terrorism. You people believe in things like death for apostasy and blasphemy. So when there's a public lynching in Pakistan, they're justifying it based off this belief that people are allowed to be killed for leaving Islam.
We don't support that. Look, we are.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the Muslim.
Izhar, wait a second. I'm not gonna.
Be quiet now.
I'm not gonna. Wait a second. Izhar bhai, I asked you before this conversation started, right? Just make what the moral position is, and he said that he takes Mirza as a moral authority. Can you just now get us an answer that the things that Mirza did, were they moral? We're not talking about the people who follow and
every single thing Promised Messiah al-Islam has done is 100% moral and perfect.
Okay.
Unequivocal.
So he.
Okay. I'll ask you one question about his morality. Okay. And if you agree with that, let me now finish.
So from now on, Izhar bhai, from now on, until we're gonna quote one by one everything that Mirza did in terms of morality, and we're gonna ask him directly whether he supports it or says that it is wrong.
We're not gonna do that because
we're gonna do that because this is exactly you came.
Ahmad,
here to ask you a question.
All right, we'll give an answer.
Not answered it.
All right,
open Q&A Ahmadiyyat. Is it? Are you guys questioning me or am I questioning you all?
No, anybody can ask any question about Ahmadiyya.
Go ask your question. Go ahead and ask your question. Ask your question. Go ahead.
Ahmad, wait. Ahmad, wait.
This Umar, this is the problem. Until we don't know what morality is, there's no answer to any questions.
No, Ahmad. I understand your point, Ahmad. I understand your question, Ahmad. I understand your question. All right, Dr. Izhar, go ahead.
I contend that Mirza Sahib is not a paradigm of morality. And I'll give you just one example. Now, please listen me out. I'll give you just one example. Is it moral to publicly advertise that a woman who is already married, who was 11 or 12, 13 years old, when a proposal made to her father was refused, and the father is the wali of a girl, and the father refused the proposal, and then he publishes dreams about this girl being naked and with her hair shaven. And is it a moral thing to do to pursue such a woman until you're almost dead, convinced that one day she will either become a widow or get divorced, and I will definitely marry her, and if I don't marry her, then I am not an arbiter of morality? Is that something that is within your morality framework? If it is, just say yes. Please answer that question, and then we will proceed.
I've already answered it. Everything that Promised Messiah Asalam has
No,
done
this
is
specific
moral.
one about a dream and then publishing it in publicly in a magazine
Go
for the
point by
world to
point.
see.
Go point by point. What's your first point of question of what's moral or immoral? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't think it is moral for a 53-year-old man who asks for the hand of a man's daughter and the man refuses that hand and then goes on to publish.
Point by point. He's 53 years old, asks for a hand for marriage. Is that moral or not?
No. Sorry, Rizwan.
It is moral.
Strawman. That's a
Absolutely.
strawman. Let
Okay,
him finish.
Hang on.
next.
Please
Next
let
point.
me continue this, guys. Okay, it is moral to ask the hand of an 11-year-old, of an already married 53-year-old, but is it moral to pursue her after the father has refused, who is the wali of the daughter?
Define pursue.
To curse them to death if they refuse to marry.
Saying that
Repeat that, please.
Hang on. Pursue means that continually suggesting that this woman will eventually marry me and publishing that.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear here, that's not what pursuing is.
What is it then?
Number one. Number two, he did not say. Number two, he did not say that she will marry me.
He did.
No,
repeatedly he said.
No, he did not. You have not read the prophecy. You have not.
Can I please suggest one thing? Bashir and I have made a video. If you are an honest man, and I plead to you, let me finish. Please watch that video. We made a whole video, 45 minutes, where I did a PowerPoint presentation on Muhammadi Begum. He said until he almost 3 years before his death that ye aurat zarur mere nikah mein aayegi. ये अल्लाह की कदर है, अल्लाह ने इस पे मुझे यकीन दिलाया है कि ये औरत मेरे निकाह में जरूर आवेगी, and that did not happen. I'm talking about morality. He pursued, when I use the word pursued, he kept every opportunity that he had advertising it publicly that I will marry this woman. She will either be widowed or she will be divorced, and it is Mubram prophecy. Mubram means definitely. I will marry this woman. And he died and he did not marry her. She lived for decades after. And her husband lived for decades after, who was supposed to die in 3 years. Forget about the failure of the prophecy. Is it even moral to advertise about a woman
her
who
whole
married?
family said the prophecy was fulfilled and they converted to Ahmadiyya?
Please let
what
me
are you
finish.
people on?
That is irrelevant.
The question is about morality. It's about morality, not the...
See, why do you do this? Why do you do this, Rizwan? Did he ask you about whether it was fulfilled? He clearly said...
He's the one that's making the point.
A dream, hang on. Is it moral to publish a dream about a woman who you've seen naked in your dream and with her hair shaven? Is it moral to publish that?
Yes. A million times. Yes. He is a prophet. It is a warning. He is giving a warning. Now, did he start drawing the picture?
Okay, so that is.
Did he start drawing a picture of her?
We get that. We see your morality. Is it moral? Is it moral to suggest that her husband will die within 3 years? Is it moral to make that prediction?
Yes. If it's a prophecy from Allah, it's 100% moral.
It's moral, and that doesn't happen. What do you say then?
He already mentioned in the prophecy that everything is contingent on their repentance.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Watch my video.
Then that's why you have not read the prophecy. This is the problem with you all. This is why I don't want to go with these points because you don't look at the whole prophecy. You guys just lie.
With due
respect,
liars. Let me finish. With due respect, I would urge you to watch the video because...
Okay, I'll watch the video.
Sure,
I'll watch the video.
You weren't able to tell me, for instance,
please link
what
it.
the Sykes-Picot agreement was.
All right.
So admitted that your knowledge is sparse. And I'm telling you, I can do a PhD on the Muhammad.
I will go ahead and pull up the prophecy right now and read it to you.
Can other claimants to prophethood...
If you want to discuss, we were discussing morality. Is it moral not to go to the funeral of your own son when he dies because he refused to support you in the marriage of said Muhammadi Begum?
He was a prophet of Allah. He was not, if his son did not accept him.
No.
He's not. He wasn't.
Rizwan, can I come in here?
Moral people, and it is immoral in my view. If my son, Allah na kare, it may never happen. If I lose a son, whatever his belief, if he calls himself a Muslim, if I were not to attend his funeral, if I was a, is it moral to threaten
If your
your son?
son
Let me
became
finish. Let me
Christian or
finish.
atheist, would you
Let me
attend his
finish.
funeral? Yes or no?
I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. Is
You
it
haven't even let me
moral?
speak. What are you talking about?
After I finish, is it moral? This is a question. Is it moral to tell your two sons to divorce their wives who they are happily married to because they don't support my marriage to Muhammadi Begum? Is that moral?
Everything that the promised Messiah has done is moral.
Okay.
Okay. Now, how you characterize these things and how you lie about them, that's completely different.
Is broken.
Dr. Azhar, can I
No,
come in?
it's not. The thing, what I'm pointing out here, is that you are lying.
Huh?
Dr. Rizwan, I've muted you. Dr. Azhar, can I come in here? Is this going to be your
Please do.
answer,
I mean,
Rizwan?
I'm at a loss. All I would say is that is his moral compass. What more can I say?
All right. Okay. Dr. Azhar, thank you for
I've
your
answered. So can I ask a question now?
Rizwan, if you unmute yourself one more time, I'll remove you.
No, don't leave him.
Because we cannot keep going talking over each other. So I'm going to ask you one question.
What did you have to say, Ahmad?
No, wait. I'm Omar. Anyway, I'm going to ask you one question, Rizwan. Is this going to be your answer? Every time we ask you something, you're going to say he's a prophet, he can do anything? Is this going to be your answer?
No.
If that's going to be your answer,
my answer here is that you all twist things. Okay, you don't bring any context.
I have muted you again. I think my question was very clear.
Yeah. How I have to go because.
All right. No, I'll remove you. I'll remove you. I'll remove you. No, it's okay. So I can remove it. We cannot have this conversation, Dr. Azhar. We ask you something, and you reply to me, he's a prophet, he can do anything. When I ask you to admit that, you deny it. So you can leave. You can leave. Sorry, I'm not going to have.
I was going to ask him if he wasn't a prophet, would that act be moral? That's the next question I was going to ask him. Let's imagine he wasn't a prophet.
He will not answer. Dr. Azhar, he will not answer. I know this kind of, he will not answer. He will say, but he is a prophet. So do you want to discuss whether he's a prophet or not?
No, then the argument is futile. Then the argument
exactly. He is not a prophet to us.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to say also, we should have asked him additionally that if he accepts that for a claimant of prophethood, someone could make same claim today and say he wants the hand of Masroor's wife in marriage. You might think this is moral because his followers will say, well, he is our prophet. He can ask for Masroor's wife and he can curse her and Masroor, all of them, to death if they refuse to marry our prophet's, to marry our prophet. You see, so this is something.
Game. I mean, that is the
right.
That's the bottom line of these Ahmadis, is that they say that he can get away with anything.
But Dr. Azhar, I was hoping you could go to eventually, starting with what you started with. Very good. The next part would have been to go to, because he was trying to bring it about the political things such as
but he didn't
political
know history. He couldn't talk about
but
politics.
even about the British Raj and the support of Ghulam for the British policies, the genocide, the slavery, the colonialism. We needed to ask him if he supports that as something completely moral. The praising of Hitler and Mussolini and these types of things from some of the other senior officials of their Jamaat. These things he needed to admit whether these were moral or not. He refused to answer these when you first asked him before he came back this time round. He refused to answer them, and these were actually very much in line with his line of questioning. What's happening in the Muslim world today? Killings, murder, these type war, and these types of things. So we should have really pushed him eventually to this point, but it is what it is.
Well,
he wanted to leave.
All right. He said he will answer the question.
Prophecy, he doesn't even know about it. He said that it wasn't conditional. This prophecy was clear cut. I mean, the problem was that this man is intransigent. He is blinded to the fact, and this is how Ahmadis are brought up, that whatever Mirza Ghulam Ahmad has said or done. The next question I was going to ask him was, is it moral for a non-prophet to do this?
Okay,
Let's
Dr. Rizwan.
For me to do what he did, is it moral for me to dream of a girl who I want to marry? And then
yes, Imtiaz. Yes, brother Imtiaz.
Assalamu alaikum. I haven't watched, obviously, I just watched like last 5 minutes. I'm driving, but there was some heated back and forth. So if that person is still here, what I heard last thing, he was saying that he wants to ask us a question. If he's still there, bring him on and let him ask whatever he want to ask.
Okay, Rizwan. He did promise to answer some questions, but you can ask Imtiaz is here. The problem with Rizwan before, it will take 10 seconds. The problem is I think this is the third time you say I will answer, and the moment you come here, you give us either the same answer that he's a prophet, he can do whatever he wants, or you don't answer.
I didn't say that.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong now. Yes.
Leave it. Omar, leave it there. Leave it there. Okay. Brother, welcome. What's your question?
So I'll ask the original question here, which was asked over an hour ago, which we haven't gotten an answer to yet. Okay.
Yes, please.
So maybe I'll rephrase it. Right. Here's my claim. I'll make a claim instead of a question.
Brother, ask a question, not a claim. Ask a question.
Okay, fine. My question here is this: is that why is it, from your perspective, that the Muslim Ummah across all the countries is in such moral despair compared to the Ahmadis in these respective countries as well? Simple question. Why do we see such high rates of terrorism in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Libya, Saudi, bombing Yemen? Why don't you guys address this? I don't understand why this is such a difficult thing here. And my question here is my claim here specifically is that the reason why you see this despair across Muslim countries is, one, quick answer is you have not accepted the Messiah of the age.
You want to answer on my behalf.
Because you believe in things like death or punishment and blasphemy.
Hello. Do you want to answer on my behalf?
That was my question. So go ahead, please.
But you answered as well. Why? Why did you answer on my behalf?
Because I can. Why can't I?
You already answered as well.
I didn't answer on your behalf. I said I believe. I said from my perspective the answers. I didn't say your answers.
Okay, you asked me a question. Okay, no problem. You asked me a question and you already answered on my behalf. Thank you very much. Now my question is. Okay, now my question is. Forget about Muhammad. Yeah, because you answered already.
Okay. Go. What's your question?
Wait. Are you happy with your own answer or not?
Yes, I'm very happy. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. That's it. You asked me a question and then you answered as well. I'm asking you, are you content with your own answer or not?
Yes.
That's it. Then leave it there.
But just so everyone knows, you're not actually answering the question.
Everyone knows your answer already.
Okay. Great. So
okay,
any other question?
I'm sorry, I answered the question. So what's your question?
Can I ask you a question now? Is it okay? And I won't answer on your behalf.
Go.
Can I ask you a question now?
Go ahead.
Okay. My question is, when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that in his lifetime, in his country, for his favor, there will be something unprecedented, most likely earthquake or something else. Okay? And please listen the question clearly. If there's any doubt about the question, you can ask me. And I will not answer on your behalf. You need to answer. My question is, what was it? What was it that happened between July 1906 up till the death of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, which was in his country, in his favor, unprecedented event? Go ahead.
Good question.
Repeat the question, please.
Okay, no problem.
Can I rephrase that question, Imtiaz, because you're... So, Rizwan, my dear brother, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad made a prophecy in 1906 that in his lifetime, there will be an unprecedented massive event which could be a massive earthquake that has never happened before, which will be in my favor. And he died in 1908. So the question is, what was that event between 1906 and 1908 that happened that was unprecedented, possibly a massive earthquake that was in the favor of his Jamaat? What was that event?
I'm not sure. What was it?
Okay, so you're not sure. The thing is that nothing happened. I can answer that. Nothing happened.
Sure.
So my question to you now is, remember the morality questions you said because he's a prophet. Now, if I'm not a prophet, is it moral for me that once a girl's wali has refused a rishta to continue asking for that rishta and even saying that if you don't give me the daughter, anybody who marries him will die? Is that moral?
If it is a prophecy from
No,
Allah,
if
it
it's
is
not a
moral.
prophet. I'm saying no, forget about it. It's not a prophecy. I'm not a prophet. I fancy a girl who's 11 years old. Okay, I'm 63 now. And I go to her father and say, listen, can I please have your daughter's hand in marriage? And he says, no, I'm sorry. I don't, for whatever reason, I'm her wali. You can't marry her. Is it then moral for me to go and publish an article saying that if this woman is not married, her husband will die? This is what a dream I had. And I'm not a prophet. Is that a moral thing to do, to publish that?
Again, my response is the same. If the instruction is from Allah,
No.
it is
I
moral.
claim that it's the instruction from Allah.
Huh?
And I'm not a prophet. I'm not a claimant of Allah. I then go back. Will you believe that?
If the instruction is from Allah,
no, that's
then
what
it
I'm
is
saying.
moral.
I'm claiming it is from Allah. Let's imagine you're the father of that daughter. And I go to you. I say, Rizwan Saab, your 11-year daughter, please give her to me in marriage. You say no. Then next day I come back. I say, Rizwan Saab, Allah has told me in my dream, and I'm not a prophet. I don't claim to be a prophet, but true dreams can come. That I've just had a dream that if you don't give me your girl in marriage, then anybody who marries her will die within 3 years. Would that be a moral thing? And then I publish it in a paper. Would that be a moral thing to do?
Yes, I think so.
Moral. Okay, now I understand what your morality is. Can I ask you another question? If
can I actually ask you a question on this now? Like, or is it just going to be?
Before you do that, I want to
just on this very specific point. Just on this very specific point.
Okay.
Just this very specific point. So, if you have a dream, you're not a prophet. You have a dream, and again, it's about someone, and it's a negative dream, right?
No, I claim it's from Allah. The
Regardless,
dream came from Allah.
Yes, you think it's from Allah. You think it's from Allah.
I could even say that I had a dream.
Yes.
I would say Nauzubillah, but I could claim that I'm not a prophet. I had a dream where the Prophet ﷺ came to me and said, go back to Rizwan, ask for his daughter's hand in marriage, and if he refuses, tell him that.
Okay, can I ask my question? Let me ask my question.
And then publish it. Is that moral?
Let me ask my question here. So if you have a dream of someone and they're in a deplorable state and you're a spiritual person and you believe it is from Allah and it's indicative of someone, and would you not go to them and warn them about it? Hey, look,
no, it's not a warning. It's a demand. Give me the daughter, otherwise her husband will die in 3 years. It's a threat almost.
It's a what almost?
I'm not a prophet. Is that a moral thing? Would you allow that? What would you say to me? Were you Ahmad Beg and it was your daughter who was Muhammadi Begum? What would you say to me? I know what I would say to you if I had a daughter and you said that.
It goes back to the same thing. I've repeated this multiple times.
What?
If objectively speaking, let's assume the assumption is there that it's from Allah, then it is moral.
I'm claiming it's from Allah.
And what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what you're claiming or not.
So if I said it's from Allah, you'll be okay and content with that? Will you give me your daughter?
Again, if it is you have to put the assumption in there in place already. The assumption there is that the person is from Allah, right? The person is from Allah.
So what I'm saying is, nowadays, if something like that happens and it's not a prophet, let's say even if it's a Khalifa, let's say it's a Khalifa who tells a girl who comes to him and says, look, my dad, who is a good friend of yours, and was the son of a Khalifa actually raped me when I was 3 years old. And then the Khalifa says to her that even if it happens, firstly he says, I don't believe you, but even if it happens, they have asked for forgiveness and you should be quiet. Is that a moral thing? Please answer this question.
That's not what happened.
No,
So
it's on the audio.
no. So
He said,
again,
hang on,
I'm not answering it because it's a loaded question. I'm not
No,
going to
no.
answer that.
What
It's a
do you
loaded
mean
question.
loaded?
It's
It's a
incorrect.
simple question. A girl comes to the Khalifa, who claims to be the Khalifa of all Muslims of the world, and says, who's related to him, who's her adopted daughter. She says that I, since the age of 3, have been abused by my father.
Look,
Who? Hang
again,
on.
I'm not gonna play this nonsense with you. Stop asking loaded
You wanted
questions.
to play the morality game, my friend.
No.
We're talking about morals. And you're escaping? You're running away?
Izhar bhai,
no escape here.
Rizwan, wait a second.
Come on, man.
Izhar
Be
bhai,
a man.
Go ahead.
Can you please,
Stand your ground.
Izhar bhai, as long as I watch for last 10-15 minutes, it's not going anywhere. The reason is,
Before you came, you should rewind and see it. I never get
no,
angry,
let
and may
me
Allah
say,
forgive me. I became
let me
angry when
let me say
allegations were
something.
made that Muslims are terrorists, which is
Izhar bhai,
propaganda.
Again,
Izhar
guys,
bhai,
this is
Rizwan,
an open Q&A Ahmadiyya. You said Ahmadis come here to ask us questions. You're not allowing to ask questions.
Rizwan, Izhar bhai,
I
please
feel
be
sorry
quiet.
for you, my friend.
Rizwan, please. Actually, Izhar bhai, when we discuss with, it's not about Rizwan, by the way. It's a generic thing. Okay, it's not about you, Rizwan. When we discuss with the Ahmadi, either a common person or a Murabbi or a cleric, the problem we are facing is we are not speaking the same language, number one, even though we are apparently using the same words, but not the same language. What I mean by this is, for example, if somebody says in my life, it does not mean that in my life. If someone says that in my country, it does not mean in my country. Just as example, okay? Likewise, Rizwan, obviously because you do not know about the prophet, don't just nod your head like that because you don't know about the prophet. Just be humble. Just be humble. What I'm saying, Rizwan, is your morality and what Izhar Bhai was saying. Obviously, people can see both of you have different, you can say, principles of morality. Something is okay in your morality as Ahmadi, but that was not okay in Izhar Bhai's morality. Now, people are going to decide, inshallah, those who have watched the whole thing, that whose morality was actually, in the true sense, morality. Now, all you are saying, Rizwan, is, oh, if you are a prophet, if the dream is true, forget about the prophet, forget about the dream, forget about the true, forget about everything. If somebody comes to me, Rizwan, listen now, let me change the question for you. Let's try one more time, okay? If I come to you, Rizwan, and ask for the hand of your sister or your daughter, and you refuse, do I have the right to be upset? That's it.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. If I come to you and I ask you that I need the hand of your daughter or your sister, and you refuse, that is your legal right, okay? Do I have the right to be upset and angry at you?
If the marriage is refused.
Here's one last time I'm going to repeat my question. Please pay attention, okay? Now we are not discussing any prophecy, any dream, no nothing. Okay, we are two human beings, and I ask for the hand of your daughter or your sister, and you, as the wali, you have the right to say no, and you said no to me. Do I have the right to be angry at you?
I don't even know how to answer that. What do you mean? Like, if someone is upset for not getting married, like, fine, they can be upset. Like, I don't understand, like, what? Sure, yes, they have the right. I don't know. Like, if someone is upset that they're not,
was it your wait. Was it your right to say yes or no, or was it not your right to say yes or no?
yes, it is.
So you use your right, and you have every right to say no to me on the basis of Sharia. I do not have right to be angry at you. Simple as that.
Okay, great story. So,
I just
sure.
No, wait. Before you say great, do you agree with me or not?
No, I don't. I don't agree with you.
You just said 30 seconds ago that you are agreeing with me. That it was your Sharia right to say no, and I do not have the Sharia right to be angry at you. Yes or no?
Anger, again, how do you define anger? It's such a broad word.
No,
anger is an emotion. Who cares?
Rizwan, forget about
like my definition of anger, of me being angry, is going to be very different than another person's definition of anger.
I just have one point to make, brothers. It's urgent. This person,
all right, guys.
Who is this person on the account who has a picture of a Chechen fighter?
It's myself here. It's myself, Adnan.
Yeah, we know him, brother. We know him.
Brother, can you change that DP, because Qadianis are diseased people. What they're going to do is they're going to take these screenshots and they're going to say that we are promoting declared terrorists. Basically, some people are declared terrorists in Western countries.
Yeah, I'll change it for you. No problem. Adnan.
Yeah,
no problem.
yeah.
Adnan, maybe you can answer the question, because none of these people have answered the question yet. So maybe you can answer this question.
I just want to do a disclaimer. Because these streams are pure dialogue. We don't promote any form of violence anywhere in the world, whether it's justified or unjustified. Okay, we do not promote any violence. Okay, our purpose is simply dialogue. So when people have DPs like that, that really puts us in a very funny situation. So please avoid coming with DPs like that. As much as you may love persons who have done certain services to certain causes in other parts of the world. Okay, whether those services were justified or not is not why we are here to discuss. So please, because we are dealing with Qadianis, and they are very, very manipulative people, as we have seen in the last 1 year or so. Okay, any little straw they will catch on to and start making marathons on it. So just continue, please, with the dialogue. I'm here now, so inshallah I'll participate.
Maybe I can ask you the question.
Rizwan, be civilized.
Are you going to answer my question or no?
Let's end the conversation which we're having right now. Okay,
I've been trying to get an answer from my question for the last 2 hours, and no one has responded. So if you're not going to answer, then I have to.
Change your mind, because you said that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is a prophet. There's no argument.
Izhar bhai, let me speak, please. Just trust me, inshallah. Trust me. Okay, Rizwan. We are not discussing any prophecy, any dream, nothing. When you as the wali, listen very carefully.
I have a question that you have not answered.
Rizwan,
are you going to answer the question or not?
Don't interrupt, please.
Okay, then I'm leaving. Okay?
Okay,
you've wasted 2 hours of my time.
Interrupt me as well.
Okay. Look, before you leave, we will address your question. Calm down. We will address your question. Have a conversation, have a dialogue, and your question will be addressed. If these brothers don't address it, I'll address it. I promise you, whatever it is.
This is directly to you then. So I'm going to repeat my question again.
Okay, Rizwan, let us finish what we are talking already.
Let him
Muhammad, you've been here. You literally just joined here 5-10 minutes ago. I've been here for 2 hours trying to get an answer to my question, and y'all haven't done.
Okay,
so you just inserted yourself into
this. Brothers, have patience. Have patience. What's your question?
My question is that if your beliefs are so correct, why is it that the overall ummah that we're seeing across all the countries have the highest rates of terrorism, corruption, etc.? And then following up on that, when we compare the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, again, within these areas, we're seeing that, again, objectively speaking, on every single metric, we are far morally superior than y'all in every single metric.
Brilliant. Beautiful. Very
so
good
this is my claim. My
Guys,
question,
I'm not going to take long.
if you could answer that question, please.
I'm not going to take long. I'm going to answer his question head on directly, as I love to do anyway. Okay, so here's your answer. You don't have to accept my answer. You don't have to like it. Okay, my answer will be very direct. And after I finish my answer, you give the courtesy to Imtiaz Bhai and Bashir Bhai and Izar Bhai to continue with the dialogue. The answer is as follows. You claimed that there is terrorism and there is other immoral issues in the Ummah. Absolutely, you're right. But how has the Ummah responded? When ISIS came up, the major ulama from Morocco to Indonesia, all of them gave fatwa against ISIS terrorism. So there goes your claim that we have terrorism. You're wrong. You only see negative. You don't see any positive. You don't see anything good in this Ummah. You have a very tarnished, very mystified lens on us. Okay, I would say you have the lens of Mirza on us. That's the problem. Okay, now that's the first question. As for immoral issues, go and check the Ummah. You have never mixed with the Ummah. Your cult doesn't allow you to come out of your little pockets and your little Qadians and Rabwas and Janab Nagars. You have never mixed with the Muslims. Go and see. You will see. Go to Medina. Wait. I was there 1 week ago. Go to Medina and watch people there. Look at the devotion. Wait. Relax.
I've been there.
I'm giving you an answer. Watch people and their devotion to Islam, and they are crying and praying. Go to Kaaba. Let me finish. I'm not asking whether you've been there or not. I'm giving you an answer. So what you see in the Ummah, in spite of the fact that we are 2 billion odd people, in 2 billion, you will obviously get few hundred or few thousand nutters here and there. Okay? Proportionally speaking now, coming back to you guys, the Qadianis or the Ahmadis, why do you have cases like Nida and lately, cases like Karim Khan, who, to save his neck, gave a fatwa against Netanyahu because he knew an indictment is coming his way, because he had already sexually abused some woman at work and he knew that's going to come his way. So,
allegedly.
Yeah, of course, allegedly. Of course, we
So,
know that. And
can I
the
answer?
inquiries, wait. Inquiry is going to take place. Then you have murabbis who are foul-mouthed. They are no better than dogs. They are barking. They are using language that no decent human being can even listen to, let alone talk like that. Okay, on TikTok, go and watch your Mirza Masroor endorsed Murabbis who have categorically stated that we have the go-ahead from Mirza Masroor. Okay, you have no clue, brother. You have a very, very dirty lens on the Ummah, and no dirt can be seen on the Qadiani Jamaat because that's the way you look at things. This is your response in a nutshell. I've given you an answer, head on, direct answer. Now be decent and engage with the dialogue.
You didn't answer my question. In
I
fact,
haven't answered your question?
You mischaracterized my question.
Okay, so you don't like my
but
answer?
Let's talk about this though. Let's talk about this though.
No,
let's
we
go
can.
back and forth on this.
But we don't want to. Yeah, we can. If you want to talk about this with me more, I'm here for you.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
Brother.
That's literally why I joined the stream. I prefaced this. This is what I'm here to talk
I've
about.
given you an answer. We gave fatwas against terrorism. There are fatwas against terrorism.
Wait.
Listen. Deoband, Salafis, Ahle Hadith, Barelvis, all ulama, all different strands of Islam, different persuasions, right? All Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah, they have systematically giving fatwas. Okay, Professor Tyrul Qadri has written an entire book of 500 pages. Whether I agree with it or not is another question. He has written a book against terrorism. There are Saudi scholars who have written books against terrorism. Okay, there are books upon books against ISIS. What the hell are you talking about terrorism in this ummah? From Morocco to Indonesia, you're telling me people... Wait, relax. You're telling me Muslims endorse terrorism or they agree with terrorism?
No, that's not what I said.
So
again, listen very closely to my question.
Stop scoring brownie points then. Yes.
Listen very closely to my question. Yeah. Very closely. Okay? In no way, shape, or form did I claim that every Muslim commits terrorism. Number one. Number two, in no shape or form did I ever even remotely claim that every single Ahmadi is better than every single Muslim, non-Ahmadi Muslim. Okay? In no way have I made any of these claims.
Okay, then come to your question.
So here's my claim again. So listen closely. Is why is it that when we're looking at the top rates of corruption, terrorism across the world, Muslim countries are ranked at the highest? And so your response was, well, what about ISIS? I can give you ISIS, and I can give you 1,000 other terror groups that exist.
Listen, stick to one point. You just made a point. The Muslim countries top in terrorism, right? This is the point you make, correct? Do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
You're wrong.
Yeah,
you're
who
absolutely
makes those
wrong.
claims? Who ranks them?
And yeah, that's another point, Izar Bhai. You're absolutely right to point that out. Okay, but I want to deal with his point as it is. He claims Muslim countries top the list of terrorism in the world. You're absolutely wrong. Even if that was true,
Been through that discussion,
if that was true, we have a response to that. Because there are conflicts going on in Muslim lands, countries are intruding in Muslim territories. Muslim countries are being invaded by Western powers under the guise or under the excuse of bringing democracy and liberty to these countries. Obviously, people will resist. They will fight back. Rightly or wrongly, they will fight back. So this Western countries choose to call them, just like Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani called freedom.
It's sectarianism.
Listen, wait. Just like Mirza Ghulam Ahmad
killing
Qadiani.
Each other.
Listen. Be quiet. I'm answering your question. Just like Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani labeled Indian freedom fighters haramis. Are you aware of this?
My guy, listen to me.
Listen. Wait. Answer my question.
Stop
Just like I'm answering your question directly.
Stop deflecting. I'm talking about our current state.
I'm giving you an answer, a direct
is.
answer. Listen,
you
I'm
can make all these claims.
Listen,
of what
you
was
are not here for
promised
a
Messiah
fair
last time said or not,
conversation.
what
You
our
are just here
beliefs
to.
are, make these accusations.
Adnan
But the proof is in the pudding, in our actions and our activities.
Do you know Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani called Indian
So
legitimate?
again, you're not going to answer my question.
Listen, stop now.
I need to go.
Do you know? No, you need to. I know you need to go now because Mirza has come up. You need to go because Mirza has come up.
I need to go.
That's it. Okay.
Because you're not answering my question, and it's a waste of my time.
I am answering your question directly, and you are deaf, dumb, and blind.
Stop waffling.
Okay. Listen to me now. Do you know Mirza called legitimate freedom fighters in India haramis? Did you know that?
Did you know that? I don't care what you have to say.
Answer my question.
Again,
did you know
you're
that?
deflecting. You're completely
answer
deflecting.
My question. Did you know that the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani,
you are deflecting.
Called legitimate freedom fighters in India haramis?
Adnan Bhai, he won't respond to that. We've been through this. I will ask him just this question.
He run away. Did he leave?
No, Adnan Bhai, you came a bit late to the party. What actually I wanted to ask this man is, who compiles the corruption ranking? Is there no corruption in the United States?
Exactly.
Is there no corruption in the United Kingdom?
Absolutely.
Is there no corruption in Germany? Is there no corruption in France?
Terrorism.
Sarkozy was convicted of bribing Gaddafi.
Brother, our new president's a felon.
is Arbai and terrorism, direct terrorism, right-wing terrorism, Christian terrorism in all these countries you mentioned.
And I was going to ask, why does ISIS only attack Muslims? Who created ISIS?
Exactly.
Treated ISIS injured soldiers. They were taken to Israel for treatment when ISIS was injured in Syria.
Who created the environment for ISIS to flourish?
Before you came, I showed him a book I'm reading. It's William Runciman's Crusades. This man didn't even know who preached the crusade in which century. And I was about to tell him that since the days of the crusade, there's been a war against Muslims by the West. And that is what we're seeing nowadays. And he was conflating the Ummah with the dictators implanted by the West who are creating the fitna in the Muslims and shedding Muslim bloods.
Absolutely.
He also said, I asked him, what did your Khalifa do for Muslims? And he didn't have an answer.
No,
even BDS.
Their Khalifa sent armies to fight the Muslims in Iraq. That's what he did.
Well, I told him all that, but he didn't respond to that.
No, they don't want to.
I'd like to bring him back.
They don't. These are not sincere people. These are not genuine people.
I always give the benefit of doubt. I hope that he will not be too disappointed. for example, he didn't know anything about the Muhammadi Begum prophecy. I told him to just go and do some research, watch our video. I also tried to very gently, but then he got me a bit angry, and I'm sorry about that, because he started claiming as if all the faults of the world lie with the Muslim Ummah. And that is the most naive Zionist propaganda. This is Western propaganda. This is right out of a red tabloid newspaper like The Sun or the Daily Express. And I suggested to him, I asked him, why did the Ahmadis this year not collect and sell poppies? Because we pointed out what they were selling. They were selling poppies with crosses last year. This year, there's no poppy appeal. Up till now, they've been selling poppies in aid of people who have committed genocide in Iraq and Libya and Somalia and Pakistan and all the rest of it, in Afghanistan. So I think the poor man, he lives in North America. He's probably not been out of North America much. And I wanted to, I don't feel like saying this, but I wanted to tell him a bit about history. He didn't even know what the Sykes-Picot Agreement was or the Balfour Declaration was. Each time I asked him, he said, I don't know. In which case, he cannot just take the propaganda that comes out from we know which sources, blaming Muslims for terrorism. I mean, this is just pure right-wing extremist propaganda, which the Qadianis have swallowed. Hook, sink, and
no, but this is their psyche, you know. And to be totally honest with you, everyone listening, I had the same attitude. I thought all Muslims were terrorists. I thought the reason they're being punished, the reason for Muslim suffering was because they rejected Mirza Ghulam Ahmad.
Yes, and
This
you
was
know,
taught
as
to
a
me.
child, when I was an Ahmadi, we always used to be told, "Inki masjid mein nahi jana," don't go to their mosque, as if there was some horrible things going on there. Don't read namaz behind them. Just leave them alone. Stay here. And it's this cocoon that they live in. And I want Rizwan to please do some research with an open heart. There's no hard feelings between us, Rizwan, if you're still listening. Please read, just follow the William Dalrymple Empire podcasts, or read How to Hide an Empire, which is written by an American professor about the American empire. You know, he went into politics. I thought he was going to ask a question about Ahmadi theology. But whenever people talk about politics and start blaming Muslims for the ills of the world and calling us terrorists, that's when the blood boils in me and I can't stop. So I didn't use any abusive words, but I raised my voice and I apologize for that. May Allah forgive me.
No worries. And Brother Umar, where are we going from here, brother?
Khalas, I think, dude, there's no more questions and there's nobody else in the back chat. Jazakallah khair for joining us. And we apologize that it got heated to all our viewers. Just like you know, that this guy is coming here and asking questions which are not even related to the theology. They're asking about politics. None of us here is a politician. We are all layman Muslims doing our part, trying to spread the message of Islam, trying to combat the fitna of Ahmadiyya. And we have loved ones in their community as well. We are trying to bring them to Islam. That's the whole point. We are not here to discuss about the issues of countries, specific countries. Why? If you want to talk about the Muslim Ummah, why do you have to mention specific countries? Talk about the Muslim Ummah in general, and inshallah, we can address those issues. Does anyone genuinely think that we are here supporting immorality? Wallahi, they know that we don't believe in that. Wallahi, all our scholars, they are always praying and advising people to not to be immoral. They're against all these things. They want to do the exact things that the enemies, the other enemies of Islam do, judging based on a few.
It's very insulting.
Yeah, it's very painful, and that's why I understand why Dr. Izhar reacted the way he did. Alhamdulillah, there was no offensive words used, and this is actually the passion that we love to see in among Muslims, and this should be the case. But we urge whoever is coming in future, please don't bring politics, don't bring specific cases and try to generalize. Otherwise, you are just coming out as you appear as a very dishonest person, and we would like to think that the people who come to join our streams are honest people. Jazakumullah khair. Any last words or?
I would just like to say that people should never make assumptions. You know, this whole thing really pains me. As soon as I left the Jamaat, the community embraced me. No one has ever told me to do anything immoral. We collect funds for people who are deprived, for the floods in Bangladesh, for the earthquakes, for the Palestinian brothers and sisters. Three boys from our community here are going tomorrow to Jordan. Alhamdulillah, in 2 weeks, they've raised 12,000 pounds, mashallah, just by standing outside the mosque. And they are going and giving toys and equipment and clothing and money to poor Muslims who are living in deprived areas. So please do not blame us to be, and please stop serving Coke in your functions and follow BDS. That's the last message I would give to my Ahmadi brothers and sisters. BDS is working. Jazakallah khairan.
Jazakallah khair. Brother Bashir, any last words?
And
Yeah,
salam alaikum.
What everyone
Wa alaikum
saw
salam.
was the Ahmadi psyche, and this is what they're taught. So whoever this guy was, Rizwan, he didn't even give a name. He didn't say what Jamaat he was from. I would have made him answer all that. I would have made him give his resume. Who are you? Have you been to college? What have you read? Can you read Urdu? You know, I would have made him answer all those questions. Have you read the books of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad? I would have asked him first, because I know he hasn't. So he can't comment on Muhammadi Begum or anything because he hasn't even done the reading. That's like showing up to a class and you haven't read the chapter before coming to the class. You know, so a lot of stuff he brought up was emotional. You know, what Ahmadis are taught, Muslims are bad. You know, and look at what they're going through. It's proof. It's some kind of sick proof. You know, when really it's a test. It's all a test. But anyhow, he came anyway. He didn't leave his number. Remember that. He did not leave his number. Fateh came to. He didn't leave his number. When these guys don't leave their number, I know they're not even serious because they're hiding. They're totally hiding. So whatever. We brought him on, answered his question. Let's see if he shows up again. And I wrote my phone number in the chat. He can contact me anytime. Let's see what happens. Over to you, brother Adnan. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much, brothers. First of all, let me apologize for joining so late because I was in transit. I was traveling and I just arrived home and I saw that you guys are, mashallah, soldiers of Allah, continuing for I don't know how many hours. It's been like, subhanallah, for more
I
than
was
5
supposed to
hours.
be here 10 minutes, Adnan Bhai, but then the guy just vanished.
You know, look,
Jazakallah khairan.
no, may Allah bless you guys. Seriously, I really appreciate your presence. And it's a joint venture. We don't, not every single one of us has to be here. Whoever is available, we must join because people are changing. As you know more than I, there are people who are listening and they are changing. I know for a fact there are people that are silent observers in their thousands in Pakistan, in Canada, in the UK, in the US, and even in Germany. There are people watching our streams. They are watching our interactions, the Speakers Corner. They are listening to our podcasts. They are listening to our repeat programs, and they are changing Izar Bhai. You know, so the good news is that even if we don't get to hear from them, but we know they exist. Okay, because family members are telling us that I have family members who are watching. They're interested. It will take a while for them to, obviously, if they've lived all their lives in Qadianism, right? It's going to take them a while to realize, to internalize all the information. They are brainwashed. Unfortunately, I must say, like this gentleman who came earlier, he is simply brainwashed. They are brainwashed to look at the ummah negatively. They don't see any positive. They don't see any achievement. They don't see our scientists. They don't see our doctors. They don't see our professors, our intellectuals, our poets, our philosophers. They don't see our ulama who are day and night fighting terrorism. Some of them giving their lives, okay, being killed by terrorists because they are giving fatwas against the terrorists, okay, because Islam is very, very clear on targeting innocent people and things like that, and these terrorists don't care about these things. So people like this, I don't know which bubble, which hole they live in, that they come out and make statements like this. If they know the Muslim ulama and their works, they don't. Clearly, as Brother Bashir pointed out, they don't read. They don't read. He didn't even know. The reason I was asking him that question, that did you know that Mirza called genuine, legitimate freedom fighters in the Indian subcontinent who were fighting against the oppressive, tyrannical, genocidal British colonial rule? He called them haramis, right? And what was the point? The point I was making, that there are certain places where people are resisting legitimately. They are fighting for freedom, right? You can't call them terrorists. Okay, but again, that's left to the ulama to decide, to determine who is legitimate and who's not. It's not upon us. We can only talk about those people who are committing crimes and condemn them. Simple, right? With regards to his other questions, they are so brainwashed. It's unbelievable. I cannot imagine how intelligent people, educated in the West, perfectly fluent in the English language. Can you hear me? Yeah. So perfectly fluent in the English language, and they come up with things like this. It just doesn't make sense. And it could be either one of the two things. It's either either they've been mesmerized, they are victims of Amle Tirb, as Mirza Ghulam Qadiani put it. They are mesmerized, or they are hypnotized, or they are simply, they are not.
I think
They
they're
are
in
not willing.
denial as well.
Exactly. They're in denial.
The
I
big
think
river
they're
in
very.
Egypt. They're in the big
Sorry?
river in Egypt.
Yeah, 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 they are. And believe me, inshallah, look, our struggle is not an easy one. We know we're gonna deal with people like this who will speak like this. We have to be patient. Okay, I do want to apologize to Imtiaz Bhai, because I just came in and I was feeling frustrated that this guy kept saying that you're not answering my question. This is the game they play, and we won't let them play this game as if we're not answering the questions. We are answering the questions. So I do want to apologize to Imtiaz Bhai that I just came into the conversation and he left. I don't know why he left. I hope he's not upset. I don't think so.
Well,
No,
he
because
posed the question and he answered it himself, and then he
yes,
was
Imtiaz. Yeah, basically Imtiaz was trying to show his hypocrisy because the guy was here to preach. He was trying to tell us that his Khalifa has solved anything when we know he has not solved anything. It's been 130 years, Matt. Nothing has happened. If anything, the situation has gotten even worse.
Yeah,
and, brother
100%.
brother Adnan?
And yes, and also look, also it's not about even the Khalifa. As soon as Mirza's name came up, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's name came up, he wanted to exit. He wanted to find the closest exit door to just leave, run. I don't know why they are so terrified of their own prophet. His words should be noble. They should celebrate his word. Like we, look at us. When a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ comes up, as controversial as may it seem, we will stand by it. We will talk about it directly. We won't avoid the discussion. We won't avoid the conversation. Watch our Speaker's Corner discussions. The kind of Christian missionaries and atheists we have who come there and who ask us, do we run away? Do we turn around and say, no, we don't? We do respond. We do, as long as people want to have a conversation. So
they
over
can't
to you,
defend the indefensible.
Yes. These people, yeah.
No, he ran through the Jordan Raza. But hey,
as we say, patli gali.
Okay, brother Umar, we got brother Horace here. We've said our last.
Because he's been waiting for, I think he's been waiting a very long time. He's been waiting for a very long time. So I don't think it's fair to wrap it up without giving him a chance to say a few words or ask a question or two.
Let me take this one. Brother Horace, how's it going, brother? Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam. So I'm Haris, Muslim, alhamdulillah. I know you guys have been sitting here for so long, and I don't think I'll take a lot of time. I just have two very small questions. For the first question, I just want to set a bit of a context, and please correct me if my understanding is incorrect. That as Muslims, we received this Quran as a text for Islam, right? And then we had prophets who came, who were basically the representation of application of Islam as to how we exercise or live the way Islam entails us to do in our everyday lives. So in that context, when we talk about Hazrat Isa alayhi salam, why is there a need for Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani to criticize Hazrat Isa alayhi salam? Even if he's claiming himself to be a prophet or a messiah, what basically happens or what motivates him to criticize Hazrat Isa alayhi salam in general? And I'm pretty sure that this might have been addressed before, but I've been watching this series in pockets. And just as on a side note, a big shout out to everyone for all the good work that you've been doing. I started watching this series on the debate of Mr. Adnan, Rashid, and Ibrahim, and that's from where I started. So huge shout out to everyone for the great work that you're doing. But yeah, that's my first question, and then I'll ask the second one. I think it wouldn't take that long.
Yeah, and I'll give
Brother
you
Adnan?
I'll give you a quick 1 minute answer. So
Please go ahead.
you're asking why did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad attack Isa alayhi salam and those circumstances, the circumstances of him on the cross, the circumstances of his life? Easy, because that's what Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan did. Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan made this adjustment because this is what the Christian missionaries, Fander, Mir, all the ones in British India, these were their arguments. They said, why are you following a dead Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Nauzubillah, that I had to say that. Well, why are you following him? Our guy, Isa al-Islam, but Isa as God, is still alive. So every argument the Christian missionaries made, they made adjustments and said, okay, we'll fix that. Oh, there's these hadith reports, we're going to reject all the hadith. Oh, there's this issue, we're going to reject that. Oh, we don't need to believe that Isa al-Islam was born as a miracle. We'll get rid of that. So that was the reason, brother. It was a response to the Christian missionaries. The British wanted these adjustments and also take out jihad. Jesus al-Islam is not coming. The Mahdi is not coming. No one's coming. Lay down. Give us the cotton and the sugar, which are still some of the top exports from India and Pakistan. So that's the reason, brother. What's the next question?
Brother Adnan, do you want to add to this? That why did Mirza Ghulam attack Isa alayhi salam and his miracles and his life and everything about Isa alayhi salam? Why did he attack him?
Okay, Bismillah. Look, this is a very lengthy question. We have done like a couple of streams at least on Isa alayhi salam and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. So you can watch those streams in detail. You'll get a lot of information there. But to give you a very short answer, because Mirza Ghulam Qadiani claimed to be the second coming of Isa alayhi salam, he was the promised Messiah who was promised through Isa alayhi salam. So he basically claimed that Isa alayhi salam died and I am that second coming. Now, because people knew that Isa alayhi salam in his first advent, okay, had committed miracles of grand scale, right? Amazing miracles described in the Quran. So people asked Mirza for similar miracles. And in order to respond, he started to degrade and downgrade Isa alayhi salam, and he even started to cast doubts on his genuine miracles. He started to describe them as mesmerism. He started to describe Isa alayhi salam as a failed prophet, as an imperfect man because who had habits like drinking and he had some contact with women. And by the way, this was not Ilzami Jawab because Mirza used Quran to justify things like this. And we have discussed this in a lot of detail. And Qadianis will come back and they will say, no, that was all Ilzami Jawab, accusative answer. No, we have shown why that was not Ilzami Jawab. So Mirza Ghulam al-Qadiani basically attacked Isa alayhi salam because he himself had a dubious character. He couldn't perform miracles. He was basically, his prophecies were unfulfilled and he had some other challenges in his character. So he started to cast doubt on Isa alayhi salam and Maryam alayhi salam as well. This is a very basic answer we can give you. And of course, Brother Bashir has already explained that he was heavily influenced from people like Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan. In fact, I think Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan messed him up quite a lot, Mirza Ghulam al-Qadiani. Izar Bhai, over to you. Do you have anything to add, please?
No, and also Notovich, he copied Notovich's discredited theory that Isa alayhi salam lived to migrate to Kashmir. That was even before Mirza Sahib claimed that, so he copied from Notovich, who was a German so-called archaeologist, historian. And as Adnan Bhai said, he couldn't perform any miracles. That's why he lost to Abdullah Atham. And then he lost his prophecy as well. So I think there was an element of envy and jealousy. He had to show himself as the second coming of Isa alayhi salam, but he couldn't perform what Isa alayhi salam did. So he started questioning whether Isa alayhi salam did perform those miracles or not. And that's the sum of the story. So I'm afraid he was on a hiding to nothing. And to be honest, a lot of time has been spent. I was supposed to come at 10 minutes, but thank you for your questions. As Adnan Bhai has said, there are previous episodes where that area has been covered. But I will just take your leave and say that I do again feel bad because I raise my voice, but whenever people start blaming Muslims and stereotyping Muslims, it reminds me of the extreme right wing who are on the rise, and populist people and fascists who blame Muslim for all the ills of the world. And to be honest, I can't stand that. And I mean, these people need to really read a bit of history and then get back to us. And they should stop supporting the Western governments the way they do, and just suck up to them. And this is exactly what they did. They do decorations and chiraga, and they lighten up and they illuminate their mosques on coronations of kings, on birthdays of kings, and they sell poppies for causes that are dubious. So they are always, right from the start, they are beholden to the rulers. And to talk about and claim about being a Khalifa of Islam when you have never visited any Muslim country apart from Pakistan tells you that the Khilafat is just a mirage. It's nothing more than a mirage. So please, Ahmadis, look out, come out of that cocoon, come and visit your local mosque. You won't find anyone asking you to do anything immoral. You won't find anyone saying, give me your daughter or you will die within 15 months and the husband will die in 3 months, or that I had a dream that I saw her naked. Astaghfirullah. And Mr. Rizwan proved that that was his morality. He said that it was right. We all saw it. It's on record now. This is the Ahmadi ideology, that the doings of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad about Muhammadi Begum were all morally right. Why? Because they believe he was a prophet and he can't do anything wrong. And the support of the British was right. The support of against the Boers was right. The celebration of the invasion of Iraq was right. So anything that an ordinary person can say is immoral is morally right for the Ahmadis. So it's like banging my head against a wall. That's how I felt like talking to that chap. But I do hope that Allah opens his eyes and his heart and he comes to Islam. And Jazakallah khairan, Adnan Bhai and everyone, and Ahmed, and sorry to keep interrupting you guys, but sometimes the blood boils when Muslims are accused of all the ills of this world.
Jazakallah khair, Dr. Izhar, and wise was. That's why I tried to pin him down. I said, is this going to be your answer? That every time we ask you something, it's because he's a prophet? If that's going to be the answer, then there was no need for discussion.
No point in discussion.
Yeah. Anyway, Jazakallah khair, Dr. Izhar. Harris, do you have? Wa alaikum salam. Harris, do you have?
Just one more question. Yeah. So, Jazakallah khair for the first answer. The second question is related to one of the previous streams. Imtiaz Bhai was, I think, giving an answer to a lady regarding that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani had initially did not claim to be a prophet. In fact, he was rejecting it. And I think he had published adverts or some sort of publications. So the question then arises from my end is that why was there even a need to reject such a question that I'm not a prophet if it was given that a new prophet will never be coming soon or after him? So why was there even a need to reject this in the first place? Was there any context where people...
No, by who? Who rejects the prophet?
Yeah, I don't understand the question either.
No,
you mean why was there a need by who to reject what?
So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani had published some articles, I think, where he said that I'm not a prophet. He was rejecting this, publishing something. This was one of the responses. So my question is that why was there even a need to reject it? Was there
hold on. Well, for first to clarify, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad claimed to be the Messiah in 1891. He rejected his prophethood for 9 years. He wrote in 20 books. He wrote 50 times that he wasn't a prophet. Okay, so that's the first part of your question. So you're saying in 1891, well, what was the need to reject him? He's still claiming to be the Messiah, bro. So
No. Initially, when he was sorry to cut you off. No. Initially, when he was rejecting it, before claiming it, he was rejecting it, right?
Bro,
I'm not a prophet.
No, because he was making statements that appear to be claiming of prophethood. So people are like, "Are you claiming to be a prophet?" Then that's why he said, "I will not become a disbeliever by claiming to be a kafir." Then few years later, he says, "I'm a prophet."
Yeah, but
that answers it.
Brother, to be a bit clearer. In 1891, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad claimed to be the second coming of the Messiah. Do you agree? Is that a fact?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of the date.
He may not be aware of the history, Brother Bashir. He's a Muslim, so he may not be aware of the...
So look, for you to ask that question, you got to know the year. And you got to know the year he claimed prophethood. You have to know these two answers before
Brother Bashir, Brother Bashir, the thing is, he's a Muslim. He will not be aware. He's not academic. He might not be familiar with the dates. He just he knows that there's a time that Mirza claimed to denied being a prophet and later said he's a prophet. So he's wondering why was the need for him to say I'm not claiming to be a prophet if he had not claimed to be a prophet. But that's why I answered him that he did make statements that appear to be claims of prophethood, and that is why when people say, are you claiming to be a prophet, then he denied it. He said, I will not be a kafir by claiming to be a prophet. But he did claim to be a prophet later, so by his own criteria,
that answers my question.
he's a kafir by his own criteria. But they will say he made ijtihadi ghalti, because everything to fix Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's problems, they will say he made a mistake, so it's okay. So this is the problem of a secular reasoning, that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said he was wrong before. Oh, okay, we accept it. How about if he's wrong the second time? Maybe the first time he was wrong and second time was wrong as well. Why do you accept him the second time?
No, he said he was never wrong. He said even his mistakes were ilham, by the way. Yeah. So this guy was riddled with confusions and all outright, because, yeah.
Wrong does not mean wrong. Also, wrong does not mean wrong.
No, not in his case. No. He said even his wrongs were from ilham. They were inspired. Okay.
And Brother Harris, you might go and watch the previous stream that words have no meanings in Ahmadiyya. It was a very good stream.
Yeah, I already watched that.
Yeah, that was very good, because it has no meaning, because whatever he says, he can change. He can wake up tomorrow and say something else. Khalas, Ahmadis will accept. If tomorrow they discover something else in his works that says something different, they will accept. No problem. He's a prophet because he said so. That's the argument.
And brother, I put my phone number in the chat. I tell everyone that comes here, look, I'm not a fake person. You can find me. I give out my number. If you have questions, I spend my day answering questions. Just text me, and we can answer all these questions, brother.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you, Haris. Jazakallah khair. Thank you for coming, brother Adnan. Do you have any last words?
Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair, and I'm going to ask for your permission to leave as well. And we are ending the stream anyway. So may Allah bless you guys. Thank you, Bashir. Brother Bashir, always pleasure having you. Honor. And Brother Izhar, Imtiaz Bhai, Umar Bhai, Ahmad Bhai, everyone, all of you guys. Allah bless you and reward you guys. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thank you.
Okay, brother, and that's the dua on the screen, the kafarat al-majlis, or when you have a gathering, when you're leaving, you say this dua, Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka, Allahumma natubu ilayk. You inshallah, you benefit from this as well. Memorize this dua whenever you have a gathering. When you are leaving that or ending the gathering, say this dua, please. It's on the screen. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka, Allahumma wa natubu ilayk.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakumullah khair.